come from It's my pleasure to walk you through the conference, introduce you to the speakers and delegates that have come from all over the country and abroad. Today, to share their knowledge and enhance our mental horizons. We are blessed to have with us Honorable Shri Shishir Prabhakar Dharkar, a chairperson of this inauguration session and Vice Chairman of Konkan Nanpit Trust. Chief guest, Honorable Professor Dr. Suhas Pendekar, Vice Chancellor, University of Mumbai. Special invitee, Honorable Dr. Sanjay Jagtap, Joint Director, Konkan Region, Panvel. Special invitee, Honorable Dr. Hejiani Jakaria, UNSP University of Brazil. My respected principal, Professor Dr. Baliram Gaikwad sir, and all our CDC members. Our beloved participant, it gives me immense pleasure to extend to you a very warm welcome on behalf of Konkan Nanpit Puran College of Commerce and Arts for the international conference on the theme India as an emerging global power, past, present, and future. The theme of the conference has a national importance as this year we are celebrating our glorious 75 years of independence as Azadi Ka Amrut Mahotsav. This national event also calls for thoughtful ruminations on 75 years journey of independent India, the milestone of Indian achievement, the tempestuous time and brightest moment we have experienced. Indian academia also needs to respond in this national event and bring forth the valuable contemplations highlighting India's role in shaping the global future. In light of the above, Konkan Nanpit Puran College of Commerce and Arts, Puran, resolves to participate proactively in Mahotsav by conducting international interdisciplinary e-conference on India as an emerging global power, past, present, and future. The conference aims to encompass the wide range of topics from freedom struggle, achievements, education, finance, technology, and Indian global leadership and future of India. I express my heartfelt thanks to all of you for your valuable presence towards success of our conference. Thank you, Annat ma'am, to give me an opportunity to welcome all such eminent personalities and delegates. Thank you. Thank you very much. Annat ma'am, over to you.
I feel delighted that we have so many of eminent personalities together at a single platform. We are all blessed to have you here. Now, I request our Honorable Principal, Dr. Baliram Gaikwad sir, former Registrar, University of Mumbai, who has been the source of inspiration for this international e-conference to august the gathering. Sir, please.
Thank you very much, Professor Hannat. I'm extremely delighted to welcome here all of you. At this occasion, friends, it's my extreme great pleasure to invite as well as welcome all of you here on this occasion. There are many national, international personalities joined here to have deliberations on this issue today, India as an emerging global power, past, present, and future. Friends, we also have Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Suhas Pendekar sir with us today. And he is actually busy with his other some national level meetings too. But to grace this occasion and share his views on this occasion with all of us, he has joined to give us wishes and share his opinions on this particular topic. I slightly keep the schedule of the conference slightly behind, and I sincerely thank Honorable Vice Chancellor sir for joining us today, and request him to please give his wishes and share his thoughts on this occasion. Honorable Professor Suhas Pednekar sir, Vice Chancellor, University of Mumbai.
Very good morning to everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. First of all, my apology to change your schedule, but I'm busy with another simultaneous program happening at the Delhi Task Force Committee. Anyway, I'm so pleased to be part of this inaugural program organized by the Konkan Gyanapith Uran College of Commerce and Arts on a very, very absolutely, I would say, a pertinent topic of India becoming a global power. And I appreciate the efforts taken by Principal Professor Baliram Gaikwad and all his and our entire team. I think this is so important. The topic is considering what we are facing after the COVID-19 pandemic situation, where apart from resilience and adaptability, the importance of coexistence and even the vertical boundaries are getting dissolved, and we need to come together. At the same time, we know that there are certain very unpleasant things happening around the globe, whether it is a Russia-Ukraine war, or even for us, the threat and some degree of concern we have maybe from our own neighbors. So this becomes very vital to bring awareness amongst youth about the awareness of what country is doing and what we need to do to face all the future challenges. And in this regard, it's really appreciative that the college has organized one-day conference on a very relevant topic. And we all know that under the able guidance and leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister, the India is gaining or commanding that respect globally. And this is a great sign as far as we all Indians are concerned, in every respect, I would say. And we need to take it forward. And that has to be, and it will be possible when there is a contribution by every individual. And this is the reason why our Honorable Prime Minister is making appeal to everyone to contribute to make Atmanirbhar Bharat. And that would be possible when every one of us become Atmanirbhar. And I'm very happy to share with you that the University of Mumbai has also realized the importance of this field. And we have established a School of International Relations and Strategic Studies in Mumbai, at Mumbai University. So you have to just excuse me that I have to leave early because the simultaneous task force committee is going on. So my best wishes to you all and your dynamic principal, Professor Baliram Gaikwad. This is a wonderful beginning, and I wish to visit your college very soon. So thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. And I'm sure all the participants will be benefited after fruitful deliberation and interaction with one another. So thank you and all the best.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your honorable presence and sparing the time for our conference. Thank you very much, sir. We are extremely delighted to listen to you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
Principal, sir, are you continuing?
Yes. Thank you very much, sir. Konkan Gyanapith Uran College of Commerce and Arts has been relatively a small college functioning in the semi-urban area of Uran district, Raigad. since 1989, and the college has really taken up the challenge to provide higher education opportunities in the Raigad district. Basically, the Konkan Gyanapith Sanstha and the Roden College of Commerce and Arts is determined to impart higher education to the students in the official area of Raigad district. It's a college permanently affiliated to University of Mumbai since long. And in our college, basically, we are NAC accredited. Third cycle also we have completed. We have achieved B grade, and in this area, we are serving the Mufassil area of Raigad district with excellence in higher education and trying to bring change in the lives of many students in this area. The college has also taken extreme higher interest and contributed towards Avishkar Research Convention of the University of Mumbai. The college has also conducted international conference recently on service sector challenges prospectus during pre and post COVID-19 pandemic. That was the conference conducted on 12th February 2022. The college also has its merits in sports, and many of our faculties are associated with the University of Mumbai in different capacities, working as the members and chairmen of various academic bodies of the University of Mumbai, and have been excellently contributing in the education sector. And we really look forward to have this conference also, our endeavor to make everyone aware with this new topic that India is an emerging global power, past, present, and future. Particularly over here, we are expecting that our delegates are going to discuss on various topics related to India, its past, present, and future. We are extremely delighted that there are 343 registrations for this particular conference. We also have received 107 research papers, and all those papers are going to be presented, published also in the recognized UGC recognized care listed journal. So we have really received overwhelming response. We also have our delegates join internationally, and also pan-Indian delegates are there in the conference. I really look forward to have a fruitful discussion, and we are also going to be blessed with the special guidance from Professor Sanjay Jagtap sir, Dr. Sanjay Jagtap sir, who is Joint Director of Konkan Region Panvel. Thank you very much for joining and encouraging all of us on this particular occasion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Now, to introduce our special invitee, Honorable Dr. Sanjay Jagtap sir, Joint Director, Konkan Region Panvel, I request Professor K. Sharma sir. So, please.
Okay, thank you. A very good morning once again. Indeed, it's a very great opportunity to welcome and introduce a resourceful personality, Dr. Sanjay Shivaji Jagtap, Joint Director, Konkan Region, Panvel. Sir is a distinguished personality, difficult to describe in few words. Sir is MSc B.Ed, MPhil, PhD. Sir has worked as an assistant professor in Elphinstone College, Mumbai. Sir has innovated gene sequence and registered at NCBI 9 times. He has published 1 book. Sir has 27 years of experience in teaching and has published 25 research papers and has given 20 oral presentations in various international, national, state level conferences. Sir has been invited as a guest lecturer at various programs to speak of his professional experience. Sir has been member of Board of Studies in Forensic Science at various universities such as Shivaji University, Kolhapur, RZDM Nagpur University, Nagpur, Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University, Aurangabad. Sir has been special invitee member of Board of Studies in Forensic Science, University of Mumbai. Sir is a member of Minor Research Project Scrutiny Committee of University of Mumbai. He has also been a member of New College Proposal Scrutiny Committee of University of Mumbai. He has been an organizing secretary for 2 national conferences in forensic science. Sir has been member of editorial board of World Journal of Pharmaceutical Science. Sir has also been in member of BUTR in forensic science at University of Mumbai. Sir's administrative experience is too vast. Picking a few, Sir has worked as an coordinator at Institute Forensic Science, Mumbai. He has worked as a state coordinator at RUSA by Government of Maharashtra. Sir has worked as a government nominee for an selection committee for more than 100 colleges. Sir is a member of Caste Committee for implementation of UGC 4th Amendment of University of Mumbai. Sir is currently shouldering the responsibility of Joint Director for Konkan Region, Panvel. Introducing Sir is a great task. Words are just not enough to introduce him well. Sir, we are truly delighted to welcome you here today. I thank you on behalf of our college and organizing committee for accepting our invite and sparing your valuable time for our college. Thank you, sir. Dr. Sanjay Jagtap, sir, Joint Director, Konkan Region, Panvel. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sharma. And I will take this opportunity to share my views on today's one-day international e-conference on India is the global power, past, future, present, and the future. So my first thanks to Dr. Baliram Gaikwad, who has organized this delightful conference across the globe. It's a burning issue that is just the Vice Chancellor of Honorable Vice Chancellor spoken. So what is the scenario, world scenario? And the world is facing the tremendous difficulties. So Honorable Shirish Dharkar, Chairman of the Konkan Gyanpith, Honorable Suhas Pednekar, Vice Chancellor, Mumbai University, Dr. Regiane Jacaris from Brazil, special invitee, all the resource persons for today's deliberation, all the participants, delegates across the globe, across the country, across the states. So I am here to share my views on the Indian economy, and India is a global power. So yesterday only the Prime Minister of India had the talk with the John Biden of the US President, and sharing the thoughts about the Indian role in the South Asian countries. What is the role in the Ukraine-Russian war, and this importance in the US perspective, very important role in the global scenario. So see our Prime Minister Narendra Modi, how he has played the diplomacy across the globe, and how they are connected, well connected with the European countries, as well as the US, as well as with China, as well as the US, Russia, Japan, Australia, and the output of this diplomacy, the 4 countries, that is Japan, US, India, and Australia, we can say it is the Quad. So what is the role of the Quad, and how it plays an important role in the South Asian countries? So what is the role in the global power? So how India plays a very important role. So see the IT sector, IT industry, the very prominent companies, the TCS and Infosys and SCL and Wipro and Tech Mahindra. So they are the global powers in the IT industry. So how the world is managed by the Indian people, how the world is managed by the Indian techies. If you see yesterday, only the topmost 10 the richest person across the globe, they have listed, and out of that there are 2 persons from India, that is Gautam Adani and Mukesh Ambani. These are the richest person from the India. They are representing the out of within the 10 out of the global richest person. So the Gautam Adani is the richest person in this month, who is acquiring more than $26 billion. So how India's prosperity reflecting in terms of the global scenario, and how they are competing for the other countries also. So the impact of the Ukraine-Russian war on the global economy, as well as Indian continent, how India is benefited, and how Indian diplomacy. If you see in the pandemic, the vaccine diplomacy played by the India is very important, because all the poor countries, Asian countries, not only the Asian countries, not only the neighbor, but entire the African continent has been benefited by the Indian vaccine diplomacy. So in every respect, in every sense, India plays a very important role in the global scenario, and that's why. So we have the prosperity ahead and the future, so we are reaching to the 5 trillion economy, and we are moving ahead with the confident achievement in the financial growth. So I thank to Dr. Baliram Gaikwad, who has organized such a type of deliberation, which is a necessity of our. And there are so many participants, they have attended virtually. And what we have learned in last 2.5 years, we have learned the virtual learning, we have learned the virtual teaching, we have learned how we can communicate virtually. So it is one of the outcome of this global pandemic. And without spending much time, I thank all the participants, and my best wishes for the today's deliberation. They can be definitely benefited. So thank you very much. By my best wishes. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir, for your words of wisdom. So you have very well highlighted the theme of our conference, India as an emerging global power, past, present, and future. Thank you for your honorable presence. Today, we also have our special invitee from the University of Brazil, Dr. Regiane Zacarias, ma'am. To introduce and welcome ma'am to our one-day international e-conference, I request my dear colleague, Professor Lifton Kumari, ma'am. Ma'am, please.
Thank you, Hannat ma'am. A very good morning to one and all. Myself, Ms. Lifton Kumari. I am extremely delighted to welcome guest of honor, Dr. Regiane Zacarias from Sao Paulo State University, Brazil. Ma'am is a lawyer and a linguistic person. She had been at student exchange program at Lab Alma CA. Ma'am has completed senior high school at JFK High School. She is master's and doctors in the English language. She is a foreign language and linguistic professor at Modern Language Department, Sao Paulo State University. Ma'am has 13 years of teaching experience and has taught in all levels of basic education. Besides teaching, ma'am is a researcher at Sao Paulo State Foundation, holding a very prestigious designation in the organization. Ma'am had received the research grant and started working on completion of PEEDV. She is a supervisor of undergraduate research students in the field of lexicography and Portuguese language. Ma'am has also collaborated in extension program for the community, which aimed at developing pedagogical material to help students from lower level of society to improve the general knowledge in order to take national entrance exam, to take into them free public, federal and state university and open doors to a better future. Ma'am is a faculty member of Professional Master Graduate Program in Basic Education, teaching at Sao Paulo State University campus. Ma'am has started her postdoctoral studies at Sao Paulo State University campus. She is going to continue the elaboration of PEEDV. Ma'am has done a part of her bibliographical research at the University of Spain. During her doctoral studies, she has been honored to be a Fulbright research scholar and residence visiting professor in Gainesville, Florida, USA. It is a great pleasure to have you, ma'am. I welcome you to this one-day international e-conference. Over to you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Dr. Hejani, I'll just stop you for a minute to introduce the commitment of Dr. Hejani today to join this particular conference. Dear friends, all delegates, in Brazil, it's exactly 2 a.m. right now. So look at the commitment. Dr. Hejani can also correct me if I'm wrong. I think it's 2 a.m. And this is the high level of commitment, professional commitments that she is the person with. So I take this opportunity to welcome you and best wishes for your presentation, Dr. Hejani. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Beliram Gawi. This is the level of commitment and the level of friendship that I have with you and with the people in India. It's always a great pleasure to be part of your conferences. I would like to congratulate Dr. Beliram Gaikwad for this conference, principal of the Huron College, for envisioning and organizing this conference, and for giving me the opportunity to share some words with you, my dear participants and dear audience. Yes, it's 2:13 in the morning, but I have already taken some adjustments. I teach early in the morning, so I will, unfortunately, I will not participate as I usually do on your conferences, right? But thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to be here. Dr. Beliram and I are Fulbright fraternity. He is my Fulbright fraternity brother, and it's always a great pleasure to be together. I also would like to express my gratitude and my honor to be here with Dr. Sanjay Jagtab, Director of Higher Education, and Professor Suhas Pednekar, Vice Chancellor of the University of Mumbai. So let me start by saying that this conference brings about a current topic in today's world, which is India as an emerging global power. This is something that everybody can see and can notice from anywhere in the world, how huge India is, not only as in terms of geographic and territory, but as big as and committed to knowledge, to the development, and to its people. We saw that during the pandemic, and the world could see how well India did dealing with very difficult situations. So congratulations to all of you. You are an example to the world. I would like to bring here some focus on what is regarded by some as the most powerful tool of a nation, a tool that gives a nation a sense of union, a sense of identity, of independence, and the so desired freedom and sovereignty. That tool is language. And I approach language, well, let me share my screen. Just a second. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Am I sharing? Am I sharing? Can you see?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, good. Thank you. So let me give you the slideshow. All right. Okay. So by language, I mean number 2 definition here, which is a system of communication used by a particular country or community. So, I'm sorry. For example, we have here, the book was translated into 25 languages, right? So this is the language definition I am focusing on. And by that, I want to say what's language, right? So this is more like a history meeting, a history conference. So I will take some time to tell you about the language. Usually we take a language by its levels. So the levels of a language comprise the phonetics, phonology, morphology, syntax, semantics, pragmatics, and very recently, discourse was added as a level of language. In that sense, we would consider the speech sounds, the phonemes, the words, and the phrases and sentences, the literal meaning of phrases and sentences, the meaning in context of discourse, and the text, right? So that's usually what a language is. And why am I describing the levels of a language? To show you that when we say that there are many languages, or there are 2 languages, 3 languages, it means that they are all different in all those levels, right? Like we take Portuguese from Portugal and Portuguese from Brazil. They are not different languages because mainly they are the same in all levels of language. They differ a little in terms of phonetics, in terms of morphology, semantics, but they do not have like a crucial difference, right? So that is to say that some languages in the world, right, they become vulnerable, they become endangered, and they become extinct, and they die. Why is that? That happens because people stop using the language, sometimes because another language took place. And that is very common when we think about the moments that the world faced the colonization. So Brazil, for example, was under the Portuguese Empire. So the Brazilian native language basically disappeared. Nowadays, the language spoken in Brazil is Portuguese. We do have some Indian languages spoken in some parts of the country, but they are not official, and they are spoken by very few people. The main language of the country is the Portuguese, which is not the native language of the country, right? When we look at India, we can see that India is a country filled with culture, history, and alongside all of it, language. So on this perspective, I can say that India is undoubtedly a strong and unique, powerful country. A country that has welcomed English from the time of the colonization and made it well spoken across its country. However, the country kept the native languages and stood up for its culture. Of course, it is always paramount to register and be careful with the languages you have in the country so that they do not disappear. But having in India a total number of 121 languages spoken, 270 mother languages spoken, 22 separate official languages, definitely says a lot. It's a great achievement because we cannot take for granted that it is difficult to bury a language. It is not. Many languages disappear, and it is incredible what India did. India did welcome English, made English a very official language, but did not lose track of its mother tongue, of its mother languages. Killing a language is something that is very sad because you are also killing part of the culture. You kill people's identity. So it's a huge damage to a country, right? I can tell you because Brazil really had its native language taken, and we lost a lot with that. Well, according to the Indian Express, in an article dated from July 1st, 2018, more than 19,500 languages or dialects are spoken in Indian as mother tongues. This is incredible. As a linguist, I am delighted to know that. 96.71% of the population in the country have one of the 22 official languages as mother tongue, and 121 languages are spoken by 10,000 or more people in India. When we say mother tongue, mother language, we mean the language of birth, or a first language, or a home language, family language. You know, it really depends on the perspective. It is amazing and extraordinary to observe that India did not inherit English as a death sentence to its native languages. On the contrary, many Indian words became part of the English, such as the word mongoose, which comes from the Marathi, right? From the 17th century. Also, the word chutney, that is also in Brazil, which comes from Hindi, and it's all at the Oxford English Dictionary, mentioned as an Indian background, right? So this is very interesting that after its independence, India kept English language primarily in use in business, education, and official documents, and that today India is ranked as the world's second largest English-speaking country after the United States, with over 1 billion people speaking it. Well, those are the words in English. So as a conclusion, if I may, a country that was ruled by the British Empire for 89 years and made it through by incorporating the sole dominant language along with its many mother languages and native culture, and also a country that made important contribution to the English language and culture, has given, from my perspective, an expressive evidence of its power to emerge globally and to achieve a more distinguished position in the world. So that's my message for you, that language, people, and country, they state for their principles, for their respect, union, identity, values, and culture. I am sure there is a bright future ahead. And my perspective as a linguist is that the country will never lose its languages. And this is very interesting. So thank you very much for this opportunity. And I wish you all a very, very good conference, a very happy day.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your appreciative words and your keen participation. We are very grateful for all the pains that you have taken to contribute to the success of our conference. You have very well highlighted India being a land of languages. 1,24,000 dialects that we have are continuously extincting from our country due to lack of communication in those. So you have very well touched our theme to India's emerging power as past, present, and future. We shall expect the same from you, ma'am, in the future. Your presence was very honored. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and have a beautiful day ahead.
Thank you.
Excuse me, ma'am. Please, you will stop your screen, share screen.
Yes, that's
Yes,
true.
yes, please.
Sorry.
It was a very nice presentation, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I am having
Just
little-
stop the screen share option.
Yeah,
Stop the
I
screen
am. Oh, it's right here. Okay, I was trying to find it in the other
share.
screen.
Yes, it is okay. Okay, okay, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, Dr. Hejiani ma'am, good night and have a peaceful sleep now.
Okay, all right. Good night, Dr. Bellerin. Bye-bye.
Yeah, bye-bye.
Yes, continue, ma'am.
Yes. Thank you. Due to some technical glitch, our Vice Chairman, Konkan Gyanpith Trust, could not join Mr. Shishir Dharkar sir, but he has conveyed best wishes for our conference, and I convey his regards to all of you. So now, coming to the end of the inauguration session, I request our beloved Associate Professor V.S. Indulkar sir, Head of Department of Commerce, Konkan Gyanpith, to propose vote of thanks. Sir, please.
Good morning, all dignitaries and participants this inaugurating session of International E-Conference on India as an emerging global power, past, present, and future, organized by Department of History, Economics, Geography, IQC, in collaboration of University of Mumbai History Department. Myself, Associate Professor V.S. Indulkar, Head of Department of Commerce, in front of you for the vote of thanks for this inauguration session. Today's International E-Conference, Honorable Chief Guest, Professor Dr. Subhash Pendekar, Vice Chancellor, University of Mumbai, addressing to us on this occasion. They said you are selected as the upcoming subject for this International E-Conference. They are appreciated for the college, even though pandemic situation, organizing such type of conference. In their busy schedule, they are providing the best wishes for the International E-Conference. I sincerely thank Professor Dr. Subhash Pendekar, Vice Chancellor, University of Mumbai, on behalf of KG Wooden College of Commerce and Arts, teaching and non-teaching staff, and Konkan Gyanpith Management. I am sincerely thanks Dr. Regian Zacarias, UNESCO University, Brazil, who is a special invitee for the inauguration session. and she has a very new issue are they putting regarding about the language concern. And India is a very prominent role in the future expecting to us. And these are the beautiful words are given by the Dr. Regenes, that is from Brazil. And thank you so much on behalf of Kokan Gyanpith Uran College of Commerce and Arts. Next, invited to us, Dr. Sanjay Jagtap, Joint Director, Kokan Region, Panvel. Special invitee spoke on emerging role of India at international level in the tremendous changes in the worldwide level due to the battle between Ukraine and Russia. In coming future, very important for virtual education, that change should be followed very positively in their upcoming education system. Thank you so much. These are the beautiful speech to us on this occasion of International E-Conference. Thanks a lot. Today's inauguration session, President Honorable Mr. Shishir Prabhakar Dharkar, Vice President of Kokan Gyanpith. I am sincerely thankful for your best wishes and supporting for the organizing such type of international conference. Thank you so much. Principal Dr. Baliram Gaikawad take the review of the college performance of the last 30 years. Today we are very proud filled to organize international e-conference under the guidance of Professor Dr. Baliram Gaikawad, Principal of Kokan Gyanpith Uran College of Commerce and Arts. Thank you so much, sir, for this opportunity to organize international e-conference on behalf of Department of History, Economics and Geography and IQC Department. I am sincerely thanks to Senior Professor K. Sharma, IQC Coordinator Dr. Yar Savan, Convener of the conference Dr. M.G. Lode, Professor H. Jagtap, Professor A.K. Gaikawad, Dr. D.P. Himbere sir. Thank you so much for Chairman, Resource Person of Technical Session, Advisory Committee, Organizing Committee, all participants across the countries, research scholars, teaching and non-teaching staff, technical team, and most important, all the students. Thank you so much, all of you, for this patiently listening these few words. I forwarding mic to Professor Anna Sheikh, Madam. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. So, by permission of our principal, Dr. Baliram and Gaikwad, sir, I declare that the inauguration session has been concluded. Participants, now we'll be moving towards our technical session 1, which is related prominently to the Department of Economics. The resource person we have for today's technical session 1 is Professor Dr. P.S. Kamble, sir. He will be highlighting the topic Sustainable Development of India, Challenges and Policy Ahead. The chairman for the technical session 1 will be Dr. Sunil S. Narwade, sir. Participants, those who have been selected for the paper presentations, are required to be ready with the presentation slot-wise. Participants, please note that you are going to share your PPTs from your own device. Minimum time for presentation is 3 minutes. Maximum you can conclude within 7 minutes. Please be ready with your PPTs on your own device. We have 6 participants for paper presentation in technical session 1, out of which 2 best papers will be selected and announced in the valedictory session. Is that clear, everyone, participants? So now, to begin with the technical session 1, we have, as I said, 2 eminent personalities. So to welcome our resource person.
Just wait for 2 minutes, madam.
Yes, yes, sir.
Please, when I will tell you, then you start. Please.
Okay.
Till participants, yes, you don't leave the group. Please be remain.
So that time, I request our principal, sir, to give some highlights about the conference. Participants, please wait.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah.
make your PPTs ready. Till that time, I request our principal sir to highlight.
Okay. Dear participants, dear delegates, as well as the chairperson and resource person who have joined this conference with us today. Friends, the whole idea of conducting this particular conference actually emanated with the active participation from the head of the Department of History, Professor Dr. M.G. Lone, our Professor Anand Gaikwad sir, the Department of Geography, Department of History, Department of this interdisciplinary conference that we came out with. So the whole idea of conducting this conference was we came out because the inputs given to us by the head of the departments, history, economics, and geography. It is their whole idea to have this kind of conference here in the college, considering the 75th year of Indian independence. Nationally, all kinds of academic as well as socio-political, geographical, various kinds of programs are being conducted. And it is on such kind of auspicious note, we as an academician should have certain role and deliberations on this topic. That was the whole idea. With this, the Department of History of our college, Department of Economics of our college, and Department of Geography, the head of the departments of these three, along with the active participation from Dr. Arun Chaban, who is our IQAC coordinator. So the idea emanated with this, and that's how it is materialized today. And it was backed by and supported by Honorable Vice Chancellor, University of Mumbai, as well as Dr. Sanjay Jagtap, sir, Joint Director of Higher Education, Konkan Region. And that's how we came up with this idea. And I'm really delighted that after a 75th year of Indian independence, what India has achieved and how it has achieved. These are the deliberations that we are going to do today. And so in entire days, various 3 technical sessions, we are trying to understand through the research papers, quality research papers contributed by our pan-Indian scholars, academicians, students, researchers on various themes. We gave various themes for this particular conference, wherein to understanding the global, to situate India globally, and to understand how India has that kind of potential to become the global powerful leader globally, and also understanding Indian history, Indian geography. Recently, just now we had the presentation from Dr. Hejani Zacharias, in which she presented the Indian, the languages in India, and how India has been successful in maintaining its own indigenous languages, and how languages protect our culture. That kind of presentation Dr. Hejani just now has given. So we are really eager to listen from all of you this entire day today. Are we ready for the technical session 1?
Sir, excuse me.
Yeah.
I think there may be a technical issue from the Kamlesh side.
Okay.
We are in process to contact him.
Okay.
Can I start first paper presentation? No.
We have Dr. Raju Shivaji sir.
Okay, sir. He has joined. Sir.
Yes.
Yes, Kamlesh sir has joined. Sorry, sir.
Honorable Kamlesh sir is joined now.
Okay. I welcome the honorable chairperson for this session, and kindly please go ahead. Dr. P.S. Kamble sir is there, and also we have Dr. Sunil Narvade sir for this session today. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anat madam.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Continue, please.
Very good morning once again to all the participants and the delegates. We have 2 eminent personalities with us for the technical session 1. Professor Dr. P.S. Kamble sir, who will be our resource person for the technical session. He will be highlighting the issue Sustainable Development of India, Challenges and Policy Ahead, Whereas the chairman for the technical session will be Dr. Sunil S. Narvade, sir. And participants, as I have instructed, you will have minimum 3 minutes for your presentation and maximum 7 minutes to conclude. So first, to begin with the welcome and address to you all, I request our Professor H.K. Jagtap, sir, to introduce our resource person, Professor Dr. P.S. Kamble, Department of Economics, Shivaji University, Kolhapur. So please.
Yes. Okay, Hannat ma'am. Good morning, everyone. Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, celebrating our college, organized one-day international e-conference. Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav is an initiative of the Government of India to celebrate and commemorate 75 years of independence and glorious victory of its people's culture and achievements. This Mahotsav is dedicated to the people of India who have not only been instrumental in bringing India on its revolutionary journey, but also hold within them the power and potential to enable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji the vision of by the spirit of Atmanirbhar Bharat. Konkan Gyanpith Uran College of Commerce Arts College, Navi Mumbai, has also participated in Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav by initiating and organizing this one-day international interdisciplinary e-conference on India as emerging global power, past, present, and future. Okay, first of all, I would like to thank each one of you for joining this one-day international interdisciplinary e-conference in India as emerging global power, past, present, and future. I feel very proud to say that this year, 2 different international e-conferences organized by our college have chronicled huge success each time. I give a very warm welcome to all the renowned speakers and delegates who took out their valuable time and joined to us today to be a part of this conference. We are honored to have you all with us. I am profoundly delighted to get an opportunity to introduce the resource person of this session, Honorable Dr. P.S. Kamble, sir. Welcome, sir. Sir works in the Department of Economics at Shivaji University, Kolhapur. Sir has completed PhD in July 2002 from Shivaji University, Kolhapur, and has 32 years of teaching experience. Sir has guided 30 students for MPhil under the guidance, and 11 students are awarded the PhD degree under the guidance, and there's a 225 research project of MA students, as well as 150 research project for PG student. Sir has research paper published international 67 papers, national 97, for state level 45, proceeding 34 newspaper articles, and 105 e-content developments. Also there is 20 content. Sir presented research papers at conferences that are 39 international, 170 national, 61 state, and chaired 25 sessions. Sir has written 20 books, 12 edited, and 10 chapters. Sir visited 2 foreign countries for academic purpose, that is Japan in 2015 and Malaysia in 2016. Sir has awarded winners as a best research paper presenter is a 6 times, and Sir has received Shiv Gaurav Award by Alumni Association, Shivaji University, Kolhapur. Sir has completed 2 research major projects, and Sir was HOD in Economics Department, Shivaji University, Kolhapur. Sir, we are proud of your renowned personality. Thank you for being resource person at our request. I request sir address the session. Hand was.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Another one.
Yes, you're audible.
Really, it's a proud and privilege for me to deliver a special lecture on sustainable development and related challenges and what can be policies. I'm very much thankful to Principal Gaikwad, sir. My thanks also goes to Savan. I must thank Chairman for this session, Dr. Narodi. Dear participants and fellow delegates. First of all, really, I must thank organizers for giving me an opportunity to deliver a lecture on a very burning topic, a very current topic, that is sustainable development. All of us know we are in the era of sustainable development and not economic development or economic growth. And it is therefore, it is of crucial importance to discuss before the participants, to present before the participants, the various issues and challenges related to sustainable development. And what can be a policy that can be implemented as the result of that, that will enable us in realizing and achieving sustainable development for the country like us. So far as my lecture is concerned, basically it is divided into three parts. Number one is what the term sustainable development means. The theoretical or I would say concept of sustainable development or contextualizing the term sustainable development. Then I will try to place before you what is the status or what is the nature and extent of sustainable development that India has been endeavoring, India has been realized. And in last part of lecture, I will try to discuss before you what measures are required, what policies are required that will enable us in realizing and achieving sustainable development of Indian economy. Thus, I will stick up to only three sections or three parts so far as my lecture is concerned. That is the concept of sustainable development, that is theory or theoretical background of sustainable development. Then what is the nature and extent of sustainable development that India has been realized. And lastly, what should be a policy agenda? What should be a policy ahead so far as sustainable development or strengthening sustainable development of India is concerned. I want to share my presentation. Yes, is it visible?
Yes, sir. Yes. I think there is a bit technical problem. Participants, please wait.
Yes, I'm ready. Okay, I'm ready.
Yes, sir.
Just a minute. Is it visible? Slide is visible?
Yes, sir. Yes, that's visible.
That is what I want to place before you, so far as sustainable development is concerned. Now, beginning with the concept of sustainable development, actually, the term sustainable development has been started to use since the 90s. Actually, the World Commission on Environment and Development that has tried to define the term sustainable development, and since then the term sustainable development is being used. We can look at sustainable development in both theoretical perspective as well as comprehensive, narrow perspective and broader perspective. When we look at sustainable development in narrow perspective, it is just the meet needs of the present without compromising ability of future generations. That is our approach looking towards sustainable development, which is when it is narrower. We talk about how the available productive resources to be allocated and utilized, not only for the fulfillment of wants of the people in the present, but also at future. And prominently, this takes into consideration the natural resources, what we call it as a natural capital or natural asset. Actually, the term sustainable development is very broader. I have mentioned that it is the World Commission on Environment and Development for the first time. It tried to define the term sustainable development. And since then, the process of using an application of the sustainable development has been started in the globe as a whole or across the countries as a whole. Now, when we look at sustainable development in a broader perspective, in a comprehensive perspective, it is found that sustainable development is increase in real per capita income, improvement in health and nutrition, educational achievement, access to resources, and fairer distribution of income. The sum totality of that, what we achieve and realize is sustainable development. That is, sustainable development is very broader. It is very broader. And when we look at sustainable development in a broader perspective, in a comprehensive manner, what we get is we should try to endeavor increase in real per capita income, access to education, access to health, fulfillment of the basic needs like food, cloth, and shelter. All those things are necessary to be realized, necessary to be endeavored, and more prominently, the efforts are required to be undertaken so as to maintain equity and justice. Now, the problem that arises is how to measure sustainable development. And so as to answer this question, Professor Bhartwal of IIT Kanpur has given some of the indicators, some of the parameters or criteria which are helpful for us in measuring sustainable development of the economy. And according to Bhartwal, so as to measure or estimate sustainable development of the economy, try to take into account GDP growth rate, population stability, human resource development, clean air or purity of air, energy intensity, renewable energy proportion, material intensity, water use, soil degradation, forest coverage, recycling proportions, and transport intensity. These are the criteria, these are the parameters which are helpful for us in assessing and examining what is the magnitude and extent of sustainable development that India or any country has been achieved or realized. But the concept of sustainable development has been propounded and developed by United Nations Conference on Environment and Development, and therefore United Nations organization has a separate department, and that separate department has propounded in all 21 indicators or parameters of sustainable development which are helpful for us in achieving and realizing the magnitude and extent of sustainable development that Indian economy or any economy realizes. The indicators or parameters or criteria or methods which United Nations Organization Sustainable Development Policy Department has given are GDP per capita, net investment share in GDP, sum of exports and imports as a percentage of GDP, environmentally adjusted net domestic product, share of exports, annual energy consumption, share of natural resource intensive industries in manufacturing value added, proven mineral resource, proven fuel energy resource, lifetime proven energy resource, intensity of material use, share of manufacturing value added in GDP, share of consumption of renewable energy resources, resource transfer to gross national product, total overseas development assistance given or received, environmental protection expenditure as a percentage of GDP, additional funding for sustainable development, capital goods imports, foreign direct investment, share of environmentally sound capital goods imports, and technical cooperation grant. These are in all 21 indicators which are helpful for us in estimating and measuring the magnitude, extent, and nature of sustainable development any country has achieved or realized. We can look at sustainable development in 4 dimensions, in 4 aspects. Number 1 is economic, number 2 is social, number 3 is environmental, and number 4 is institutional. In economic dimension, what is expected? It is expected to create optimal flow of income by maintaining stock of the capital goods. It also expects internalizing environmental cost, because environmental cost is not taken into account so far as the cost of production of the goods and services is concerned. And therefore, it is undercosting or underestimation of cost. So, economic dimension tells us that you should incorporate environmental cost, that is cost of environmental pollution, degradation in the cost of production. That is the real costing. Then in social perspective, there is a need for maintaining justice and equity. In addition to that, there should be access to health facilities, access to resources, support to whatever income and wealth generated, that should be distributed equitably. Security or social security and social benefits to the society like food, health, education, shelter, etc., etc. So, perspective of social looking towards, or social perspective of looking towards the sustainable development is very broader and comprehensive. Then environmental perspective talks about there is a need for sustainable use of resources. All resources in general and environmental or natural resources in particular should be used optimally, and it is therefore there is a need for optimal use of all resources in general and environmental natural resources in particular. The sink function should work efficiently, try to maintain stock of the natural capital, that is natural resources, and we should also attempt for ecological stability. Eco-stability is required. Ecological stability is required. That enables us in realizing what we call it as a sustainable development. There is also institutional dimension looking towards the sustainable development. That is, you should have sustainable development policy or strategy. You should participate in global agreements relating to sustainable development. You should have the more and more number of internet users, telephone users. You should spend more expenditure on development and research, and all these are also the part and parcel of sustainable development or the institutional dimension of sustainable development. Now, Pearce and Atkinson, they have rigorously looked at sustainable development in a narrower perspective and a stronger perspective, or weaker perspective and stronger perspective. According to weaker perspective, when Z is equal to S divided by Y is equal to depreciation in man-made capital, its ratio to income, minus depreciation in natural capital, its ratio to income, when it is taken into account, and the coefficient is equal to 0 or greater than 0, it is weak sustainability. Weak sustainability means less importance is given to the natural resources, environmental resources, than all other types of resources. But strong sustainability tells us that depreciation in natural resources, its ratio to income of that country, when the value is less than 0 or equal to 0, it is strong sustainability. That is, strong sustainability means you should take precaution of economical use, optimal use of natural or environmental resources, and try to preserve, conserve, and realize or achieve growth in the natural or environmental resources. If in that direction the efforts are being made, what we call it as that enables us in achieving sustainable development in what we call it as a strong perspective or stronger sustainable development. In theoretical perspective, I have tried to place before you what can be economic dimension of sustainable development, what are the indicators of economic dimension, that is economic growth, sectoral composition, per capita income, consumption, saving, investment, capital formation. These can be indicators of economic dimension of sustainable development. Social dimension indicators can be inequality, problem of unemployment, problem of poverty, education, health access, health development, water supply, housing. And in addition to that, in environmental perspective, we can see what is the coverage of forest, what is the revenue, environmental protection, preservation, expenditure, and all others can be taken into account. And in the institutional dimension, we can look at what strategy of sustainable development is, what is our participation in sustainable development, and more prominently, what is the availability of telephone access, internet access in that country to every citizen or every individual in the society. When this theoretical background is taken into account, now I am trying to assess before you. Now I am trying to analyzing before you what is the nature and extent of sustainable development that India has been achieving, India has been realized. Now this data tells us that, first of all, economic dimension. In economic dimension, in 2021-22, it is forecasted that gross domestic product of India will grow at the rate of 9.2%. It was 6.5% in 2019-20. It was 3.7% in 2020-21, but it is forecasted that it will be 9.2% in 22-23 and 9.2% in 21-22. All of us know we introduced India as an agriculture country, and it is expected that it is being an agriculture country, it should play a very important and crucial role in the agriculture development and overall development of the economy. In that perspective, when we look at in the last 2 years, you will find that it is agriculture and allied activities, we call it as a primary sector, that has played a very important role in realizing and achieving development of the economy. In the last year, that is in 2020-21, the growth rate of agriculture GDP or primary sector GDP, it was 3.3%. And in 21-22, the forecast is that it will realize 3.9%. In addition to that, service sector plays a very important role in the growth and development of the economy. Even though we are introducing India as agriculture country, so far as the growth is concerned, India is a service or tertiary sector dominated economy. Maximum growth or major share of growth, lion's share of growth is contributed by service sector. And service sector is expected to grow at the rate of 8.2% in 21-22, and 22-23 it is 8.4%. It is therefore service sector plays a very important role so far as growth and development of Indian economy in economic perspective is concerned. Capital formation is up to 35% of the GDP. Exports are increasing, but imports are increasing rapidly. So India's balance of payment is deficits. Prices are rising. There is a situation of inflation, all of us know, and the prices of food items are increasing, and those are at higher level. This talks about what is the relative contributions of different productive sectors in the GDP of India while assessing sustainable development in economic perspective. You will find that agriculture and allied activities, we call it as a primary sector. The share of primary sector in GDP of India was 18.4% in 2019-20. It was 20.2% in 2020-21, and in 21-22 it is forecasted that it will reach to 18.8%. That is, the share of agriculture and allied activities is lesser, it is smaller, and again it is declining. All of us know economic history of the world tells us that industry plays a very important role in growth and development of the economy. And in that perspective, when we look at industrial development in India, it is found that in 2019-20, the share of industry sector in GDP of India was 26.7%. In 2021, it was declined to 20.9%. But in 21-22, it is forecasted that it will rise to 28.2%. So the contributions of industry to the GDP of India are smaller or lower, but those are showing a rising trend that is necessary to be taken into account. Indian economy is dependent upon service sector or tertiary sector for the overall development of the economy. And when it is taken into account, in 2019-20, the share of service sector in the GDP of India was 55%. It slightly declined to 54% in 2020-21, but a little bit further it is decreased to 53%. But more than 50% share of service sector is there in the GDP of India that is there. Manufacturing plays a very important role in industrial development in particular and overall development in general. When it is taken into account, it has slightly increased from 14.7% to 15.4%. And in services sector, it is the financial, real estate and professional services. Those are prominent and dominant, which is followed by trade, hotels and transport and communication, and then public administration, defense and other services. This is what we call it as a economic perspective looking at sustainable development. The economic growth of India, GDP of India or any economy is also affected by consumption, that is private consumption, government expenditure, government consumption, private consumption and capital formation. If it is taken into account, total consumption has increased from 5.9% to 7.7% in 21-22 from 2019-20. But a little bit decline is a significant decline is found in 2020-21. Government consumption has a little bit decreased from 7.9% to rapidly 2.9%, but a significant improvement is found in government expenditure, consumption expenditure to 7.6%. Private consumption plays a very important role, which was 5.5% so far as the percentage share is concerned. It has declined to minus 9.1%, but increased to 6.9%. That shows that private consumption has declined, but it is improving. Exports are from minus 3.3% to 16.5% positive, and imports are from minus 0.8% to 29.4% positive. This also shows that improvement is observed. And in the case of GDP, it rose from 4% in 2019-20 to 9.2% in 21-22, but a significant fall is observed to 7.3% minus in 2020-21. That is there. When this is taken into account, this is what we call it as a economic perspective of looking at sustainable development. Then we should reach to what we call it as a social perspective of sustainable development. In social perspective, it is found that during the corona pandemic period, because of the efforts to provide COVID vaccine, we have succeeded in controlling third wave. And the expenditure which was provided in the budget for 21-22, really it played a role. So far as employment generation is concerned, Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Program played a role during the corona pandemic period to generate employment opportunities, but less attention was paid, and the role which was played was also not up to the mark so far as it is concerned. Basically, while talking about sustainable development in social perspective, education plays a very important role. And gross enrollment ratio in higher education, it is 27%, the latest data, which rose from 26.3%, that is there. Then fertility rate has a little bit declined to from 2.2% to 2%. We are trying to provide water supply through Jal Jeevan Mission, that is Har Ghar Jal. Government is spending on social services, and as per the 2021-22 data, there is an increase of 9.8% in expenditure incurred by the government on social sector development. Health plays a very important role in growth and development of sustainable development in social perspective, and it is found that the government was spending 1.4% of GDP on health, but recently because of the corona pandemic, government is spending 2.1% of GDP as per the recommendations given by Task Force on Health Sector. All of us know education is very important and that plays a very important role in growth and development of the economy. But unfortunately, the expenditure on education, it is not increased up to the mark which was expected and desirable. Government, both central and state, are spending on education less than 4% of GDP. And in 1966, Kotaria Commission suggested the expenditure should be at least 6% of GDP. And more than 150 years back, Chhatrapati Shahu Maharaj, a very learned policymaker and king of Kolhapur state, he stated that expenditure on education should be at least 6% of total income or GDP. But we have reached to just 4% or less than 4% of GDP that is there. And in the new education policy, again in 2022, we are endeavoring for expenditure on education worth of 6% of GDP, and of the total expenditure, it will reach to 10% of total expenditure. In that direction, the efforts are being made. That also requires to be taken into consideration. While talking about education in general and higher education in particular, our gross enrollment ratio is 27%, 26% for India and 27% for Maharashtra. But the further analysis of gross enrollment ratio in higher education tells us that our participation in higher education is less than the potentiality. One of the studies was carried out by Basant and Sen, and he came with the conclusion that the potentiality to participate in higher education is 44%, but actual participation is just 10%. Across the social groups, across the rural urban areas, across the male and female, also there is a wide disparity so far as participating in higher education or enrollment ratio is to be taken into account. Now, it is found that female participation has increased in employment from 26.4% to 27.3%, especially in urban area. But during the corona pandemic and before also, you might be remembering in 2016, the NSSO report was published, and it stated that the rate of unemployment in India was 6.2%, and it was not accepted by the country because it was the highest in last 45 years. But the last 2 years, it is found that on in April 2020, rate of unemployment was 25%. A gradual decline is found. The current rate of unemployment is about 10%. It is more for urban and comparatively lesser for rural, but male, female, and across the social group, disparity is also found in unemployment. Because of the hampering of employment generation and increasing unemployment, actually, that poverty is increasing, and poverty is very rapidly increasing. That is being found, and that poverty increase is significantly higher and greater so far as the looking at sustainable development in social perspective is concerned. Our poverty line is very meager. In 2012, C. Rangarajan committee defined poverty line 47 rupees in urban area per day per capita, and 32 rupees per day per capita in rural areas is above the poverty line. Even if it is taken into account, the people, the total number of people in below the poverty or in poverty is in crores of numbers. Recently only, this Niti Aayog has given announced a report or published a report that is multi-dimensional poverty index report. And as per this multi-dimensional poverty index, in a comprehensive manner, the efforts are being made such to define and measure poverty. And as per the Niti Aayog report, multi-dimensional poverty index, the intensity of poverty is 25%. Intensity of poverty is 25%. It is the highest in Bihar, that is 52%. Jharkhand 43%, Uttar Pradesh 38%, Madhya Pradesh 37%, Assam 33%, and Rajasthan 39%. That is there. When this is taken into account, again, the problem of poverty is intensified, or it is increasing. That we identify, that we get acquainted with. This is what it was expected to be discussed so far as the poverty and unemployment is concerned. But one more social dimension of sustainable development is inequality. And recently, when in 2022, World Inequality Report has been published, and that report tells us that 50% poor population in India has possessed only 13% share of total income and 6% share of total wealth, but 1% richest family has possessed 22% share in total income and 33% share in total wealth. If that is taken into account, inequalities is significantly higher and greater, and it is further increasing, its intensity is further increasing. It has spent 2.1% of the total expenditure on environmental protection preservation in 2004-5, and further it is decreasing 1.9% in 2008-9, 1.8% in 13-14. On an average, Government of India spending just on sustainable development in environmental perspective on an average 2% or less than that. All of us know it is the thermal energy from coal, petrol, diesel that discharges carbon dioxide, and that contributes to the global warming, greenhouse effect, and climate change. In that perspective, when we look at sustainable development in environmental perspective, it is found that we have a 82% share of thermal energy, which is pro climate change and global warming in India, and only 15% is hydro energy and 3% is nuclear energy. That is 82% energy is our pro climate change, global warming, and greenhouse effect. Forest area covered, at least 33%, one-third% of the area should be covered by the forest. But it is found that the data is there in the slide. It shows that about 22% share of the total area or geographical area has been covered by the forest. At least 33% share is required. And this means that in environmental perspective also, we do not have much efforts and realization or achievement. In institutional perspective, when we take into account the total number of telephones, in millions, the figure is 951.35 to 933, a decline of 1% is found. Rural tele-density has increased a little bit, 39% to 44%. And urban tele-density is higher, but a little bit decline is found, 169% to 145%. And overall tele-density is declined from 78.66% to 75%. That plays a very important role. But in China, in America, the tele-density is significantly higher and more, very, very higher than that of the India. That requires to be taken into consideration. Now, based on this analysis, I am trying to draw some conclusions. Our efforts toward the sustainable development are restricted to economic perspective, and the social perspective, environmental perspective, institutional perspective. We are trying, but the required attention we didn't pay or we have not paid, and it is therefore there is a need for paying increased attention towards the environmental dimension of sustainable development, the institutional dimension of sustainable development, and economic dimension of sustainable development. At this moment also, our growth strategy is economic growth or economic development and not the sustainable development. And that is resulting in what we call it as a under attention or lesser attention towards the overall sustainable development of the economy. In this perspective, there is a need for increasing area under forest, increasing pro-environment energy, increasing education, health, access, employment, poverty, inequality control, These are tele-density, rural-urban disparity across the social groups. All those things are very much necessary to be taken into account so far as in the real sense of meaning, realizing sustainable development of India is concerned. Then what can be a policy ahead? We are trying for $5 trillion economy. This growth already corona pandemic has adversely affected. Again, this Ukraine-Russia war is also affecting, and there is a need for special efforts for the revival and growth of the economy. Efforts is required to industrial development and service sector development also, because industrial development plays a very important role in overall growth and development of the economy. Employment generation is a neglected aspect, and consequently unemployment is a very intensive, it is of higher gravity. So this is required to be taken into account. Our development strategy should be pro-employment and against unemployment. Efforts are required to pay towards the poverty, because poverty is a less attention paid in the country like us. It is underestimation of the poverty. Multidimensional poverty index is taken into account. That gives us a broader picture of poverty and the nature and magnitude of poverty that is there. Inequality is very rapidly increasing, and that requires to pay due attention. That can help us in realizing social dimension of sustainable development. Health sector has been improved significantly during the corona pandemic period, but there is a space for development, especially public health sector in the rural areas. And there is a need for control over the private health sector, because wide disparity is there. Labor rehabilitation and welfare, because of the course of labor, all labor acts, social security acts have been dismantled, and this can adversely affect welfare of labor and the social security benefits which have been given. This requires to be paid due attention. There is a need for control of pollution and conservation of the environment, that policies are required. And more effort is required for increasing area under forest, that is afforestation, and biodiversity and ecosystem conservation that is required. More importantly, what is required? It is required what we call it as a mixed economy. We are continuously striving for privatization. We have assumed that privatization is a assured way. It is a definite and effective way of realizing growth and development of the economy. But we should try for what we call it as a mixed economy, because it is given in Constitution, and Constitution tells us that there should be a combination of both private sector and public sector. But unfortunately, we are not paying attention towards the prevalence and maintenance of the mixed economy in the country like us, and we are violating Constitution on the other hand. And
I think resource person has some issues, internet issues. Is disconnected.
Trying for economic dimension,
Yes.
environmental dimension, social dimension, institutional dimension is also crucially important. And in that direction, the efforts are required. If in that direction the efforts are required, in the real sense of meaning, we will try for sustainable development. And that is expected and desirable, because we are in the era of sustainable development and not in the era of economic growth or development that is there. Thank you very much. Over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Kamble, sir, for such a wonderful, detailed and explanatory presentation. You have thoroughly justified the theme of this session, that is the sustainable development of India. We are very grateful for all your sincere efforts toward our conference. It was really great to hear you, sir. We expect the same guidance in future. Thank you, sir. Now, I request our Professor Jagtap sir to introduce our chairman for the session, Dr. Sunil S. Narvade sir. Jagtap sir, please.
Do we have any paper presentations? Jagtap sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, we have 7 participants in the first session.
So that would be after my talk or before my talk?
Before your talk, sir.
Yeah.
And later we'll be having your guidance.
Yeah. So we can you can introduce me later on also. No? We'll start presentations.
Okay, sir. Participants, please be ready and note that you have to sum up your presentation. Minimum time is 3 minutes and maximum is 7 minutes. On 6 minutes, we'll be giving a warning bell. 2 best papers, sir. You have to select 2 best papers. Okay. So now we'll be beginning, sir. Any guidance that you would like to give to the participants nowadays, sir?
Okay. Okay.
So we shall begin. Presenters Technical Session 1. Our first presenter is Mrs. Mohini Milindev, ma'am, who is Assistant Professor, Konkan Gyanpith Karjat College of Commerce and Arts, Maharashtra. Presenting her paper on study of economic growth and international trade of India in perspective of macroeconomic variables of the Indian economy. Mrs. Mohini Milindev, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Shall I share the screen?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Just a minute. Give me a moment, please.
Yeah.
I'm sharing the screen. Yes. Shall I start, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Yes. This is Mrs. Mohini Milindev, Assistant Professor KG Kasika Private, presenting a research paper on the occasion of a one-day international interdisciplinary e-conference organized India as an emerging global power and future by KGUC College of Arts and Commerce, dated on 12/4/2022. So, title of the paper is Study of the Economic Growth and the International Trade of India in Perspective of Macroeconomic Variables of the Indian Economy. Abstract is this research paper studies the analysis of the macroeconomic variables of Indian economy in perspective of India as an open economy. It studies the variables economic growth and international trade, the relation between gross domestic product and the imports and its implication in economic growth of India. The keywords are gross domestic product, that GDP, imports, that is M, and economic growth, open economy, and trade balance. The assumptions for the research papers taken as India is a developing economy, it is an open economy. The macroeconomic variables of the economy taken into account are the gross domestic product, economic growth, imports, export, balance of trade, capital flow, and the capital flow determines the capital accumulation in an economy. So objectives for this paper is to measure the gains from trade, that is the through the terms of trade, to determine the position of balance of payment, equilibrium or disequilibrium in balance of trade, to measure the capacity to import of the economy, and to analyze the relationship between gross domestic product GDP as an economic indicator for the economic growth and imports as a macroeconomic variable of international trade as an indicator of economic growth. The reference time period for this study is 2013-14 to 2020-21. And here is the main topic of the relationship mapping of the economic growth and international trade in India. The macroeconomic variable for study for this economic growth is the GDP and the imports. But moreover, it has been mapped through the terms of trade concepts as a macroeconomic variable in India. The net barter terms of trade of India during 13-14 to 2021 has been improved from 3% to 33%. The position of balance of payment has been mapped through the difference between the commodity or net barter terms of trade and the gross barter terms of trade, and it is found that it is in disequilibrium. Then third conceptual term has been taken into account as income terms of trade, And it has been seen with the data that the capacity to import has been increasing over a period of time of 1314 to 2021. And here, the second part of the study is that the relation between gross domestic product and imports at GDP and M respectively in our denotion of the mathematical terms as an indicator of an economy as studied, and a functional relationship between two variables, that is GDP, gross domestic product, as a dependent variable on an independent variable imports of economy during this reference time period is taken as a functional relationship. A general format of this relationship is taken as a GDP, that is y dependent variable is equal to B0, that is a constant, plus B1, it is a coefficient of the explanatory variable of X is imports. So we can write this equation that GDP is equal to a constant plus a coefficient multiplied by this explanatory variable imports. So the estimated regression line with the tool of statistical simple regression method has been calculated, and the equation is y is equal to, the estimated regression equation line is y is equal to 6.5064 explanatory variable X, that is import, minus 3e plus 0.6. This is 30 lakhs figure. This is 30 lakh figure. Okay. So this B1, the hypothesis has been formed regarding this B1, that is the coefficient of imports, which determines the GDP and the economic growth. So gross domestic product depends on imports in an economy. That relationship has mapped through the hypothesis testing. That the null hypothesis is the relation between gross domestic product GDP and imports M does not exist. That means B1 is equal to 0. And the alternate hypothesis, the relation between gross domestic product GDP and import M does not exist. So with the rejection rule of p-value is equal to a significance p-value with comparison of the significant level of significance of 0.05, that is 5%, the null hypothesis with t-test has been rejected. That means the relation does not exist, is rejected, and hence the alternate hypothesis established that there is a functional relationship between gross domestic product and imports in economy during this reference time period. And the findings of the research paper are then net barter terms of trade of India during 1314 to 2021 shows again from international trade for economy. The position of balance of trade in terms of trade is in disequilibrium during 1314 to 2021. The imports are more than exports, thereby causing a disequilibrium. The disequilibrium in balance of payment it is in the nature of fundamental disequilibrium and structural disequilibrium and disequilibrium due to inflation pressure in an economy, and the functional relation between the import of India and the gross domestic product is estimated with a simple regression line, and it has been found that there is a relationship between this GDP of India and the import of India. The coefficient is this positive, and this is the constant value. Y is equal to 6.5064 of explanatory variable import X minus 30 lakhs. This figure is to 30 lakhs. So the gross domestic product depends on the imports in an economy. And next to it, the income terms of trade and the capacity to import has been improving during this period. Now, conclusions are by studying and analyzing these macroeconomic variables, behavior, terms of trade, gross domestic product, GDP, and the imports, that is M, it has been concluded that there is economic growth in a country due to increasing imports, hence increasing capacity to import, thereby increasing GDP in the economy. Increasing gross domestic product depends upon imports, and there is economic growth due to increasing imports. And reference books are International Economics, Macroeconomics, Theory of Econometrics. This website of RBI has been used, and thank you for making this presentation possible. I'm stopping the sharing. May I stop it?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Very well presented. Narvade sir, any questions for ma'am?
No. We can continue. We can take next one.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Second participant is Dr. Vikas M. Wagmare, Assistant Professor, Tulsi College of Computer Science and Information Technology, Beed. He is going to present his paper on exploring the challenges and prospects of e-commerce laws of India. Shavan sir.
Thank you, madam.
Shavan sir, please make
Thank you,
Sachin the
ma'am.
co-host. Sachin Jende, please make him co-host, sir.
Okay. Sachin Yende.
Yes.
I am audible.
Yes.
Yeah, I am audible now.
Yes, sir. Now you can share your screen.
Yeah. Good morning to everyone. I am going to share my screen now. Yes, my screen is visible to everyone.
No, it's not visible. Not
Sir,
visible,
no, sir.
sir.
Dr. Vikas, you can continue if you have any technical problem. Without
Okay,
screen,
okay.
you can start.
Now it's visible, sir.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes.
No,
Yes.
ma'am,
Start.
it's still visible
Good
to us.
afternoon, everyone.
Yes, visible.
Hello. Good
Yes,
afternoon,
sir.
everyone.
Yes, you can
Today I'm
continue.
going to present my research. I'm going to present my research papers on the title of Exploring the Challenges and Prospect of E-Commerce Laws of India. Basically, e-commerce is rapidly growth in India. You can last 2 years because of the COVID pandemic situations. We all of know about the situation of COVID and best uses of online shoppings, like it's a most important playing the role in the last 2 years, and you can see our rules and regulations of government of India is not sufficiently fulfill the e-commerce businesses. There are many issues of the controversial issues. Their stakeholders not follow the policies properly, and we can say it's benefited for the cyber crimes also. There are so many problems. You can see my slide. Credit card frauds are there, friendly frauds, account taking over frauds. These are the issues of e-commerce. Basically, these issues are mostly popular in the last 2 years in the COVID-19, and our governments are making a lot of rules for the reduce the rules and regulations which made by our government. FDI also is there. FDI is the most important role in our, but my papers is whatever rules and regulations had made by our government but not proper implemented in our e-commerce companies, e-commerce businesses. These are the some rules and laws which already I have mentioned in my PowerPoint presentation. IT's Act 2000, and some there as Customer Protection Act 1986 also. But my major argument is that you can see the recent frauds in India. One first case is that the Ghaziabad police arrest one person, Mohit Goel, founder of the director Noida Basic Company, ringing bells, which has announced freedom. One 151. Sorry. These are the major popular crime. You can say that it's like a cyber crimes. These are the and second is that after delivering a show, instead the latest iPhones also scammers. These are the some I have mentioned in my paper in 10 cases. You can see, and my last now one of the most important disadvantages of e-commerce can be lack of the reliability and security because of the poor implementations. And major advantages are the security cracks, no possibility to treat some projects to buy online, lack of privacy, legal issues are there, and there are many solutions like one of can really one customers care search engine, but contact the official website. We need to update our computer software always. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Nicely presented. Now, please stop your screen share, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Narwadi, sir, any questions?
No, you can continue. Take next one.
Okay. Okay, sir. Next. Saqib Abdul Hakim Oswani from Latur, School of Management Science, SRTMUN, Subcenter Latur, Maharashtra, presenting his paper on impact of drought on economic conditions of farmers in Latur district. Saqib, sir.
Good afternoon, one and all, and thank you, madam. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, sir.
Shall I share my screen, madam?
Yes.
It shows that host disabled participant screen sharing.
Just a minute, sir. Chavan, sir.
Yes.
Professor Sheikh, sir, kindly tell your full name.
Myself is Saqib Abdul Hakim Usmani. I'm working as a district disaster management officer at Collector Office Latur, and currently I am pursuing my PhD from Swami Ramanand Tirth Marathwada University in Nanded. Before starting my presentation, I would like to thank the organizer, the convener of conference, and the chairperson of this technical session for providing me such a great opportunity to present my paper. The title of my paper is The Impact of Drought on Economic Conditions of Farmers in Latur district. This is the content of my presentation: introduction, the objectives and the methodology, evaluation of economic impact, findings, conclusion, and references. In India, the farming sector single-handedly, we can say that sustains the livelihood of approximately 64% of the population and contributes nearly 29% of the gross consumer product. About 56% of the net cultivated region of the nation is rain-fed, accounting for the 44% of the food production. Thus, the monsoon rainfall is the key for the farming production and the food safety of our entire nation. In Maharashtra, drought is one of the natural disaster which leads to a huge loss to the state wealth and agricultural development. Therefore, the management of drought is a major concern, and to cope with these natural disasters needs to extensive planning of water resources and agriculture. So the different authors are commented on the drought impact on farming and livestock and socio-economic conditions of the farming community. The GAR Special Report 2021, it classified the impacts of drought into direct impact and indirect impact. The direct impact effects of the droughts are the decrease in the agriculture yield and trade production, and also environmental socio-economic components. And indirect impacts are the of drought are unemployment, school dropout, poor health condition due to the quality of drinking water. This study, the study area is Latur district. Latur district is known for 1993 earthquake. And since from last 10 years, Latur is also known for drought, recurrent drought. Latur experienced drought in every alternate year in this region. The most worst drought year was 2016. We can imagine its severity that Latur, first time in history of Maharashtra and second time in the history of India, the drinking water was supplied through the railway wagons from Miraj district Sangli to cover around 343-kilometer distance. And after all these efforts, around 54 railway wagons water train came to Latur to supply the drinking water for Latur city. The present study is conducted with the objective to study the impact of drought on economic condition of farmers in Latur district. The hypothesis of the study, the null hypothesis, the drought does not affect the economic conditions of the farmers. And the alternate hypothesis, there is a significant impact of drought on economic conditions of the farmers. The research is descriptive and exploratory in nature because the primary data is collected for this study using the standard survey method through fact-finding techniques such as questionnaire and interview. The main purpose of this study is to study the drought-prone region of Latur district of Maharashtra state in India, to how drought affected the economic conditions of the specifically farmers. This slide is related to the economic impacts of drought. I have studied the different parameter of economic condition of the farmers, like crop failure, decrease in family income, impact on dairy and allied businesses, outstanding of debt, and increased price of food grains, additional expenses of drinking water. Most of the respondents are rated these parameters in high scale. The findings of my study is the majority of the farmers, around 37.5%, told that they incurred the additional expenses on fodder for their livestock between rupees 500 to 1,000 per cattle, whereas only 1.8% of the respondent expressed that there was no cost incurred for the feeding the farm's animals as they received from the government aid from the Chara Chawnis. Majority of the farmers, around 37%, told that the additional expenses on water around is 1,000 to 200 per cattle, and only 3% respondent expressed that additional cost for drinking water not required due to the government water supply through tankers. Around 40% and 42% of respondents rated the very high scale and high scale for the impact of drought on their overall economic condition respectively. So the condition of the livestock during the drought period was worsening, and it was also found that the market value of the livestock was decreased with increased risk of drought. the hypothesis which we have designed, that is which have tested through one sample t-test, the economic impact of drought was studied in scale of 1 to 5, where 1 represents very less impact, 2 represents the less impact, 3 represented the medium impact, and 4 represent the high impact, and 5 represent very high impact. The scale represents less impact up to a score of 2. Thus, taking the rest of value 2, the one sample test is applied. So the decision of our test, this is the significance value of 2 test is 0, which is very less, 5%. We reject the null hypothesis and accept the alternate hypothesis. That is, the drought has, there is a significant impact of drought on farmers. The conclusion, drought is a very complex phenomena which impacts the socio-economic conditions of the farmers. Majority of farmers have rated the economic factors in survey in high scale. There is a very less opportunity of employment due to less industry in the area like Marathwada. The population is dependent on mostly on agriculture and allied activity. Due to every alternate drought years, farmers' economic plan is interrupted. There is a need for economic awareness of the farmers community in this Marathwada region. Educating the people is one of the very important things in this regards. These are the references which we have used for this study. And thank you very much giving me such a great opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Wonderful presentation. The next participant is Ms. Sharshira Shetty, a research scholar from Karmavir Bhaurao Patil College, Vashi, presenting her paper on a study on awareness of investment opportunities in mutual funds. Special significance on SIP, systematic. Sharshira Shetty.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes. Sakib sir, please stop your screen share. Sakib sir.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, ma'am. I'll just share my screen.
Yes. Yes. Now you can begin.
Yeah. So is my screen visible?
Just a second. Yes, it is visible. Start your
Okay,
slide.
fine. Okay, fine. So first of all, good afternoon, one and all. My name is Sashira Shetty, and I am a student from Karmavir Bhaurao Patil College from the Department of Economics. And my study, I have done a research on the awareness of investment opportunities in mutual funds. First of all, I'd like to thank this particular for providing me with this particular platform to present my research work on. So coming to the part of investment and saving, first of all, I would like to say that whenever we think about investment or whenever we think about saving, we always think about having a bank account or saving in a bank account or fixed deposits. But the thing is that many of the population of India is unaware about the various investment opportunities that we have, even in equity markets as well as in mutual funds. We think that whenever it comes to investment, it is not about the people, middle-aged people can never invest, because we believe that investment is only for those who have a high income or those who can afford losing the money while investing. But that is not the case when it comes to investment, because we are not aware of the many of the opportunities which as a middle income people can also invest with the mere amount of 1,000. So let us look into this. Let us explore some of these opportunities which comes in the field of mutual funds. So first of all,
you can start your slideshow.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, so is it visible now?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, so let us start first of all with the introduction of mutual fund, how it started in India. So basically, mutual fund industry in India began in 1963 with the formation of the Unit Trust of India, which was the sole proprietor, which had a sole monopoly when it came to mutual fund in India. So as we can see, there are different phases of development of mutual fund. The first phase was from 1964 to 1987. The second phase was from 1987 to 1993, and the third phase came from till 2003. And since over the period of time, if you can see the graph, we can see that how the asset under management in mutual funds is going on increasing, how the people are becoming more and more aware about mutual funds, and how they are investing in mutual funds. So what I'll be highlighting at this particular session is that what is systematic investment planning, that is SIP, because this is something which even a basic person who is earning mere 20 to 25,000 can invest to it. That is, SIP is what, when it comes to SIP, you can invest in mutual funds with a particular amount as minimum as 500 rupees every month, which can lead to huge benefits to you in the future. So basically, this particular aspect of SIP is for those individuals who want to invest, but they are afraid of investing, or they don't know they are not aware about the minimum limit of investing. So I would like to say that the benefits of SIP, there are two major benefits of investing in SIP. The first one is rupee cost averaging, and the second one is the power of compounding. Now let us see one by one. First of all, the rupee cost averaging. Suppose now you are an individual and you are investing 1,000 rupees per month in a particular mutual fund SIP. So what happens is, due to this particular, if you go on investing 1,000 each and every month, what happens is, whenever the market conditions are not favorable, this particular amount will buy less amount of those particular units, and whenever the market condition is favorable, the units will be increased automatically. As you can see, from in the first month, the person has invested 1,000 with an NAV of only 10 rupees. With an NAV of 10, whereby he is getting 100 units. Whereas if you can see, on the 6th month, the person has invested the same 1,000 rupees, but the NAV is 9, which means the person has got 111 units. So basically, when you start investing in SIP over a period of time, you will come to know that the units which you have accumulated are all getting on averaging. So basically, this makes sure that your investment is risk free. It is risk free because the overall cost is averaging. So it is like, you are not affected by the market conditions, whether the market is up or down, because since you are investing a particular amount every month, so overall, over a period of time, your risk gets minimized when you invest in systematic investment planning. The second benefit of systematic investment planning is power of compounding, whereby you can see that the person has invested 1,000 every month over a period of 15 months. And since if you can look at the accumulation, as per the accumulation, it should be 4,75,806 rupees. But when it comes to SIP, the amount which you will accumulate is 5,47,174. This is because you get an interest on the interest which you have accumulated over a period of time. So these two are one of the major benefits when you invest in SIP rather than going for any other investment methods. So I would consider SIP as one of the safest as well as risk-free method of investing. Now, over this period of study, what we have done is we have gone through 97, we have collected a data of 97 respondents who invested in mutual funds. So we will go through those data one by one, what we have founded over the period of time. So let us start with, first of all, the gender. We can see that majority of male were investing in mutual funds SIP as compared to females. And when it came to age, you can see that 64.9% of the people were almost from 20 to 30 age group, which means that the young generation are more likely to invest in SIP, and they are more likely to go further in investing in the equity markets. Coming to the next is the occupation. We can see that a majority of the chunk was from the private sector. And coming to the education, majority, it was when it came to education, we can see majority were postgraduate and graduate. And classification according to the monthly income, we can say that the majority were only earning an income between 1 to 5 lakh. So this shows that minimum a person can invest with a minimum basic income of between 1 to 5 lakh in mutual funds. Now let us, we will be looking at some of the important data only owing to the time constraint. So coming to the savings, we found out that many of the people saved between 11 to 15% of their total income and 20% above this total income. But the problem was that they were investing these funds in the bank deposits rather than investing in mutual funds or SIP. Coming to the reason why the people didn't wanted to, let us first see what are the preferred savings avenue. See, the majority of the people preferred saving in mutual funds As you can see, it is around 74%. And then the next thing which the people opt for was shares, and the third comes bank deposits. So you can see how people are getting more and more interested in mutual funds in the coming era. Coming to the influence risk anticipation, majority of the people preferred having a medium risk. However, we also had several investors who wanted to take high risk also. Coming to the reasons for not investing in mutual fund, we can see that the lack of knowledge, as well as lack of knowledge was one of the main reasons why people didn't wanted to invest in mutual funds. And I think the government is coming up with various variety of ads like mutual fund sahi hai, so that people get more and more aware about of investing in mutual funds and saving and getting a better returns in the future. So now let us have a look on what are the profitable, what are the preferred. When it came to period of investment, of course, one thing which I would like to emphasize on is that it should be, the mutual fund should be a short-term investment. It should be a long-term rather than a short-term investment. So now we will focus on the various suggestions which I would like to provide, because findings, as I have taken you through the graph, these were the findings which I have summarized already. So coming to the majority of the suggestions which I would like to say, first of all is the lack of awareness, and I would suggest that the government comes up with various campaigns so that people who are sitting in the rural areas gets aware about the mutual fund opportunities. The second most important point which I would like to highlight is that more and more we need to increase the female participation in the mutual funds, because we have seen that majority of the females are not willing to take risk or not willing to invest. So I think more campaigns related to female and more different various types of products catering to each and every person's need would be the highlight of this moment. So hereby I would like to conclude by saying that mutual fund has a great future, and if you are one of those who are waiting for who want to start an investment, let us start with the first step, that is having a monthly SIP of minimum 500 rupees. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Well presented.
Thank you.
So our next participant is Professor Bhosle Digambar Dattarao from SRTMU Nanded. He is going to present his paper on विदेशी प्रत्यक्ष गुंतवणुकीचा भारतीय अर्थव्यवस्थेवरील परिणाम, एक विश्लेषणात्मक अध्ययन. Sir, are you ready?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I am audible, ma'am?
Yes, yes.
Sir. Yes.
स्क्रीन शेअर करा सर तुम्ही.
ओके. स्क्रीन दिसत आहे का मॅम माझी?
हो हो.
हा.
सर स्लाइड शो. F5. प्रेस F5.
मी प्राध्यापक दिगंबर भोसले. प्रथमतः या महाविद्यालयाने जी आंतरराष्ट्रीय कॉन्फरन्स घेतलेली आहे, या कॉन्फरन्स मध्ये माझा पेपर मला प्रेझेंट करण्यासाठी जी अनुमती दिली त्याबद्दल आपल्या सर्वांचे मनापासून धन्यवाद व्यक्त करतो. तसेच आज सकाळी ज्या जगताप सरांचं इतकं विद्वत व्याख्यान झालं सस्टेनेबल डेव्हलपमेंटवर, ते जगताप सर, महाविद्यालयाचे प्राचार्य प्रोफेसर बळीराम गायकवाड सर आणि आजच्या या टेक्निकल सेशनचे प्रमुख प्रोफेसर सुनील नरवाडे सर, उपस्थित सर्व रिसर्च स्टुडंट्स, या सर्वांची अनुमती घेऊन मी माझा विषय सादर करीत आहे, विदेशी प्रत्यक्ष गुंतवणूक आणि भारतीय अर्थव्यवस्था एक विश्लेषणात्मक अध्ययन. तर हा विषय मुळात का घेतला मी अभ्यासाला, की त्यामागं बी एक पार्श्वभूमी आहे, की असं बघतोय आपण की ज्यावेळेस जागतिक व्यापार संघटना, IMF, वर्ल्ड बँक या सगळ्या इंटरनॅशनल ऑर्गनायझेशनची स्थापना झाली, त्यानंतर सर्वांनी विदेशी कर्जाच्या मार्गाचा अवलंब केला. परंतु विदेशी कर्जाचा मार्ग अवलंबून आर्थिक विकास करणारे देश विदेशी कर्जाच्या जाळ्यामध्ये अडकायला लागले. आपण असं बघतोय की सद्यस्थितीला जगातील सर्व देश काय करत आहेत, तर ते आर्थिक विकास करण्याचा प्रयत्न करीत आहेत, आणि आर्थिक विकास ही एक सततशील प्रक्रिया आहे. आणि सस्टेनेबल डेव्हलपमेंट याचा अर्थच की ती सततशील प्रक्रिया आहे, पिढीपर्यंत विकास चालला पाहिजे. आणि हा पिढ्यानं पिढ्या विकास चालवायचा असेल तर त्यामध्ये तसल्याच प्रकारचं भांडवल आपल्याला सततशीलपणे मोतावं लागेल. पण प्रत्येक देश हा स्वतःच्या गरजा आणि स्वतःचं भांडवल उभं करायला समर्थ नसो, असं रॅग्नर नक्स देखील द कॅपिटल प्रॉब्लेम फॉर्मेशन इन द लेस डेव्हलप्ड कंट्रीज नावाच्या ग्रंथामध्ये देखील म्हणतात. आणि एशियन ड्रामा मध्ये देखील आपण पाहिलेलं आहे की विकसनशील देशांकडे भांडवल कमी असतं, परंतु त्यांना विकास करायचा असतं म्हणून ते विदेशी कर्ज घेतात, आणि या विदेशी कर्जाच्या जाळ्यामध्ये अनेक देश अडकले. 1980चं दशक उजळलं आणि त्यामध्ये अनेक ईस्ट एशियन क्रायसिसला जगाला पुढे जावं लागलं. ईस्ट एशियन क्रायसिसच्या वेळेस जोसेफ स्टिग्लिस जगातले काही ख्यातनाम अर्थतज्ञ पुढे आले आणि 1980 ला या ईस्ट एशियन देशांना विदेशी कर्जाच्या जाळ्यातून, विदेशी कर्जाचं जाळं म्हणजे काय हो? विदेशी कर्जाचं जाळं म्हणजे जेव्हा तुमच्या जीडीपीच्या 30% पेक्षा जास्त विदेशी कर्ज होतं आणि विदेशी कर्जाचा व्याजाचा हप्ता देखील फेडाय करता दुसरं विदेशी कर्ज घ्यावं लागत असेल तर त्याला विदेशी कर्जाचं जाळं असं म्हणतात, फॉरेन डेट ट्रॅप असं म्हणतात. 1980च्या दशकामध्ये जगातले 35% देश विदेशी कर्जाच्या जाळ्यात अडकले होते. याच्यातून बाहेर काढण्याकरता काही ग्रेट फिलॉसॉफर आणि इकॉनॉमिस्ट पुढे आले. त्यापैकी नाव होते अभिजित बॅनर्जी, अमर्त्य सेन, जगदीश भगवती, प्रोफेसर जोसेफ स्टिग्लिस, पॉल एम क्रुगमन, निक मार्क्स, फ्रीडमन, पिकेटी आणि IMFच्या ज्या सध्याच्या डायरेक्टर आहेत त्या गीता गोपीनाथन, डायरेक्टर ऑफ IMF, या लोकांनी काय सुचवलं? त्यांचं असं म्हणणं होतं की आता काय करायला पाहिजे की मागासलेल्या देशांनी विकसित देशांकडून कर्ज न घेता डायरेक्ट त्यांच्या विदेशी गुंतवणुकीला आपल्या इथं अनुमती द्यायला हवी आणि हा मार्ग स्वीकारून आपण या संकटातून बाहेर पडू शकतो असा विश्वास त्यांना होता. म्हणून त्यांनी फॉरेन डायरेक्ट इन्व्हेस्टमेंटचा मार्ग सुचवला. मग जागतिक बँक, WTO, IMF न देखील याला शिफारशी करायला लावल्या आणि जगातल्या देशांनी 1990च्या दशकापासून प्रायव्हेटलायझेशन, लिबरलायझेशन आणि ग्लोबलायझेशनचा मार्ग स्वीकारून आणि जागतिक व्यापार संघटनेने ट्रेड रिलेटेड इन्व्हेस्टमेंट मेजर्स नावाचे काही करार केले आणि त्या कराराअंतर्गत फॉरेन डायरेक्ट इन्व्हेस्टमेंटला सुरुवात झाली. याला भारत देश देखील अपवाद नव्हता. तर माझ्या या संशोधन विषयाची काय उद्दिष्टे आहेत तर 3 उद्दिष्टे मी मांडलेली आहेत. विदेशी प्रत्यक्ष गुंतवणुकीची कन्सेप्ट काय आहे ती अभ्यासणे, या विदेशी प्रत्यक्ष गुंतवणुकीचा भारतीय अर्थव्यवस्थेवर काय परिणाम झाला त्याचा अभ्यास करायचा मला आणि या विदेशी प्रत्यक्ष गुंतवणुकीचे भारतीय अर्थव्यवस्थेसंदर्भात अनालिटिकल स्टडी पण मी करणार आहे. याकरता मी 3 हायपोथेसिस मांडलेत. विदेशी प्रत्यक्ष गुंतवणुकीचे भारतीय अर्थव्यवस्थेवर अनुकूल आणि प्रतिकूल परिणाम झाले आहेत. विदेशी प्रत्यक्ष गुंतवणुकीमुळे भारतीय विकासाला गती देखील प्राप्त होत आहे आणि भारतीय अर्थव्यवस्थेमध्ये होणारी विदेशी गुंतवणूक कालनिहाय वाढत आहे. टाइम पिरियड नुसार त्याच्यामध्ये इन्क्रीज होत आहे. याच्याकरता मी संशोधन पद्धती जी वापरलेली आहे ती सेकंडरी डेटावर म्हणजे दुय्यम तथ्य सामग्री संकलनावर आधारित आहे. त्यामध्ये विभिन्न रिसर्च जर्नलमध्ये प्रकाशित झालेले लेख, भारत सरकारनं गठीत केलेल्या विभिन्न कायदे आणि करार, याचबरोबर काही संकेतस्थळांचा म्हणजे वेबसाईटचा देखील वापर करण्यात आलेला आहे. संशोधन समस्येचं विश्लेषण करण्याकरता हा जो डेटा आहे सेकंडरी डेटा आहे आणि हा क्वांटिटेटिव्ह डेटा असल्यामुळे त्याची क्वांटिटेटिव्ह पद्धतीनेच याचं अनालिसिस करण्यात आलेलं आहे. विदेशी गुंतवणुकीचा अर्थ काय होतो हा सामान्य प्रश्न अनेक बसलेल्या विद्यार्थ्यांना किंवा संशोधकांना देखील पडू शकतो की विदेशी प्रत्यक्ष गुंतवणूक म्हणजे काय. तर त्याची व्याख्या IMF चार्टर मध्ये करण्यात आलेली आहे आणि जागतिक बँकेने देखील केलेली आहे. जेव्हा एका देशातले नागरिक किंवा वित्तीय संस्था किंवा एखादी उत्पादक कंपनी दुसऱ्या देशातील भांडवली मालमत्तेवर हक्क प्रस्थापित करण्याकरता जेव्हा गुंतवणूक करते तेव्हा तिला विदेशी गुंतवणूक असं म्हणतात. याच्यामध्ये बरेच आयाम आहेत ते मी लिखित स्वरूपात माझ्या पेपरमध्ये मांडलेले आहेत. काही मोजक्या वेळेमध्ये आपल्याला पेपर सादर करायचा आहे म्हणून मी एक जस्ट हायलाइट करीत पुढे जाणार आहे. परंतु ज्याप्रमाणे आपल्या देशातील नागरिकांना गुंतवणूक करण्याची अनुमती असते त्या पद्धतीची अनुमती जेव्हा विदेशी नागरिक आणि कंपन्यांना दिली जाते तेव्हा त्यालाच विदेशी प्रत्यक्ष गुंतवणूक असे म्हणतात. भारतातील विदेशी प्रत्यक्ष गुंतवणुकीचं एक्सप्लेनेशन करत असताना आपल्याला बघावं लागतं की इथं काय काय कायदे चाललेत आणि काय श्रेण्या पाडल्यात. आपण त्याच्या 4 श्रेण्या पाडल्यात. फर्स्ट श्रेणीमध्ये आपण त्याला ऑटोमॅटिक रूट म्हणतो. दुसरी ज्याला स्वयंचलित मार्ग म्हटले जाते त्याद्वारे गुंतवणूक केली जाते तिथे 100% विदेशी गुंतवणुकीला अनुमती आहे. श्रेणी 2 आहे त्याच्यामध्ये गव्हर्नमेंट रूट आहे की गव्हर्नमेंटची परवानगी घेऊन आपल्याला गुंतवणूक करता येते. तिसरं क्षेत्र आहे, तिसरी श्रेणी आहे तिच्यामध्ये गुंतवणुकीला विदेशी गुंतवणुकीला अजिबात मान्यता नाहीये, ती पूर्णतः प्रतिबंधित क्षेत्र म्हणून ओळखले जाते. आणि चौथं क्षेत्र आहे जिथं सरकारच्या परवानगीने आपल्याला काही नियम आणि अटीच्या अधीन राहून गुंतवणूक देखील करता येते. मग पूर्णतः प्रतिबंधित क्षेत्र कोणते आहेत बरं ते की ज्यांच्यामध्ये बॅन लावलेला आहे यांचा आपण अभ्यास. हा बोला सर.
डायरेक्टली कम टू द फाइंडिंग्स.
ओके सर, काय हरकत नाही. आपण जर विदेशी गुंतवणूक पाहिली तर याचे कन्क्लुजन असे आहेत सर. हे ग्राफ एक आणलेलं आहे मी त्याकरताच की सगळ्यात जास्त विदेशी गुंतवणूक आपल्या इथे सिंगापूरहून आली, मॅरेसिस, नंतर USA चा नंबर आहे. यावरून आपल्याला लक्षात येतं की हे मॅरेसिस, सिंगापूर, सायप्रस यासारख्या देशांतून आणि केनन बेट यासारख्या ठिकाणून आपल्याला फॉरेन डायरेक्ट इन्व्हेस्टमेंट जास्त आली. सर काय येत आहे यामागचे कारण वेगळी आहेत. स्विस बँकेतले अकाउंट आहेत, अनेक अनालिटिकल आहेत, विद्वान लोक इथं बसलेले आहेत की मागासलेल्या देशातून आपल्या इथं फॉरेन डायरेक्ट इन्व्हेस्टमेंट येते आणि विकसित देशातून काही येत नाही. आपलेच गुंतवणूकदार तिथून गुंतवणूक आपल्या इकडे फॉरेन डायरेक्ट इन्व्हेस्टमेंटच्या माध्यमातून करत आहेत. अनेक काही सिक्रेट गोष्टी आहेत त्यातल्या, पण कन्क्लुजन आपण असं काढूयात की काय अनुकूल परिणाम झाले. कुशल नियंत्रण आणि उच्च प्रबंधनाचा लाभ मिळते आपल्याला, मॅनेजमेंटचा, मॉडर्न टेक्नॉलॉजी मिळते, भांडवलांचा निरंतर प्रवाह प्राप्त होत आहे, स्वदेशी आणि स्वदेशी उद्योगांचा देखील विकास होत आहे. विदेशी चलन साठ्याचा जो प्रश्न आहे आपला फॉरेन करन्सीचा तो देखील सुटला आहे. आणि विशेषतः ज्याच्यामध्ये फार रिस्क आहे, जोखीम आहे, असे जे खनिज द्रव्यांचा शोध आहे, खनिज तेलांचा शोध आहे, अशा क्षेत्रामध्ये आता गुंतवणूक यायला सुरुवात झाली. भारत सरकारला फॉरेन कडून आपल्याला टॅक्स पण खूप मोठ्या प्रमाणात मिळत आहेत आणि इथला रोजगार देखील वाढत आहे आणि कौशल्यामध्ये वाढ होत असल्याचं आपल्याला दिसून येतं. प्रतिकूल परिणामाच्या बाबतीमध्ये टीकाकारांचं जे राष्ट्रवादी विचारधारेचे विचारवंत आहेत ते अशा टीका करतात की मर्यादित क्षेत्राचाच विकास व्हायला आहे, जिथं जास्त बेनिफिट आहे तिथंच फॉरेन डायरेक्ट इन्व्हेस्टमेंट आली, देशाचं आर्थिक शोषण होत आहे, देशांतर्गत उद्योगांचा ऱ्हास होत आहे आणि मोनोपोलीचं देखील विकसित होत आहे, अशा प्रकारच्या टीका देखील याच्यावर केल्या जातात. इतर काही परिणाम देखील मी सांगितले की जिथं सार्वभौमत्वाचा प्रश्न देखील निर्माण होऊ शकतो. तर अशा पद्धतीने मी याचा अभ्यास केलेला आहे. जाता जाता फक्त माझ्या एक 2 ओळी लिहिलेल्या आहेत, त्या सांगतो सर सारांश रूपानं की या भारत देशाला महासत्ता बनायचे आणि त्या अनुषंगाने इंटरनॅशनल कॉन्फरन्स देखील आहे. त्या संदर्भात मी स्वतः लिहिलेल्या 2 ओळी आहेत सर. गोलमोल की बात नहीं, हमें समस्याओं का हल चाहिए. अब इस देश को गोलमोल की बात नहीं, हमें समस्याओं का हल चाहिए, हमें हमारा सुनहरा कल चाहिए. इस देश को हमारा सुनहरा कल चाहिए. भू विजेता कौन हुआ, धन विजेता कौन हुआ, रण विजेता कौन हुआ, जिसने ना कभी आराम किया, गर्दिश में रहकर भी मन मस्त मगन होकर लगन से काम किया, उसने दुनिया में नाम किया. उसी ने दुनिया में नाम किया. हिंद दिन की ओर, इतिहासाचे पण काही प्राध्यापक आहेत सर. हिंद दिन की ओर म्हणजे आपल्यासारख्या विकसनशील देशाला सर लास्ट शब्द घेतो आणि विराम घेतो वाणीला. हिंद दिन की ओर देख, जग गलत कहे या ठीक. हिंद दिन की ओर देख, जग गलत कहे या ठीक, वीर खिचकर ही रहते हैं इतिहासों में लिख. एकदा फक्त स्किल अचिव्हमेंट आपल्या देशामध्ये होऊ द्या, स्टार्टअप आणि मेक इन इंडियाला रंग येऊ द्या आणि देश देखील महासत्ता होईल. फॉरेन डायरेक्ट इन्व्हेस्टमेंटच्या रूपानं हे साध्य होईल अशी अपेक्षा करून मी माझे 2 शब्द संपवतो. आपण सर्वांनी मला अनुमती दिली. प्रोफेसर सुनील नरवाडे सर, प्रोफेसर कांबळे सर यासारख्या विद्वानांसमोर मला पेपर वाचता आला, त्याबद्दल आपल्या सर्वांचं मनपूर्वक धन्यवाद व्यक्त करतो. थँक्यू सर.
Very nice and energetic presentation, sir. So very well presented. Our next presenter is Assistant Professor Sai Joshi from MGM University, Maharashtra, presenting her paper on analysis of non-performing assets of selected public and private sector banks. Professor Sai Joshi.
Good morning, everyone.
Very good.
There is a little mistake in my introduction. I'm not the assistant professor, but the student.
Okay. She is a research scholar from MGM University.
Yes.
Okay.
Am I audible clearly?
Yes.
Is my screen visible?
Not yet. Yeah, it's visible. Please switch on your slideshow, ma'am, first.
Yes.
If it is possible, you can switch your video also on.
Good morning, everyone. So I'm presenting my paper with the guidance of my professor, Dr. Sheetal Khandare. It is on analysis of non-performing assets of selected public and private sector banks. So for the first,
You can press F5 for slideshow.
Yeah, actually not operating. So my introduction about it is non-performing assets are nothing but the loans given by Indian banks or financial institutions whose interest or principal amount has been overdue for a long time. It's just not about the principal amounts, but the overdrafts or CCs, the bills, the principal amounts for crop seasons or short crop seasons. And when we mention the long term, it means 90 days or more than 90 days. Like every other businesses, the bank should also be profitable, but NPAs takes a large portion of bank's margin to generate the loan amount. In India, the concept of NPAs came into recognition after the reformation of the financial sectors by 1991 by Narasimha Rao government. Objective of my paper is to make comparative study of gross NPAs, net NPAs for selected public and private sector banks to evaluate PSBs and PVBs NPAs using statistical tools to distinguish the gross NPAs and net NPAs of public and private sector banks. So, as we don't have much time, we will just come to the data analysis. So, here is the data analysis of gross NPAs of PSBs, which is public sector banks. As we can see, it is from last 5 years, 2017 to 2021, and these statistical tools are mean and standard deviation. So here I have mentioned that in 2018, the gross NPAs of SBI and PNB is high on mount. Same goes for the net NPAs of public sector banks. There is 2017 and 2018, mostly 2018, which is high. Here is the data analysis of private sector banks. Here we can see that ICICI and IDBI are high on mount, where 2017 it's IDBI and 2018 it's ICICI. For the net NPAs, ICICI is high for both. Yeah, for both. Now the public sector banks correlation of gross NPAs and net NPAs. So here in this table we can see a cross correlation between public and private sector banks. So there is a significant positive relationship between GNPAs, that is gross NPA, and net NPAs. The correlation between GNPAs and NNPAs is 0.620. I have mentioned it here. And it shows that there is a positive and highly correlated to each other. The private sector banks correlation of GNPAs and NNPAs. Here also the cross correlation. There is a significant positive relationship. The cross correlation between GNPAs and NNPAs is negative 0.830. Pardon me, there is a negative relationship between GNPAs and NNPAs. It is negative and highly correlated. I have mentioned the regression analysis in my research paper, where there is a linear regression model. NNPA is dependent variable and GNPA is the independent variable. The p-value is significant, that is 0.05. Here p-value.
Ms. Joshi, yeah. Come to the findings.
Okay. So, conclusion of my paper is the objective of the present study of comparing 5 PSBs and 5 PVBs gross and net NPAs data from 2017 to 2021. These things I have taken from RBI's official website as well as bank's official website. In research, PSBs, GNPA and net NPAs are in positive relation to each other, and PVBs gross and NNPAs are in negative relation to each other. The linear regression model, GNPAs and NNPAs p-values are less than 5%, which means there is a significant relationship between GNPAs and NNPAs. In this situation, the null hypothesis is rejected. The banking NPAs are increased, which means the profitability has decreased. The bank's productivity is also decreased. At such times, banks are required to make a strict policies and try to reduce the NPAs. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to present my paper.
Thank you. Wonderful presentation.
Thank you.
So here we conclude with the paper presentations for technical session 1. I thank all the presenters. Now I request Professor Jagtap sir to introduce our chairman for technical session Dr. Sunil S. Narwade, sir. Jagtap, sir.
Okay, thank you, Hanad ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yes, okay. Welcome all of you. Now I introduce the first technical session, the chairman, Dr. Naravade Sunil Seshrao, sir. So, sir was a NET clear in 1999 and PhD in 2006. Sir has 21 years teaching experience. Sir was Senate member in Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University, Aurangabad. Sir is coordinator for SAF DRS2 Department of Economics in Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University. Sir is a research guide and there is 8 students are awarded a PhD degree and 11 students are working and 22 students are the awarded degree of MPhil and 4 students are working. Sir has published 54 papers, articles, national and international, 32 research papers presented at national and international seminar and conference. Sir has a membership of Indian Economic Association, Indian Society of Agriculture Economics, Marathwada Economic Association, etc. Sir has published total 5 books. Sir, ongoing and completed, there are 5 major projects. Sir has organized 2 national and 1 international conference. We are proud of to have a great eminent personality like a chairperson for our technical session. Okay, thank you, sir. Hand over, Hanadna.
I request Dr. Sunil S. Narwade, sir, to provide concluding remarks of the PowerPoint presentations.
Thank you, Dr. Jagtap, sir. Chairman of this conference, Principal Dr.
सर आवाज नहीं आ रही.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Jagtap sir, आवाज येतो का माझा?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Chairman of the conference and the principal of the college, Dr. Baliram Gaikwad, sir. Resource person of this technical session, my friend Professor E.S. Kamble, sir, from Shivaji University, Kolhapur. Conveners of this conference, Shri H.K. Jagtap, sir, Dr. M.G. Lone, sir, and Dr. A.K. Gaikwad, sir. Co-conveners, Dr. Hingmire, sir, Dr. Arun Chavan, sir, and Shri A.R. Kamble, sir. The paper presenters of this technical session and teachers, faculty members, and research students. First of all, I would like to congratulate the organizing committee and Principal Dr. Gaikwad, sir, and all the conveners and co-conveners for organizing such a important conference on sustainable development. Friends, in this technical session, we had total 6 paper presentations. The first one was by Mohini Dev. Her research paper was on terms of trade and the balance of payment of Indian economy. Then we had next paper on Dr. Vikas Wagmare on e-commerce. The third paper was of Professor Sheikh Hakim. That was on the effect of drought on farmers in Latur district. Then we also had a paper from Shashistra Shetty on the importance of SIP, SIP, that is which is known as in wealth creation. Then also we had lecture this paper from research paper from Digambar Bhosle on the impact of FDI on Indian economy. And the last research paper was by Ms. Sai Joshi, and her research topic was the NPAs of public and private sector banks. So I congratulate all these paper presenters. They have really worked hard and prepared their research papers for the conference. Friends, as far as the conference theme is concerned, that is sustainable development, the keynote addressee, the resource person of this technical session, has covered all the aspects of sustainable development. Professor Kamble sir has in detail analyzed the role of agriculture, industry, services sector in sustainable development. And he also covered the role of social security programs like health and education programs, their importance in sustainable development. He also talked about the role of rural infrastructure in sustainable development. So in detail, he has analyzed all the aspects of sustainable development and what are the various factors that play an important role in sustainable development. In my lecture, I would like to focus on some 3-4 important topics which are very important for sustainable development. And these are the role of agriculture, then the issue of poverty. जगताप सर, तुमचा माइक अनम्यूट करता का? जगताप सर and Mayuri, can you unmute? Sorry, mute your mic. Okay, thank you. So I will focus on some 3-4 important aspects of development which are very important as far as Indian economy is concerned. The first one is agricultural development. Professor Kamble sir has in detail given analysis of the role of agriculture. Friends, as we know that if Indian economy has to grow by more than 8% per annum, agriculture sector should increase at the rate of 4% per annum. So without agricultural growth, our economy cannot do well. So that is very important to achieve a sustainable development in India. And if you see, as the major problem of agricultural growth in India is there are 2 major problems, and the one is of land fragmentation. Okay, the small holdings of land, the small plot size that we call, so that is the first important problem of India's agricultural development. And second one is the low productivity in Indian agriculture. Although after Green Revolution, our productivity has tremendously increased, but if you compare ourselves with the rest of the world, you'll find that in case of many crops, our productivity level is very low. So that is another problem. So for agricultural development, so these 2 problems we need to solve. The first is of land fragmentation, and the second is of the land productivity or crop productivity. Okay? And that can be done with the help of better irrigation. That is possible through public and private investment in agriculture, then better use of farm equipments, then timely availability of inputs to farmers like seeds and fertilizers and other inputs. So that is very important as far as development of Indian agriculture is concerned. Friends, we know that during last 60-70 years after independence, the agricultural production in India has increased by at least 4 to 5 times. But one thing we must remember, that the area under cultivation, that is the net cropped area which we call, or the gross cropped area, it has almost remained same. Okay, it has almost remained same. So this is the main problem. So on the one hand, the number of farmers, the number is increasing, but at the same time, the land under cultivation, it has almost remained same during last 60-70 years. And as a result, the area operated by farmers, it has decreased during last 70 years. And it has, because of this small land holding, what we are, I mean, Indian agriculture is facing a lot of problem. Because of this small land holding, we cannot use modern technology in agricultural development. So this is the major concern as far as the attainment of sustainable development is concerned. So we have to look after this issue. Now, the second important issue which we need to solve to achieve sustainable development in India is of poverty. As we know that almost there are many studies, and all these studies, they said they have found that almost 1/3 of India's population is below poverty line. Okay, but now this the number of people or the population below poverty line, it depends upon how we measure our poverty line. That is the very important issue. That is the measurement issue of finding our poverty line. Friends, I would like to share one important aspect of our poverty line, and that is the incidence of poverty, or most of the poor in India, they live just above poverty line. See, just think about that. Most of the poor, or that is called incidence of poverty, that is just above the poverty line. So if we just shift our poverty line a bit upward, then you'll find that majority of the Indian population, they would be under, or they would be below poverty line. This is very important. Means almost 70-80% of India's population, it would be below poverty line if we shift our poverty line upward by a small amount. So, and this power, as far as this poverty is concerned, friends, most of the who are the poor? The most of the poor, they live in rural areas. They depend upon agriculture. See, if you see the poverty of most of the poor, or the poverty, you will see that agricultural laborers, they are the most poor class in Indian economy, and followed by farmers, small and marginal farmers. They are the most poor class in Indian economy. And also the urban labor class, which is in unorganized sector. Okay, they are also the most poor class in Indian economy. So to reduce poverty, so we have to focus on the development of landless agricultural laborers, the development of small and marginal farmers, and the development of labor class in unorganized urban sector. So that is also very important as far as achieving sustainable development goal is concerned. Friends, if India wants to achieve or to attain sustainable development goals in near future, we have to provide a social security to our population, to masses. That is also very important. Social security like education, health, these are very important things which we need to provide to our people. Now, as far as education is concerned, we all know that the government is spending less than 3% on education, and the same amount is spent on health. So, to achieve sustainable development goals, we need to increase our health and education expenditure. At least, if you take an example of Maharashtra, we must have medical college in each district of Maharashtra. That is very important. In each district of Maharashtra, we need medical college. And as far as education is concerned, after independence, we have tried to provide primary and higher education to our masses at a reasonable cost. But after the new economic policy, or after 1991, the privatization in education sector has resulted into increase in cost of education. So there is a concern that these poor people, or the students from rural areas, can they afford this costly education or not? So we have to think about this. The privatization in education, okay, if it is inevitable, that's a government policy, we need to rethink about it. But at the same time, we should have some programs so that the poor students, the rural students, they would have access to the education system or of this country. So that is another important aspect which we need to focus on. I mean, only education, giving education is not important. What we need quality education. So what we have done in last many years, we have just focused on increasing the quantity of students in higher education. But at the same time, we have neglected the quality of higher education. So to attain sustainable development goal, India needs to focus on providing the quality education to its masses. That is another important issue. And the last issue which I would like to highlight is of employment. Friends, we all know that in rural area, in agricultural sector, even in urban area, there is a problem of unemployment. We have failed to generate enough employment in rural as well as urban area. The problem of employment or the unemployment in rural area is very serious. So what we need, in case of employment also, we need to generate quality employment in rural areas. The Narega-like schemes, okay, they are okay to generate income to poor households in rural areas, but that will not solve the problem of Indian economy. Narega is very important. I am not taking any. There is no question of the role of Narega in generating employment and income in rural areas. But we also need to generate quality manufacturing jobs in rural areas. We need development of industrial sector in rural areas. We need development of agro-based industries or agro-processing industries on a large scale in rural areas to generate employment. That is very important. Without that, we cannot develop our rural sector. Without that, we cannot develop our agriculture sector. And until and unless we develop our rural sector, we develop our agriculture sector, Indian economy cannot do well. We have to accept this reality. The self-employment generation in rural area is another big concern as far as Indian economy is concerned. We have failed to generate self-employment in agriculture. As we know that there is more than 20% of 20 to 30% of rural households, they are landless. They are landless, and 60 to 70% of our land holdings are small and marginal. So So in this case, it means there is no self-employment in agriculture, which will sustain our livelihood, which will sustain our high income in agriculture. So for that, we need to generate self-employment in agriculture. We must give land to landless households. That is very important. There's also need of providing some land for agriculture, for cultivation to marginal farmers. So we need to reforms in our land leasing system. Okay, the land rent system. So we need some reforms in that area. Without that, we cannot increase self-employment in agriculture, and also to increase self-employment in rural areas. We know that for the rural development, we cannot just depend upon agriculture sector. We have to focus on non-farm employment as well. Generating non-farm self-employment is very important as far as rural development is concerned. Without that, our rural economy cannot go ahead. So these are some important issues which we need to focus to achieve sustainable development in India. So without that, we cannot go ahead. And the last issue which I would like to focus is of inclusive development of Indian economy. Okay, so far many economists they have focused on only growth, and they thought that if there is increase in per capita income or increase in GDP in double digit, then that it would benefit to all sectors of economy, it would benefit all sections of economy. But friends, the results or the empirical data, it shows that the growth, if we have double digit growth, it would not directly benefit to all sections of society or all sectors of our economy. So for that, what we need some special attention as far as our development plans and programs are concerned. And what we need inclusive development or inclusive social development for our sustainable development. So that is a need of an hour. So with these words, I would like to stop here. I will not take your much time. Once again, I thank the organizers of this conference, chairman of the conference, Principal Dr. Gaikwad sir, all the conveners and the co-conveners of the conference. And I also like to thank Professor P.S. Kamble sir for giving such a detailed analysis of sustainable development in India. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for chairing the session and your kind cooperation. You have tapped all the levels of the sustainable development to inclusive development well regarding touching the aspects of education, development, agriculture, poverty, and all. Thank you so much, sir. I request our IQAC coordinator, Dr. Arun Chavan, sir, Assistant Professor, Department of Economics, Konkan Gyanpith, to extend word of thanks. Sir, please.
Audible. Good afternoon to everyone. It's my pleasure to express gratitude towards the eminent delegates present in this session. First of all, I would like to express heartfelt thanks to our resource person, Professor Dr. P.S. Kamble sir, for giving his valuable inputs towards in this conference. Thank you again, sir, for your valuable time. I would like to thank Professor Dr. Sunil Narvade sir for chairing the session and guiding all the participants, presenter, for improvisation and betterment. Sir, your expertise will surely help all of us to proceed and succeed in research ahead. I like to thank all the participants who present and participated the research work and contribute towards the success of the conference. I also glad my beloved teacher, Dr. Sunil Narode sir and P.S. Kamre sir for attending conference on my phone call. Thank you so much, sir. I would like to thank our principal, Professor Dr. Ram Gaikwad sir, for his guidance and continuously support. I thank all the teachers, participants, research scholars for listening this technical session. And I hope that everything you have learned today can be put into practice in the future. Thank you, and thank you so much. Annath ma'am,
Thank you,
please.
Javan sir. Now we shall have a 15 minutes break. The next session, that is technical session 2, will sharply start at 1:30 p.m. Participants, please note it will start not at 1:30 p.m. We will have a 15 minutes break. You can continue with the same link with your cameras and mute. Okay. So enjoy your break. Thank you. We shall resume at 1:30. Chavan sir, we can play that soft music.
Yeah, okay.
minutes. Let all join.
याला काय झालं या अचानक का बंद झालं
Yeah, Hanat madam, you can.
Yes, sir. Sir, let few more people join and we'll just start. Sir?
Yes, Hanat madam.
Okay, we shall start, sir, now.
Principal sir, can we start now?
Gaikwad, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Shall we begin?
Yeah, please. Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
yes sir
Yep. Yeah, please carry on, Professor Sheikh.
Okay.
Yeah.
A very good afternoon to one and all. Again, I welcome all our dignitaries, delegates, professors, research scholars for our technical session 2 of the one-day international conference on India as an emerging global power, past, present, and future. So for this technical session, we have two eminent personalities, that is our resource person, Dr. Prakash Masram, and our chairman for this session, Dr. Kishore Gaikwad, sir. So to welcome and introduce our resource person and chairman, I request Professor Dr. M.G. Lone, sir, to introduce our resource person, Dr. Prakash Masram, sir.
thank you Anat madam. Good afternoon to all dignitaries, research scholar and participant from different state of India. First of all, I would like to thank each one of you for joining the one-day international interdisciplinary e-conference on India as an emerging global power, past, present, and future. I am happy to say that this conference has been organized by Department of History, Economic Geography, and IQAC of our college in collaboration with the Department of History, University of Mumbai, under the guidance and leadership of our revered principal, Professor Dr. Baliramji Gaikwad, sir. On behalf of management, principal, and conveners, very warm welcome to all the well-known speakers, delegates who sparing their valuable time and joined with us today on Zoom call for the conference. We are honored to have you all with us. I take an opportunity to introduce the today's resource person of this technical session. I welcome to Dr. Prakash Masram, sir. Presently, sir is the in charge of the Department of History, University of Mumbai. Sir has a 13 years teaching experience and 7 years research experience, and is a member of Board of Studies University of Mumbai. Sir, specialization in modern Indian history, Gandhian study, tribal history, and culture, etc. Sir did his PhD entitled Mahatma Gandhi's Nai Talim Education System, a historical study from 1904 to 1960. Sir has made two papers entitled as a course of as History of Tribal Art and Literature and History of Tribes in Colonial India, and got approval from the University of Mumbai and introduced same at the PG level. Dr. Masram sir has 4 edited books to his credit and has published 12 research papers in international UGC digital journal and research article in the edited book. Sir also has completed a minor research project on tribal art and has organized a state, national and international seminar and conference as a convener. Sir has also been invited as a resource person at UGC, ICHR and ICHR sponsored state, national and international seminar and conferences. Sir is a PhD guide in the Department of History, University of Mumbai, and guiding 4 students, 4 PhD students and 1 MPhil students. 1 student have submitted thesis under his supervision. Sir is also engaged in several other academic and administrative endeavors at the University of Mumbai. Sir, we are fortunate that you are accepted our request as a resource person and immediate response for collaboration with us for the conference. Once again, I welcome to you, sir, in this our international conference. Now I over to you, Hannat madam.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Now I request our resource person, Dr. Prakash Masram, sir, Head of Department of History, University of Mumbai, to address the gathering on the title Historical Perspective on Gender Development and Status of Tribal Women in India, with special reference to tribal women in Vidarbha region. Sir, please.
Thank you very much. First of all, at the outset, thank you very much, Principal Professor Dr. Gaikwad sir, Puran College of Commerce, Puran, for inviting me as a resource person and also accepted our collaboration with the Department of History, University of Mumbai. So it is our great honor. And also, I am very much thankful to Professor Dr. Gaikwad sir, being a chairperson of this session, because I, under the guidance of Kishore Gaikwad sir, I delivered the most of the lectures, and sir was the chairperson in various kind of the seminars, and I, as a resource person, acted in various seminars along with the Professor Dr. Kishore Gaikwad sir. So, of course, it is my honor, delivering a lecture with Professor Dr. Kishore Gaikwad sir. Yes, today's seminar organized on India as a emerging powers, global powers, past, present, and future. Of course, the India is going to, becoming global power in various kind of the sector, education, industries, and admin. But in this context, when we, the general discussion is that what is the emerging power, so where when we set up the particular inclusive development schemes or thought or philosophy, then and then only we can say so India is going to becoming emerging power. So in this regard, today's conference and this session, I will be discussing about the tribal women and their status and gender, gender equality or gender issues in the tribal community, with reference to the particularly Vidarbha tribal community and the women. Of course, as being a student of the history, if you look at the ancient period till modern period, so many sources, archaeological sources, various kind of the archival sources, ample source of information, including Vedic to the epic literature, mention various tribes and the various kind of the tribal women who achieve a lot in various kind of the sections, like Bharat, Bhil, Kolas, Kinars, Matsya, Nishad, Banars, Gond, Billa, Kolam. These kind of the tribes and their achievement already discovered from the various kind of the archaeological and the various kind of the archival sources from ancient to up till now. Because prior to introduction of the caste system, existed in the India. So all the community we treated as a tribal community, and they enjoy their autonomy in the particularly if you look at the Indus Valley civilization, Harappan civilization, or pre-Vedic periods. So where the tribal community, and particularly when we talk about the women in the tribal community, they enjoy a lot their autonomy, whether it is economical section, political section, cultural section, so on. So where they enjoy their autonomy. And basically, till today, the tribal community were and are the homogeneous and self-contained unit without any hierarchical, we can say, discrimination, without any hierarchy, because they believe in the, we can say, community development, mean to say they are and that is why I am. So that kind of the concept definitely we will find in the tribal community when we talk about their society, their culture, and their art. Mean to say, till today, if you look at the tribal community and the women, they were enjoying the lot of status. So first of all, let me discuss about the Adivasi community and who were the Adivasi. So Adivasi, of course, indigenous community in India, and which consist, we can say, 8.4 crores of population in India when we look at the census of 2001. So in that term, the India has the largest number of the tribals community among the countries in the world, followed by Myanmar and the Mexico. But in many cases, the tribal population is decreasing, and some tribals are on the verge of the extinctions, because as per the 2001 census, if you look at the census, the proportion of the tribal population in Maharashtra, when you look at the Maharashtra and the Vidarbha, was 8.85%, 85%, because the proportion has declined from 9.19% in 1981 and 9.27%, in 1991. So to 8.85% in 2001. So that kind of the data figures, indicated that the proportional or population of the tribal community is going to decline. So because there are a n number of the responsible factors for, decreasing the population of the tribal community, we can take a various kind of the example like health, then sanitation, like, so many, there is a scattered, resources for fulfillment of the at least basic needs. So that's why the decreasing, is going on. if you look at the particularly, Maharashtra and the Vidarbha, so if go visit the Gadchuri, so Gadchuri district has a highest percentage of the Adivasi people, and followed by the second district of the Vidarbha is Yavatmal districts, and the Bulthana district has the lowest population in the Vidarbha. So in total, there are 45 communities in Maharashtra, in which the major community are Bhilla, Mahadev Koli, Thakur, Warli, Kokna, Pardhan, Kolam, Nagarchi. So these are kind of the community, are the major community in the Maharashtra. And of course, there are three community known as the primitive tribal community. These are Kolam from Yavatmal districts, mean to say Yavatmal, Adilabad districts, and Katkari from Raigad, Thane, and Palghar districts. And last is Madia Gond from Gadchuri, Gondia, and Chandrapur districts. So these are three tribes, known as the primitive tribes, recognized by Government of India. Because when we look at the primitive tribes in the entire India, there are 75 primitive tribes recognized by Government of India. Mean to say very vulnerable tribes or very backward tribes as compared to other tribes. So that have been notified as a primitive tribes. So till today, a large number of them are still following the primitive practices and shifting cultivation, gathering the minor produce from the forest, and hunting like that. Most of the community, following these kind of the primitive practices. And in that, practices, the tribal women and their role is very substantial and crucial. That is also very important, because if you look at also the sex ratio of the tribal community till today, the more than half of the total population, the male, mean to say female category, having in the tribal community as compared to the men. Because and that kind of the things indicated that in the tribal society, women are more important than in other non-tribal society, because they contributed a lot in various kind of the section. For example, the women, tribal women, they work harder, and the family economy and management, of course, they depend on them. Even after industrialization, globalization, commercialization swept the tribal economy, till the women continue to play the very significant role for fulfilling their basic needs or fulfilling their whatever requirement of the family. So mostly women from the tribal community, even in the, if you look at the contemporary period, they contributed for their family income. Mostly they involve in the collection of the minor products, or they do work in the construction work, mean to say particularly non-organized sectors. But first of all, if you look at the, we can say, the status of the women of the tribal community, you will definitely find that one of the book I refer author by Alma Grace Barla. The title is Adivasi Viranganai. So in which she mentioned that in Indian academic arena in the 1970s, there was started the discourse about the feminism, and that feminism developed as a radical politics in the India, but this kind of the feminism concept, developed before before that 1970s decade in India. I mean to say, since if you look at the early age to modern period, so that kind of the feminism concept, definitely you will definitely find in the tribal community. What is it? Because the feminism concept is a kind of the academic discourse, started from Western world to India in the 1970s decade or 1980s decade. But that kind of the concept, it was or are the close part of their culture, their society, and their, we can say, community. Mean to say, if you look at the any kind of the social practices, like in Warli community, there is a social gathering, or Gond community, or Pardhan community, Kolam community. So in the various kind of the social gathering where they used to give the first preference, or we can say that man or respect to the women first of all, and then after that they of course give the prestige and the respect to the female male also. So that kind of the concept was the and are the close part of the tribal society. And of course, which kind of the knowledge or which kind of the practice transfer from one generation to next generation through their indigenous knowledge or through their oral tradition. And this is not just like, we can say, accepted whatever feminism concept by forcefully or by pressure, but naturally, they accepted as like their, routine part, as like their, life part, etc. Because if you look at the tribal community, and at the same time, if you look at the other kind of the community, you will definitely find the divorce or remarriage or kind of the choices or autonomy or liberty, are permitted in the tribal community for the girls, for the and of course till today, now we are living in the 21st century, but in the most of the tribal community, like Gond community, if you go to the Jharkhand, there is a Urao community, Munda community, in which community what happened, the bridegroom family offer the gift to the bride family. Mean to say, we can say that kind of the system, definitely unique system, definitely find in the tribal society. Like in the Urao community, in their own language, they said that it is kind of the dam gani. It is a concept, dam gani. Mean to say, it is kind of the gift, offered to the bride family or their, we can say the guest as per their capacity, or Dali Diba. That kind of the concept definitely you will find in the Urao community. Or there is another community, Khadiya community in the Jharkhand. So they used to say that for that gift as a sukmud. Even in the various kind of the like, Munda community, Garo community, Khasi community, Pardhan community, Gond community, in which community definitely you will definitely find that kind of the practices till today, practicing that kind of the systems in the tribal community, and that kind of the things indicated there is a, the great equality in the gender aspect. So, mean to say, इट इज जैसे कि हम बात करते हैं कि यह दुल्हन की प्रतिपूरक कीमत नहीं है, लेकिन हम बात कर सकते हैं कि इट इज काइंड ऑफ द कृतज्ञता का, दैट इज काइंड ऑफ द कृतज्ञता सिंबल, म्हणजे एक कृतज्ञ का प्रतीक उनको माना जाता है। ऐसा प्रैक्टिस ट्राइबल कम्युनिटी हमें दिखाई देती है। Even if you look at the, I'm discussing about the gender, issue about the tribal community. So as per Census 2011, so recorded, 990 female by 1,000 male, and in the tribal community. And at the same time, if you look at the other community, so there is a record 940. But in Jharkhand and in various kind of the central India related, tribal community belt where the tribal resided, like, Urao community, Khadiya community, Munda community, Sauriya community, Pahadiya community, Gond community, Madia community. Here, the very notable thing is that the number of the female, is the highest than the male. So that is also the very notable things as we discuss about the gender status in the tribal community. So it is said that his status of the tribal women can be judged by mainly by the roles they play in the society, and status of women in any society in generally, if you look at that, is a significant reflection of level of social justice and in that society. So women's status is often described in terms of their level of income, employment, education, health, fertility, as well as their roles with the family and the community and the society. Interestingly, if you look at the Vidarbha or Maharashtra, the tribal life, particularly in Vidarbha, is marked by some striking commonalities. For example, the first language of over 80% of tribal population in the state or in the particularly Vidarbha is the Gond language and its sub-communities. And there are 750 Gotra or clan and established place of the worship of each clan. So each clan worship Bara Pen, that is Bara Dev, that is called Tersa Pen, as a power of nature in its own place of worship. Again, most of the tribal people have their own tribal customs, beliefs, but in the broader sense of religion, they are believed to be the follower of power of nature. And of course, there is so many kind of the example. If you look at the ancient period, the Harappa and the Mohenjo-daro civilization, there is a mother goddess. So it is kind of the things indicated that the tribal society that time, fully gynocentric concept, we can definitely find in that time. But now, but in the modern period, we can say some kind of the things changes. So for that, so many kind of the philosophers or writers and researchers, they already commented why the tribal condition and particularly women condition of in the tribal community deteriorated because of most of the researcher, they concluded that with the advent of the British rule, the situation of the tribal women or tribal society, becoming very deteriorated because of their, commercial policy, because of their Forest Act policy and so many kind of the policies, responsible. for deteriorating or miserable conditions of the tribal women, particularly whether it is Maharashtra or Vidarbha or any kind of the tribal belt area. So, but when we look at the gender perspective, so of course, the post-colonial feminists like Gayatri Spivak, Kumkum Sangri, Sushi Tharu, Uma Chakravarti, Anil Amba, Rajeshwari Sundararajan, and others have examined the aspect of gender in relation to aspect of class, tribes, and caste system. So both in colonial and post-colonial India highlighted the fact that articulations of the category of the native Indian women, including the tribal women, especially in colonial discourse, is usually associated with the upper class women of India and ignores the presence of the subaltern women within the Indian nation. So in which also context the Kamala Basin also rightly pointed out that in her book, that is Understanding the Gender, here she also mentioned that under the native Indian women, especially in the contemporary period, is usually associated with the upper class women of India, and women के माध्यम से women का अत्याचार और उनकी जो मिजरेबल कंडीशन है वो होती जा रही है. इस कॉन्टेक्स्ट में कमला बसिन ने अपने अंडरस्टैंडिंग जेंडर में कहा था. But again, furthermore, she mentioned that if you look at the tribal community, particularly she already spoke about the Bhilla community and mentioned about the Bhilla community. If you look at the Bhilla community's tribal girl, she had having the lot of liberty, lot of autonomy, whether it is any kind of the aspect of their life, social, economic, cultural, or sports, or any kind. There is a huge amount of the autonomy as compared to the other kind of the society. So that kind of the things, ultimately I mentioned that till today there is so many kind of the autonomy in the tribal community for the women. But the thing is completely changing about the, we can say, empowerment of, when we talk about the empowerment or tribal women, because so many philosophers already articulated about the status of tribal women and development. I can quote here the Robert Lowe has suggested the 4 different criteria to determine the status of women in the society. First is the actual treatment, legal status, opportunity for social participation, and character and extent of the work. So the strategy for the tribal development, and especially women, needs to improvement, better development and upliftment of their, we can say, upliftment of the their situation. Because if you look at the literacy rate levels of various tribal group in the Maharashtra, also in Vidarbha, differ widely. As per the study report on the tribal education organized by government of Maharashtra in 2011, particularly which show the condition, the education condition, and particularly women tribal condition in Vidarbha, the rate of dropout is overall 68% from primary to secondary, which is quite alarming. And similarly, the rate of dropout rate 75% from primary to high school, higher secondary, primary to secondary, which is quite alarming. And similarly, the rate of dropout is 95% from the primary to higher secondary, which is again quite alarming situation. Furthermore, in Vidarbha, higher education ratio of tribal women very low, as like primer to higher secondary. because there are various kind of the reasons related to the non-attendance or dropout rates, increasing in the schools. Because that report already, concluded that teacher absenteeism continue to be the major issues in the tribal area due to the long commutes and low motivations levels. No attendance in schools is due to the burden of the domestic household work, like take care of the younger siblings and domestic animals, so on. And there is a lack of transportation systems and communication system in many tribal area. If you look at the Gadchori and Vidarbha, so there are also the very poor school infrastructures, like most of the schools do not have a toilet or any basic facility. So these kind of the things, uh, uh, created a lot of problem, and that is why we can see the various dropout rates in the tribal community, and particularly girls. If you look at the health ratio, लोणे सर किती वेळ आहे, म्हणजे तुमचं शेड्यूल डिस्टर्ब होऊ नये म्हणून मी सांगतो तुम्हाला.
Sir, time is almost all over, but wind up in next 5 to 7 minutes.
Okay. Thank you. So yes. So with the permission of today's chairperson, Dr. Kishore Gaikwad sir, I will wind up within 5 to 7 minutes. So if you look at the health issue, so many government document records, health status of tribal Vidarbha is not sufficient because the tribal group health status is lower compared to the other, you can say, population. Because based on the limited data available, the report of Committee on the Child Mortality Government of Maharashtra, if you look at the data to 2004 and 5, and the estimate made by the Yashada also. So I summarize that the infant mortality rate in the tribal area, Maharashtra, is about 60 to 70% higher than the state average. That is my conclusion. Even particularly in Gondia, during the rains, the entire villages, in particularly Gadchuri, Gondia, Yavatmal districts, are cut off. This is the actual conditions. Dr. Tribhuvan, who mentioned in his articles about the child death in the Melghat, Amravati districts, in the research tribal bulletin, he has referred the problem of mortality and malnutrition rate in the Dharni and the Melghat and Chikaldhar Tahsil. He also found that whether government had not done enough to provide the employment guarantee schemes for tribals in nearby area so that their livelihood assured. So if you look at the employment status of tribal women and the forest, so in the current status, a very large majority of the tribal, almost 90% people are engaged in the agriculture and non-organization sectors. So tribal women may be considered in terms their participations and agriculture, forest and non-agriculture activity. The tribal women are 42% agricultural laborer and 32% of men to have the same occupation. Mean to say here, if you look at the employment and particularly non-organized sectors employment, where most of the tribal women involved, but there was no assurance about their health and their whatever relaxations for the getting the lunch or some relax. So there was no assurance. And however, there is a large amount of the problem about the bonded labor, forced labor, and even physical harassment and so on. That is also the problem in the employment. And the tribal women and forest, if you look at that, the minor forest products forms a major source of income of the in many tribal communities, especially those have less than 5 acres of lands. And and women's are almost exclusively involved collection of minor produce in the entire Vidarbha and particularly tribal belt area. So here we can say the women during the appointing the agent from outside for collecting the forest produce has not only affected their livelihood but also made the work of women very difficult, because there was no rules and regulation about the fixing of wages of payment and all. So that's why there was so many are the very much difficulty to sort out this kind of the problem. In conclusion, within 1 minute, I will sum up. Geographical and social, economic, and political isolation. Women from the main society stream, clubbed with the lower literacy rate, high degree of ignorance by the government authority or lack of implementations, and society, as well as particularly if you look at the character of the women, they are very much shy, have been hurdles or barriers in accepting the modern health, nutrition, then we can say, and education also. So, so all about the discussion, as I stated, clarify the concept about the gender and the role of the women in the Vidarbha. So it is clear that the gender equality among the tribal group is complex. Now in the contemporary India, it is a complex phenomena that needs to be addressed in the context of various issues such as the family structure, fertility, child mortality, literacy, sex ratio, labor force, participation, income, worth generated within the household, religion, culture, exposure to the mainstream population. So the problems of tribal women are tribals are largely common. So we need to discuss, or we need to give the solution for maintaining the whatever gender equality or fulfillment of the at least basic needs. So with this word, I will stop here, and thank you very much for patiently listening this my view. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Prakash Masram, sir, for your excellent and in-depth plenary session. You have very well justified the title of the session, that is Historical Perspective on Gender Development of Tribal Women. You have tapped all the concerns of the tribal gender development, feminism, community, social gathering, and you have drawn our attention that women in the tribal area are more liberated. So thank you very much, sir. I now request Dr. Lone sir to introduce our chairperson for the technical session, Dr. Kishore Gaikwad sir. Lone sir, please.
Thank you, madam. Good afternoon, all respected dignitaries and research scholars and participants. Once again, I here to introduce today's session chairperson, eminent chairperson, Dr. Kishore Gaikwad sir. Sir presently is a senior professor, Department of History and Ethnography, Mizoram University. Sir also was a former head of University of Mumbai, Department of History. Sir has 28 years of experience in research and teaching. Sir specialization is socio-cultural history of India with a special reference of caste and gender. Sir is also engaged into investigating mechanism of social power relations, as well as exploring unconventional research methods in social science and philosophy of history. Currently, sir is researching and published a couple of articles on the past as pursued by tribal, Gond art, indigenous knowledge system and memory. Professor Gaikwad sir has more than 35 research articles with more than 150 research presentation at national, international level to his credit, 4 books and 2 edited volumes to his credit. Sir has also written 9th and 12th standard textbooks for Maharashtra government and has written articles for Marathi newspapers and in children's magazine too. Sir presented his research finding in various Indian universities as well as abroad at universities in Canada, Iran, Sri Lanka, Malaysia, and Bhutan. He has been awarded with fellowship from IAAS Simla and Dorabji Tata Trust Mumbai. Sir has worked with national institution on project of making dictionaries of concept of history and has successfully guided 10 PhD and 6 MPhil students. Sir has experience of curriculum evaluation of subject of history, archaeology, museology, literature, and history, as he was appointed to 12 Indian universities on board of studies as an expert, as well as work with central government and state government of Maharashtra in different capacities. Sir also works as a member of the Chief Editorial Board of Maharashtra Gazetteers. Sir has been working on number of administrative positions as additional responsibility like Registrar, Central University for more than a year. I think Amarkantak University, tribal
National Tribal
University.
University.
National Tribal University. When I was in Jabalpur,
Yes.
that time I had called you. About
Yeah,
the
you made a phone
university.
call to me.
Yes. And due to sir has a towering personality, due to time constraint, I here brief without hesitating. Sir accepted my invitation for a chairperson. I thinking to organize this international conference from November month, and that time also I had call with Dr. Gaikwad sir. Sir also said me, you go ahead, whatever help I will give you. Thank you, sir. Once again, I warmly welcome to this international conference and this technical session. Over to you, Hanat madam.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Gaikwad, sir, shall we begin with the technical session?
Please carry on. I think at the end I will
Yes.
make some remarks and take the entire review of the papers as such. At the end, I will do. You please carry on with your paper presentation. Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Namaskar.
Hello, sir.
Yes,
Welcome, sir. I'll just intervene, poke my nose a little bit. I take a special privilege to welcome Professor Kishore Gaikwad sir here.
Thank you, sir.
In fact, I was in other lecture also. I just joined in. And sir, to all our participants, the delegates and resource persons also, I take very, very special privilege to welcome all of you, and particularly in this session, Professor Kishore Gaikwad sir, my longtime friend, and also we have in different capacities worked together.
Right,
It's
sir.
really a privilege to have you with us, sir. And you have really graced the occasion, this particular international conference, with your presence. Look forward to have a similar kind of collaborations and working together.
Sure.
And hope that you are really enjoying your stay over there in Mizoram University.
Thoroughly.
Yes.
Yeah, thank for kind words, sir. It is the same over here.
Yes.
I reciprocate the same feelings. I'm overwhelmed and really nice to have word with you, at least in this way, at least
Online platform.
That online platform. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you, sir. So with the due permission of our chairman, Dr. Kishore Gaikwad, sir, I start with the technical PowerPoint presentation, session 2. So the first presenter, participants, few instructions. As I already said, you will be given minimum 3 minutes and maximum 7 minutes to conclude. You need to share your PPT from your side. Please keep your devices ready. You will be made a co-host. You need to share your screen. Okay, so we shall begin with our participant number 1.
How many papers are there, ma'am? How many papers are there?
6 papers are there,
Okay,
and out of
okay.
that we need to select 2 best papers.
I request you, ma'am, please you only conduct all proceedings. At the end, I will
Okay.
speak. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, sir. No issues. Thank you. So our first participant is Assistant Professor Mr. Himanshu Kumar Mandal, sir, from West Bengal College, Sabang Sarjanikanta Mahavidyalay, West Bengal, presenting his paper on the lineage of ball songs in West Bengal, a historical study. Mr. Himanshu Mandal. Mr. Himanshu.
Mr. Himanshu, are you ready? Is there, madam?
Yes, sir, he's there in the meeting.
Otherwise, take the next one.
Just a second, sir. Mr. Himanshu. Second participant, are you ready? Dr. Nalini Wagmare, are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we shall begin with the participant number 2, Dr. Nalini Wagmare. She is an assistant professor in history from Tilak Maharashtra Vidyapeeth, Pune, presenting her paper on the topic India's freedom struggle and Lokmanya Tilak as a journalist. Anam, please.
Okay, ma'am. Can I share the PPT?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, is it possible?
Yes, ma'am, yes. Please start the slideshow.
Okay. Now it's okay, ma'am?
You can switch on the slideshow, ma'am. F5, press F5.
Now it's okay?
Yes, ma'am, yes.
Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Dr. Nalini Avinash Wagmare, working as an assistant professor at Tilak Maharashtra Vidyapeeth. Today's my paper is India's freedom struggle and Lokmanya Tilak as a journalist. Here in this paper, I am going to introduce introduction Lokmanya Tilak, a brief life sketch, Tilak's newspaper Kesari and Maratha, and Tilak as a journalist, some findings, conclusion, as well as some reference. So main objective of study this paper is that to study the historical background of national movement. Another objective is the Indian National Congress, as well as to study the Tilak as a journalist, and what was the role of this Kesari and Maratha newspaper to create awareness among the people or in the Indian national movement, as well as how the Tilak's thoughts relevance to modern times. So methodology is that descriptive and analytical one, by and large historical methods adopted in this paper, as well as visited to Kesariwada, where the primary sources are there, Kesari newspaper, Maratha newspaper, as well as some Marathi books referred, along with taken the opinion of the experts for prepare this paper. And we know that I am not going to detail about the Tilak life sketch, but we know that Lokmanya Tilak is called in various name by the people, the Lion of Maharashtra, and he was one of the great national leader, as well as his slogan. We all know that Swaraj is my birthright and I shall have it. He was the main architect of Indian freedom fighter, as well as he some
foreigners call him as a father of Indian unrest, and we Indian people call him as a Lokmanya, which means they accepted by the people as their leader. So this is the brief life sketch of Tilak. Then while we are studying the journalistic role of Lokmanya Tilak or his works, we have to study extremist movement in Indian history, moderate extremist and Gandhian period. So in the Tilak's role actually comes in the extremist thoughts or philosophy that 1905 to 1990 or 1920. So Tilak fourfold program, Swaraj, Swadeshi, Boycott, and Rashtriya Shikshan. So newspaper, basically while we are studying the Tilak as a journalist, Tilak's newspaper is Tilak's national movement, we can call that one also. And basically in Maratha and Kesari newspaper, 80-81 to up to the death of Lokmanya Tilak, his writings, his thoughts, his philosophy, creating awareness among the people, all those things we find in these newspapers. And Tilak stated that this newspaper is for the people, and till today this newspaper is also continued one. This is the first newspaper's first edition mentioned. And the Maratha also, Kesari is for Marathi knowing people, and the Maratha is for foreign language, basically English people purpose, that newspaper run by the time. And this many in the Kesari and Maratha newspaper, we find that politics, social issues, literature, philosophy, sports, and other things also. Through this newspaper, Tilak started mass movement against the British powers. And this Kesari, in fact, became a symbol of the freedom movement at that time. And he stated that Kesari belongs to the people, neither I brought, nor I am going to take it away. All the patriots who are indeed annexes for the interest of the country should keep it on going. And the thing that still this paper is existing. And the Kesari and Maratha cover so many topics like Diamond Jubilee, Tilak imprisonment, fourfold program, and other, even the article on plague. So only few points I am expressing here. Even political as well as economic, Swadeshi, famine, labor, marketing, trade and industries, even democracy, Indian National Congress, the moderate and extremist thoughts also. As well as literature and social points related also, festivals, Ganesh Utsav, Shiva Jayanti also. Every topic Tilak cover in that time, which give the importance to the awaken the people against the British power who harass us, who are under, means who are, they are make us as a slave. And Tilak never given any time to whatever he is writing, his thoughts, his philosophy, we find through these newspapers. Even that time also Tilak stated, while we are reading the Tilak's papers, we find that सरकारचे डोके ठिकाणावर आहे का, राज्य करणं म्हणजे सूट नाही, Om Hari Om. So this type of things, if you article, you read the Tilak article, this time we get a lot of information, even article related to education and other things also. These articles are not only guided that time, they also guided to till today also. And these papers used as a weapon fight against the Britishers. And the language of the paper is very simple and understandable. And those are against the British powers. And Tilak's topics which are covered in these newspapers, and already I explained Marathi and English, both language he used. And his writing skill, if you find that dialogue with the people, those things we find there, and whatever against the government he mentioned in his writings. So those things we find at that time, and he emphasized the constitutional aspect of functionalism, British government, and strove hard to explain it in the Reader of Maratha and Kesari. And these are the effective instruments he used that time to strengthen the national awakening among the masses during early stages of his freedom movement. And even nationalism created among the people. And so the writing style was simple, and it attacks, he never missed any opportunity, but he wanted to awaken people through this newspaper and fight against the Britishers. And such a brave fight by using the medium of newspaper was totally unknown before the Tilak. That papers also cover so many points, but here the Home Rule League, Lucknow Pact, First World War, Reform Act 1919, Khilafat Movement, Jallianwala, etc. And whatever the journalistic, whatever Tilak wanted, maybe the simple words, but they are very honestly, simply, as well as that awaken the people. And another thing is, to be a person who is responsible for educating the masses is one of the most difficult job. And Tilak seemed fit for this powerful position, and one cannot imagine him any other role than that journalist thinks. So present the Kesari situation is like e-Kesari is also available, and the Maratha journal is later on published as a journal. Now it is the Maratha peer review is considered. So in the right side photos mentioned. And the conclusion is that Tilak used to describe his profession as a journalist and author through this two newspaper 1881 to up to 1920. Through this newspaper awakened the people about British affairs for Indian freedom movement. People also go through the writings of Tilak and taken the steps to solve the political problems existing at that time. And this newspaper also to help us to solve many socio-political economic problems. And Tilak used this pen for educating not only native language of people, but English, the Maratha newspaper, through that he started that one. So these all writings still inspire us to build nationalism among the people. So the Tilak Wada is in Pune. So those who are listening this lecture or attending this program for study tour purpose, you visited there and to attribute it to Lokmanya Tilak in the 75 years of Indian independence. So these are the reference books I have referred for presenting this paper. So thank you very much, and thank you Tilak Wada and Tilak Maharashtra Vidyapith and Chancellor Raman. Thank you very much for organized committee members to give an opportunity to present this paper. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Well presented.
Thank you very much.
Our next presenter is Ms. Archana Ashok Pednekar, Assistant Professor, Gyan Prasarak Mandal's College and Research Center, Asagaon, Goa. Her paper is Contribution of Women to Learning and Literature in Ancient India. Ms. Archana Pednekar from Goa.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, can I start?
Yes, ma'am. Share your screen.
Yeah. Ma'am, it's coming host disabled participant screen.
Yes, ma'am. Wait a minute.
Yes, yes.
Chavan, sir.
Yeah, still it's the same.
Chavan, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Name, please.
It is Archana Pednekar. Archana Pednekar.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am, you can start now.
Okay, yes. Is it visible, ma'am?
Yes, yes, ma'am. Okay. Just start your slideshow, ma'am.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Start your slideshow.
If I start the slideshow, the slides are not moving. I had just tried it.
Okay,
so I can just present like this.
Yeah, yeah, sure.
Okay. So, ma'am, I'm starting. Yeah.
Yes, yes.
So, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Archana Ashok Pednekar from Gyan Prasarak Mandal's College and Research Center, Asagaon, Goa, Assistant Professor, Department of History. Today, my topic is Contribution of Women to Learning and Literature in Ancient India. Now, in this paper, basically, if we see whenever we talk about ancient India, about contributions regarding the ancient Indian history or the scholars about ancient India, mostly we see about the male scholars which are there, and the female scholars are basically they're kind of not given that much important as given to the male scholars. So because of this, what happens is that their contribution is not given that much importance to the literature or whatever field they have contributed in ancient India. So if we see in ancient tradition or Indian tradition, we have seen that there is a tradition of worshipping female energy from the ancient times, because we believe that female energy is a source for all the creation. If we look into the Harappan civilization, we see there is the worship of mother goddess, which is prevalent from the ancient times. And also we have a lot of female goddesses which are worshipped along with the male goddesses. We have goddess Saraswati, who is associated with learning. So in ancient India, if we see during the Vedic period, women had a position equal to that of the men. They had enjoyed very honorable position, as well as they were highly respected. Whereas in the later Vedic period, slowly their position started declining. So now let us see the contribution of women in literature. Ma'am, are the slides changing?
No, ma'am. Yes, now it is changing.
Yeah, okay. I'm continuing. So, with the Yajurveda, it says that a scholarly woman purifies her life with her intellect. Through her knowledge and action, she promotes virtues and efficiently manages the society. So, from this quote, we come to know that the significance or the importance which was given to the intellect of a woman in the ancient Indian period. So, there were many scholars. Education of women was not neglected during the ancient Indian period. It was they were given chance to get educated along with the boys, and because of this there were many female scholars, poets, educators who were part of ancient Indian history and who have contributed to the ancient Indian history. Now, there were two kind of scholars during the Vedic period. There were the Brahmavadinis and the Sadyodvahas. Brahmavadinis were very highly intellectual women, and they dedicated their life to the study of Vedas as well as theology and philosophy. And then there were the Sadyodvahas who studied the Vedas only till the time they got married. So, there were many female scholars in the ancient India. Now let us look into some of the notable scholars who have done a valuable contribution to the ancient Indian literature. Now in Vedic age, women enjoyed freedom both physically as well as intellectually, and due to this in ancient India, as I have said, there were many educators and philosophers or poets who were not only intellectually advanced but also spiritually advanced, and they also received formal education and contributed to learning and literature. They were not only contributed to Vedic and language and literature and learning, but there were also some Brahmavadinis like Gargi who also took up in philosophical discussions along with the great male rishis of that time. And Gargi was one of them. She was one of the great Brahmavadini who wrote many hymns questioning the origin of existence, and all her philosophical views. These are mentioned in the Chandoga Upanishad. She is considered to be one of the 9 jewels in the court of Janak of Mithila, and she is most famous for the debate which was done along with Yajnavalkya, which is mentioned in the Brihad Aranyaka Upanishad. Apart from Gargi, there was Lopamudra, who has contributed 179 hymn, or hymn number 179 in Rig Veda. Then there was Maitreyi, who has written 10 hymns in Rig Veda. Then Gosha, it is said that she has written 2 hymns containing 14 verses in the Rig Veda. First one actually is in praise of Ashwini Kumaras, because it is said she was suffering from leprosy and they cured her illness. That's why it was written in their praise. And second one was to tell her desire to live a married life. Then was Vishwara, who has written hymns in praise of Lord Agni, Apala, who have written hymns in praise of Lord Indra. Apart from the Vedic period, if we come to the Buddhist period, the status of women started declining slowly. So, though the status of women were declining, there were these elder nuns or theories in Buddhism who have contributed to the Buddhist literature. They have written this Theri Gatha, which is actually a collection of poems which are written by these nuns. Then we have Mahapajapati, Pattakara, Dhammadinna, Suba, Khema, Upalavana. So all these were very scholarly women of the Buddhist literature. Then Upalavana, among this, we can see that Buddha has considered her as the foremost among the bhikkhunis in the psychic powers. Then we have coming to the Sangam age. In Sangam age also the woman had a freedom to get educated, and that's why there were many poets. They not only composed poems, but they also attended assemblies, participated in discussions. There are many female scholars which are written over here in this slide. Among these, famous was Avaiyar, who has written among 58 poems in the Sangam literature. Then Kakkai Padiniyar was there, who have written all this work. Apart from there were many others also. Now let us see the contribution of women to Indian education, because if they did not have got proper education, they would have not contributed so much to the literature in ancient India. So Rig Veda says that a parent should give their daughter intellectuality and power of knowledge, and when she leaves for the husband's home, they should give her a dowry of knowledge. So from this we can come to know that education for women was given importance during the ancient Indian society. Then before starting the Vedic studies, they had to perform the Upanayana ceremony in the early Vedic period, but later on in the later Vedic period, this system was discontinued. So they also studied Purva Mimamsa, which is actually considered as a very difficult science, but there was many women who took up the Purva Mimamsa study. Then there was also existence of co-education. We have boys and girls studying together. There is reference to Atreyi, who was studied along with Love and Kush. Then there is also Kamandaki, who had studied with Guri Vasu and Devrat. So there was co-education. There were many female teachers who were known as Upadhyayas. Dr. Altekar says that there were many female teachers in the society. Otherwise, a new term will not have been used to designate them. Then in epics also, we have many learned and a strong woman who had contributed. We have Gandhari, Draupadi, Sita, Kunti, Mandodari, who were very intelligent and strong ladies. Then if we see, we have already discussed there was a decline during the Buddhist period, but because Buddha allowed women into Buddhism, their right to education was protected. So preaching and evangelization that was open to women by Jainism and Buddhism attracted a large number of talented ladies to disguise themselves and teachers and preachers. And because the number of female teachers started increasing, the number of female students also started increasing. Then there is Anupama Sumedha, who were the Theri Gata nuns. Then Sangamitra, who were very famous teachers and preachers of Buddhism. Apart from them, in the Sangam age, we have seen there was Avaiyar, Kakkai Padiniyar. Now, because they had received proper education, they were encouraged to take up education. They had written so many beautiful poems or done an immense contribution to the literature in ancient India. Then coming to conclusion, if we say that though Indian society was patriarchal during the ancient Indian society, there were restrictions, but there were many women scholars who have excelled. There were educators, poets who have excelled in the field of literature and learning, and through their knowledge and wisdom, they have contributed to the glory of our ancient India. This was only possible because they had social freedom, and even though there were some restrictions, but still women had excelled and have given their share into the ancient Indian literature or learning, or the contributed to the glory of ancient India. Thank you so much, everybody, for giving me this opportunity to present my paper, as this is my first time paper presentation. Thank you so much.
Very nice, very well presented.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next, I would call upon Mrs. Yogita Chandrakant Patil, Research Scholar, Department of English, University of Mumbai, from Changukana Thakur Arts, Commerce and Science College, New Panvel, presenting her paper on Adventures Odyssey of Anupama as a woman protagonist for emancipation and empowerment in Sudha Murthy's Mahashweta. Mrs. Yogita Chandrakant Patil.
Is my still visible?
Ma'am, you are not audible clearly.
Yeah, you are visible, ma'am.
Yogita madam, you are not audible clearly.
Wait a minute, sir.
Yeah.
Ma'am, if you have two devices connected, just disconnect one.
Ma'am, is it visible now?
Yes, ma'am, it is in process. 1 minute. Yes, ma'am. You can start now.
There is something problem in slideshow. Hello everyone, good afternoon one and all. This is Yogita Chandrakant Patil from University of Mumbai, research scholar, presenting my research paper before all of you under the guidance of Dr. Rajesh Yevle sir, Head Department of English, CKT, Commerce Science and College, New Panvel. The title of my research paper is Adventurous Odyssey of Anupama as a Woman Protagonist for Emancipation and Empowerment of Sudhamurtis in Sudhamurti's Mahashweta. Sudhamurti is considered as one of the most acclaimed writers in the realm of Indian literature, and Mahashweta is regarded as one of the finest novels in the arena of Indian literature. Mahashweta is an inspiring story about courageous and valorous women Anupama who travels in the world of marriage, which is full of illusion, betrayals, disappointment, and social stigma. Here is the adventurous journey of Anupama is presented through this research. I would like to give heartful thanks for giving me the opportunity to present my paper. The objectives of my research paper are to examine reflection of women characters in Sudhamurti's novel Mahashweta, to explore Anupama's journey as a successful woman, to analyze the conflict between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, and to search the journey of self-realization of Anupama through this novel. In the very first session of this novel, the novel starts with the birth of a baby girl, which the Simone de Beauvoir presents one of the most female protagonist. Simone de Beauvoir explains that when the girl is not born but rather become a woman, and through this incident, the novel is started. The central character of this novel is Anupama, who has a versatile personality. She has born with beauty with brain. And while introducing Anupama's, Dr. Desai stated as, Anand, you cannot imagine how versatile our Anu is. She is superior actress, excellent student, always getting at top rank. And also, but this Anupama has not given good treatment by her stepmother Sabakka. She is always dominating her. She is always trying to tolerate her each and every time. Let us not educate her father. It might become difficult to find a husband for her. Decide they will not support us. She has to marry and go to somebody else's house one day. This is the quote of her stepmother. Sabaka is always trying to praise the God that not to match her horoscope with Dr. Anand when her marriage is going to fix with Dr. Anand. This is the adventurous journey before marriage. After marriage also there is no change. Radhakka is Dr. Anand's mother, means Anupama's mother-in-law. When she hears about Anupama from her son, she is shocked because she wished a daughter-in-law from rich family, and this Anupama belongs to poor family. She is the woman of few words. The Radhaka, her mother-in-law, is a woman of few words, and she is always trying she is always struggling with to brought up her children, but she is not giving good treatment to her daughter-in-law. Anupama feels like a stranger after her marriage with her laws. Even after her life before marriage is far better than this one, because she thought that after marriage she will get independence and her life will be better, but it is not done. Sudha Murthy describes her life as before her marriage she has been a free bird and had gone whenever she pleased. Now she felt as if she has locked in the giant cage. This quote is taken from Mahashweta 41. Anupama's adventurous journey is described. Anupama has after marriage there are many clashes between her husband and she, because she is suffering from leukoderma, and they leave her, they send her to her mother's house, to her parental home, and after that she decided to go to Bombay to her friend's home and settle there. In that big city, she never reminds her disease of leukoderma. With minor accident, Anupama has been treated by Dr. Vasant, who likes Sanskrit, and both of them have matches their likes and dislikes also, and they becomes good friends. Dr. Vasant falls in love with Anupama, but when he proposed to her, that time she rejects her proposal and says that I have learned many more things in my first marriage, so we will be good friends only. At last, when Anand comes to apologize to Anupama, she firmly said that it is too late because she has suffered a lot in this journey. She confidently tells Anand that their relationship is over, and this is the adventurous journey we see that Anupama before her marriage and after her marriage. The conclusion is that in this way, the attempt has been made to explore the adventurous odyssey of Anupama as a woman protagonist for emancipation and empowerment in Sudha Murthy's Mahashweta. Here are some references which are these are the references which I have very helpful to prepare this research paper, and here is the bibliography, and thank you very much for giving me the chance to present my PPT here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Very well presented. Our next presenter is Dr. Madhu Kelkar, Associate Professor from HR College of Commerce and Economics, Churchgate, Mumbai. She is presenting her paper on Sanitas Sanitatam Omnia Sanitas, Sanitary Education and the Development of Public Health Conscience in Bombay Presidency. Dr. Madhu Kelkar.
Could you please make me the co-host so that I can share screen?
Sorry.
Could you make me the co-host so that I can share screen?
Chavan sir.
Yes, done. Yes, done. You are co-host now. You can.
Is my screen visible?
Yes, ma'am, it is visible.
I'll begin without much ado. I won't switch on my camera as my bandwidth is
it's
low.
okay, no issue.
Yeah, and my computer is also misbehaving.
You can start your presentation.
Yes, thank you so much.
Thank
so
you.
I would like to thank KGUC for giving me this opportunity to present a paper. My paper is entitled, as the host has already mentioned, Sanitas Sanitatum Omnia Sanitas. And it's a quote which I have taken from Benjamin Disraeli's famous dictum of April 3rd, 1872, and it roughly translates to health of the healthy, all healthy. This was something that defined the spirit of the Victorian age, which fervently advocated sanitary reform, especially for the health of the laboring classes. And also, this was on broad economic principle that it costs more money to create disease than to prevent it, and that sanitation and morality are closely linked. So I have taken primary sources for my research. This is a paper which is still in progress. I'm still working on it. And to begin with, the first part of it, sanitary development was something that one finds taking place at a feverish pitch, especially after the mutiny of 1857 in India. And this was dictated by the needs of the physical safety of the troops. And this led to the separation of the troops from the native classes of people. And then post 1857, one finds the organization of a very elaborate sanitary department. One also finds the formation of the Indian Medical Service in 1896. And later on, one comes across research institutions, town planning measures, etc. And yet, when one reads the literature, one finds that there was sustained disease and there was sustained insanitation. And this forced the colonial government to turn to sanitary education as a tool of sanitary salvation of the country. Now, I have focused in my paper generally on Bombay Presidency as well as Bombay City. So in the first part, I have explored generally what was done post 1857. So one finds that in the 1830s, even before 1830s, there was some attempt at creating some kind of a sanitary conscience. And this has been noted by Harrison, where he talks about dispensaries which were run on charity by the local people. And maybe their staff gave set an example of how exactly people should keep their cities and how they should keep their villages. And there was also this sanitary primer that was written by J.M. Cunningham, who was director, King Institute at Guindy, Madras. And this was something that was distributed in the 1870s and 1880s. It was translated in a large number of local languages. And then in 1887, this primer was replaced by the Way to Health, which was created by a missionary organization, because the colonial government felt that the missionary organizations were better suited to deal with matters, with these matters of sanitation, since they were equipped to observe the native Indians.
Sorry to interrupt, ma'am. Please be a bit louder.
I told you I have a network issue.
Okay, no issue.
So am I completely inaudible? Am I audible now?
Yeah, you're audible. Please carry on.
So, so one finds that there are these missionaries who were told to look into this area of sanitation. And then I come to the next part of my paper, which is on rural sanitation. So by mid-1880s, one finds that there is some progress in the urban areas, but matters were differently seen in the local area, in the rural areas, where we find that there were sanitary boards that were formed. And in Bombay Presidency, there was funds which were raised by village cesses for works of local public utility, which also included sanitary improvement. And but somehow these cesses were not used for the purpose of sanitation of the villages. And if we read the local board's report of 1890, it exemplifies the poor sanitary scenario of the villages, where the money was hardly spent on cleansing operations in spite of the village cess that was collected. And then in 1885, one also finds another attempt at sanitizing villages, which was conceived by Lord Reay and Lord Dufferin via the Village Sanitation Bill. However, this bill was a very lopsided kind of a bill, because it did not really make any move to cleanse the villages, and all powers were concentrated in the hands of the local board. And one of the strongest critics of this bill was Florence Nightingale, whose role in Indian sanitation is well known. And she was also able to elicit the support of the Pune Sarvajanik Sabha, which also emerged as a very trenchant critic of the village sanitation bill. Now, thanks to the work of Florence Nightingale, some Indians got an opportunity to articulate their opinion on the subject at the International Congress of Hygiene. So I've named this age. I mean, if you really look at it, it looks like the age of conferences. So towards the end of the 19th century and beginning of the first decade of the 20th century, one finds that a whole lot of congresses and conferences are held primarily on the area of sanitation. So it begins with 1891 with the International Congress of Hygiene and Demography, which was held in London, where a lot of Indians were able to quote their views. And then later on in 1896, after the plague of 1896, one finds that there was an increase in research on tropical diseases, and the need was also felt to diffuse this knowledge among people. So we find the Bombay Medical Congress of 1909, which mooted the idea of free primary education. Then there is a conference on moral, civic, and sanitary instruction held in 1910 at the behest of the governor, Sir George Clark, who also talks about sanitary instruction. And then also one finds the All India Sanitary Conferences, which are held between 1911 and 1913 at Bombay, Madras, and Lucknow. Now, what is interesting is that all of them mooted the idea of sanitary education among the masses, but they failed to create an impact on the people, since Bombay presidency was a very densely populated presidency. It had in 1913 around 19 million people, but out of that only 2 million people were literate. And there was no particular department that was responsible for educating the masses. So there was no knowledge of hygiene or sanitary education. And whenever pamphlets or handbills were prepared, they were prepared very randomly by different departments. The method for adopting, the method that was adopted for conveying the information was also very, very haphazard. So there were critics of these conferences also. So you have Indians like Mr. Motilal Ghosh, who was the editor of the Amrit Bazar Patrika, who felt that villagers knew a lot about the ordinary hygienic rules, and it was a very short-sighted policy on the part of the government to be talking about things like making sanitation known to the villagers. What was really wanted was finance. And the Indian Social Review, Social Reformer, which was a weekly periodical published from Bombay, it remarked very presciently that if we were to ask what was the first sanitary requirement of the country, we would unhesitatingly say that it was to prevent as far as possible the withdrawal of the people from villages to towns and cities. And also, it is really interesting to note that women were sought to be involved in this sanitary project, but the agenda was creation of good mothers. So Indian members of the IMS, for example, strongly advocated imparting knowledge in domestic hygiene to women to fashion them into better mothers. And to put in quotes, a little needlework, cooking, and music are added as useful accomplishments in the life of such girls as they are expected to lead. So what was the government motto? I have deliberately used a lot of text in this slide because there are some quotes which I want all of you to read. Festina Lent was a sanitary motto, which simply means make haste slowly. So the government therefore gradually withdrew itself from the sanitary cause, and in a bid to prove that insanitation did not cause high death rates, especially in the rural areas, it made very irrational claims. One of them is written over here, that Dravidians naturally lived a shorter time than the European or even than the native Aryan in India. Just as the horse lives shorter than the elephant and the canary lives a smaller life than the parrot, and the rest is self-explanatory. There was also a very defeatist attitude which was visible on the part of the government, which clearly stated that the rate of accomplishment and imperfect understanding of value of sanitation in advanced countries of Europe, it justified the fact that there cannot be much advance in India. And therefore, the burden of sanitary reformation was thrown on the educated classes who were expected to act as its missionaries. So now it banked on the likes of Pune Sarvajanik Sabha and others to carry out this sanitary mission. But also there was a very, very clear commercial intent in the manner in which the government reacted. So I've given a quotation over there that everything spent on enforced sanitation would be at the expense of what the ratepayer himself would consider far more important and useful object. So what was the government's intention? Basically, the intention was that even if the village cess is collected, it should be spent only on...
to conclude your PPT.
Yeah, I'm coming to the conclusion. The idea was to spend on roads and transport. which was obviously at the expense, from the money that was collected in the form of the village cess. And one does see, of course, a very small kind of a change happening primarily in the urban areas and also in the rural areas. So we find medical inspectors of schools, the education department taking over sanitary matters in 1911, and then the formation of these kind of associations, which I had mentioned in 1903, 1910. So my conclusion is simply that the colonial policy of prioritizing systems of communication over sanitary works, particularly in the rural areas, jeopardized sanitary education, while works of sanitation such as waterworks and drainage and sewerage and even building of roads and bridges were considered adequate substitutes for sanitary education. Measures for sanitary education were themselves laced with a very deep-seated prejudice against Indians and their culture, both regarded as highly backward and unaccepting of sanitary change. And this was then used as an argument to leave the cause of sanitation to voluntary agencies. While the author agrees that sanitation cannot be made possible without people being made responsible for it, yet it cannot be denied that the major factors on which sanitation and sanitary education rests, that is, education and finance, were more or less missing in the course of action. This rendered even sanitary laws important. So while there was some progress in the urban areas, rural sanitation made no progress at all. In fact, it barely existed. And these are some of the sources which I have used. This is not an exhaustive list. It is just an indicative one. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Well presented and highlighted the topic well. Our next presenter is research scholar Srilatha Solomon from Martin Luther Christian University, Shillong, Meghalaya, presenting her paper on Sustainable Development Goals, Awareness Among the Youth Volunteers. Research scholar Srilatha Solomon. Ma'am, are you there?
Yes. Can you please make me the co-host?
Yeah. Chavan sir. Yes, ma'am, you can start sharing your screen.
Yes. A very good afternoon to the esteemed chair, faculty, and the delegates. I'm Srilatha Solomon. I'm a research scholar from the Martin Luther Christian University. The topic for today's discussion is Sustainable Development Goals, Awareness Among the Youth Volunteers. The world is going through a time of immense challenges and opportunities. COVID-19 has disturbed the lives of humans everywhere and brought untold misery to people. Global crisis caused by the COVID can compromise the world's commitment to the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. And the SDG has been regarded as guideposts for a challenging transition towards sustainable development. The SDGs replaced Millennium Development Goals, which started as a global effort in 2000 to tackle the indignity of poverty. We are aware that the Millennium Development Goals made significant progress in achieving the developmental targets around the world. SDGs adopted by the United Nations provides a shared blueprint for peace and prosperity for people and the planet now and into the future. Building or the heart of the 2030 Agenda is a set of 17 Sustainable Development Goals, and it has 169 associated targets. We are going to deal with the SDG 4.6 and 4.7, and 4.6 deals with achieving literacy and numeracy, and 4.7, which states that ensure that all learners acquire the knowledge and skills needed to promote sustainable development, including, among others, through education for sustainable development and sustainable lifestyles, human rights, gender equality, promotion of a culture of peace and nonviolence, global citizenship, and appreciation of cultural diversity and of culture's contribution to sustainable development. The government of India has consistently advocated volunteering among youth, and this can be seen in developing a generation of young people who are prepared to make a commitment to developing their communities and themselves. And in this context, the government of India has designated the National Service Scheme as one of the agencies to achieve 4.6 and 4.7 of the Sustainable Development Goals. So in this context, with this study of Sustainable Development Goals and volunteering among the youth is taken up. The research question for the study is, what is the current level of awareness of the SDGs among the NSS volunteers? And the objective is to quantify the level of awareness of the SDGs among the NSS volunteers in Arts, Science and Commerce colleges in Navi Mumbai. Research methodology, for the study, survey method was used, and questionnaire was given in both English and Marathi. Sampling was a purposive sampling, as we needed to take the NSS volunteers who are undergoing the undergraduate studies in Arts, Science and Commerce colleges in Navi Mumbai. And online and offline data was collected. The sample, as I said, it covered the NSS volunteers who are undergoing the undergraduate studies in Arts, Science and Commerce colleges in Navi Mumbai. And for this study, we have covered 10 colleges, Arts, Science and Commerce colleges. The results of the study, here the total participants were 183. Out of that, 35% were male and 65 were females. At the stream wise, when we look into the data, we see that arts and science accounted for 28% each, and commerce was 44% of the total sample. When we asked them about their awareness of the Sustainable Development Goals, and the participants reported, only 30% of the participants reported that they were aware of the SDGs. Regarding their awareness and regarding their knowledge, we asked them the question, and then there's only 20% of the sample said that they were knowledgeable about the Sustainable Development Goals. We also asked them about their friends' awareness and knowledge. When it came to the friends' awareness, 23% reported that their friends were aware of the Sustainable Development Goals. Whereas, again, when we asked about the knowledge, the percentage has come down to 18%. We have also asked them a question whether the SDGs were adopted in 2015, and 26% of the sample strongly agreed that the SDGs were adopted in 2015. And for the question that the SDGs set objectives for 2030, 31% of the participants agreed that it was set for 2030. We also looked into the source of knowledge, and it was very clear that the schools and colleges are doing a good work, whereas where this 42% of the sample said that they were given the knowledge and the awareness of the SDGs from their schools and colleges. Web sources like websites and the social networks accounted for 32%, whereas television and the newspapers accounted for 24% each. The analysis of the data show that the need for increased effort to bring awareness among the NSS volunteers if we want the NSS to play an active role in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. The conclusion, the government of India consistently promoted the concept of volunteering Literature review clearly proves that the twin objective of connecting students to community and developing personality of students was achieved by the NSS in the last 50 years by making NSS the agency for achieving 4.6 and 4.7 of the Sustainable Development Goals. The Government of India has placed a great responsibility on NSS. And the study shows the need for more effort to increase the awareness and knowledge about the Sustainable Development Goals. And sorry. So the need of the hour is reaffirmation of the global commitment to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals 2030. And this needs an increased awareness of SDGs among the NSS volunteers. This will help in contributing in achieving SDGs as per the plan of the Government of India, and also help in their personality development. And these are the references which are used for the study. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Very well presented. So this was our last presentation for technical session 2. I request our chairperson, Dr. Kishore Gaikwad sir, to address the paper presenters and all the participants. Sir, please.
Yes, sure, madam. Actually, can we make once announcement about Mr. Himanshu Mandal?
Sir, Himanshu Mandal is not presenting.
Okay, then we'll wind up with the whole thing.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
First of all, I must place my sincere thanks to the principal, Dr. Baliram Gaikwad, my very dear friend, and this Uran College of Commerce and Arts. Actually, in the capacity of the chairperson of this current session, since my expertise in the history and ethnographical study, there are diverse issues and areas which are covered by the research scholars, my colleagues who made a presentation over here. Actually, the Nalini Wagmare, Dr. Nalini Wagmare from Tilak Maharashtra Vidyapith, she spoke about the Tilak as a journalist. Then Archana Pednekar spoke about the women as a scholar of women, in the ancient Indian history, or mainly in the Vedic knowledge practice. Then Yogita Patil spoke about the Mahashweta, the character from the Sudha Murthy's novel, Anupama as such. Then Dr. Madhu Kelkar spoke about the sanitary salvation and sanitary reform, and it was juxtaposed to the morality and the attitude of the colonial government. And the last paper, which is presented by Solomon, Madam Sri Lata Solomon, if I'm not wrong, she spoke about the youth volunteers with the respect of the sustainable goal, and she presented the qualitative and partly quantitative kind of study pertaining to the topic she has taken. I wanted to highlight some of the points from the viewpoint of the methodology. We are all students of social sciences, and I request my colleagues that whenever you are making a presentation pertaining to the a topic of your research, presenting a paper, please give clarification about the aims and objectives, basic objectives of your paper, and that shouldn't be 1 or 2 or 3 maximum 3 objectives. And accordingly, then at the end of the paper, you can present the conclusion, which are coherently related to the your objectives of that particular paper as such. number of times it so happened that our description, our the entire elaboration of the topic, which goes out of the the limits which you if you haven't put on yourself in the beginning of the presenting your paper as such. From that viewpoint, I'm very happy. There are very some papers which are really contributing to the existing body of knowledge in terms of revealing sources from archives or generating sources from the field as such. So I would like to concentrate on the lastly I would like to speak on the special lecturate, the special session which was handled by my friend Dr. Prakash Masram. He did speak about the tribal women, and he tried to situate the situation, the condition of the tribal women in the journey of the global towards the global Indian situation as such. Friends, there are number of issues which were highlighted by Professor Prakash pertaining to the health, then education, and even the power relations in the tribal society. So we can put number of criteria if you want to situate the question, the issues pertaining to tribal women. As far as the health and sanitation and personal hygiene, at the same time their education and such things are concerned, definitely tribal women are required a special assistance, special kind of attention from the government and from the policymakers to improve the basic improvement in their life, day-to-day life as such. And that's how we are going to achieve our the very title of this seminar is the India as a global power. So as a being at the coming at the power of the global power, we'll have to look into such areas also. But I must highlight one thing as far as the basic what you can say Indian feminism is concerned, the respect of women in the power relations in the society is concerned. Number of tribal practices are going to be a kind of ideals for the rest of the society. We normally our developmental plan is always urban centric, and we haven't seen tribal society as an alternative form of social formation, and that's why our developmental plan is always urban centric and kind of industry centric as such. In that, if you again revisit the political space which tribal woman enjoys as compared to the political space in gender relations as enjoyed by the so-called mainstream woman, I'll just give some examples, and you can always compare it. Like there are hardly any rape cases in the tribal society. There are hardly any kind of forceful kind of marriages in the tribal society as such, as compared to the our so-called civilized mainstream society. So from that viewpoint, you'll have to revisit the thoughts of the who is really getting civilized or got civilized as such. Okay, there are a number of things which we can draw parallels with the women from number of imagery of women which is present in the entire Indian society, across the class, caste, and rural, urban, and tribal, so on and so forth. So from that viewpoint, if you situate again women's space in the journey of the achieving the level of or the status of the global power of India, I think there is much more to be done in this area as such. Friends, there are diverse papers, so that I don't want to make comment on each and every paper as such. It is we are gone 20 minutes beyond our scheduled time, and that's why I'm just controlling myself. Lastly, I again thank the organizers, especially the principal, Dr. Baliram Gaikwad sir, to by inviting me over here and making a part of this international conference as such. Thanks a lot. Back to you, Madam Sheikh, and you can wind up the session as such. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your valuable expertise. Your inputs will definitely be useful to improvise our research studies. I express my sincere gratitude for your valuable guidance. Now I request Dr. D.P. Hingmire, sir, Assistant Professor, History Department, to propose vote of thanks. Hingmire, sir.
Thank you, madam. Good afternoon to all. I deem it great honor and privilege to propose the vote of thanks on the memorable occasion. Let me first of all start by giving glory to the Almighty God for making today's conference a resounding success. First and foremost, I thank special guest Mr. Dr. Prakash Mesram sir, head of the Department, University of Mumbai. Sir, thank you for your immediately response to acceptance our request for coordination with Department of History, University of Mumbai. Despite his busy schedule, has found time to grace our conference. We thank you, sir, for your encouragement and valuable guidance. Sir, your address will be very beneficial for us in understanding the status of tribal women in Vidarbha. I also express my heartfelt thanks Dr. Kishore Gaikwad sir for his valuable contribution. Sir, we are very grateful towards your kind support by chairing the technical session. I thank our principal for his unstinted support for this conference. My heartfelt thanks to all participants for accepting our invitation and contributing toward the success of conference. Last but not least, I thank my department and college staff for your cooperation in success. Once again, I thank you all for your attention. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Once again, a very good afternoon to one and all. We'll be moving towards technical session 3. For the technical session 3, we have two eminent personalities with us who will be highlighting the geographical areas of India. Dr. U.N. Gade sir and Dr. R.A. Patil sir. Dr. U.N. Gade sir will be the resource person highlighting the title Environmental Issues, and the chairman for this session will be Dr. R.A. Patil sir. It's my delightful joy to welcome you both. I request our Honorable Professor A.K. Gaikwad sir to welcome the resource person, Dr. U.N. Gade sir. Sir, please. Sir, please unmute yourself.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you so much. A very good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Anand Gaikwad. First of all, I would like to cordially welcome to all of you to one-day international multidisciplinary conference organized by Gyanpit College of Commerce and Arts. The purpose of this conference is to study India's rising as an emerging global power in the world through geographical, social, economic perspective. Our management committee always encourages us for organizing such conferences. We also receive active leadership and accurate guidance from our principal, Professor B.N. Gaikwad sir, who is our source of inspiration for this conference. Today's program is one of the programs that we organize concentration on students. We are fortunate to have all-rounder personality with us today, respected Dr. U.N. Gade sir. I would like to thank sir for accepting our respect to the resource person today's conference, attending to execute it. His contribution in the field of education is invaluable, and in the field of social is also incomparable. Respected Professor Dr. Gade sir, resource person of this program, have vast biodata, but I will not take much time because everyone present here is excited and eagerly waiting to listen his thoughts. So I will introduce him briefly. Respected Professor Dr. Gade sir is currently working as a head of Department Geography, KMC College, Khopoli. Sir have an experience of 25 years. He is being recognized as a MPhil and PhD research guide, University of Mumbai. He has been working as a member of Syllabus Drafting Committee, University of Mumbai, and many such associations and organizations like National Association of Geography, India, New Delhi, the Geographical Society of India, Kolkata, the Association of Population Geographers of India, Chandigarh, the Indian Geographical Society, Chennai, Indian National Cartographic Association, Hyderabad, Rajasthan Geographical Association, Bhilwara, Institute of Indian Geographers, Pune, the Deccan Geographical Society, Pune, Bombay Geographical Association, Mumbai, and also Tourism and Hospitality Congress, Chandigarh. Then, sir also have many responsibilities at institute level, like NAC, cultural, examination, admission, etc. Sir had completed 2 minor research projects and published 37 research papers at national and international level. He is author of 2 geography books. I extend warm welcome to such a multi-dimensional personality, respected Dr. U.N. Gade sir. Then, this program is incomplete without the research student, research guide, professors, my friends, my colleagues, and all dignitaries present who are sparing their precious time with us for this session. I individually and on behalf of our college, thank you so much, everyone. Now, I request Ms. Hannat ma'am, please continue with the program. Ms. Hannat ma'am, over to you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. I request now our resource person, U.N. Gade sir, to share his valuable expertise on the title environmental issues. Sir, please.
Yeah, I'm audible.
Yes, sir.
Respected dignitaries and dear participants, at the very outmost, I am very much thankful to the organizer and the principal of the college for giving me an opportunity as a resource person in this mega event. So without wasting time, we'll move towards the topic. At the very beginning, all of you are very well known about the various environmental issues. So in recent decades, environmental problems have become globalized in terms of their existence and impacts, as well as the socio-economic forces that generate them. When we look back into the human history, humans have faced poor environmental conditions. But what we think of as But what we think of as environmental problems become more common and apparent with industrialization and urbanization. In United States, air and water pollution from the factories and the dense urban living conditions attracted growing attention throughout the last century. And by the 60s, become recognized as a significant problem. And the concern over air and water pollution rapidly spread to other range of environmental aspects. With the efforts of the geographer, environmental scientists, activists, and the planners. So these diverse concerns gradually merge into environmental problems. Here we will discuss only two and three important geographical issues, environmental issues that are very fundamental in geographical study. So yes. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, ma'am, screen share नहीं हो रहा है. Can you please make me a co-host?
Yes, sir. 1 minute.
Sir, you are already co-host, sir.
No, no. I think there was a network issue. Please do it again, sir.
Okay. Sir, do it again. Madam, yes, he is there host as a host.
Yeah, disable दिखा रहा है sir.
No, sir. No. Please do it again, Parag, sir.
Yes. Done, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Yes. Now you can share.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Now.
Yes. Yes, so one of the most important environmental issues is forest depletion and forest degradation. For the last 800 years, cumulative forest loss amounted to approximately 2.2 billion hectares, and reducing forest cover from about 47% of the Earth land surface to roughly 30% in 2015. And there are these losses mostly occurred. These losses mostly occurred in tropical forests. 58% of the tropical forests are vanished, followed by boreal forest 27% and temperate forest 8%. So forests are very invaluable environmental resources that provide food and fodder to the living beings and play a very vital role in maintaining the environmental balance. Next. Okay, the next important issue, these are some causes of the tropical deforestation and degradation of tropical forests, population growth, poverty of subsistence farmer, ranching, lumber, plantation farm, particularly the palm oil, basically in Indonesia, and forest fires. These are some another, we can classify these factors in two parts, okay? And another important issue, that is biodiversity loss. So biodiversity is very fundamental for human beings, very fundamental to human beings. And the evidence is equivocal. It is being destroyed by us at an unprecedented rate in the history, said the WWF report 2020. So, and the conservation, International Union for Conservation of Nature released the threatened species, estimates that 25% of mammals, 41% of amphibians, 27% of reef-building corals, and 13% of the birds are threatened with extinction. threatened with the extinction. And the Living Planet report 2020 has revealed a global species loss of 68% in less than 50 years, a catastrophic decline never seen before. Converting land, yeah, uh, converting land for agriculture has caused 70% of the global biodiversity loss and half of loss in tree cover. Since 2000, 1.9 million square kilometer of wild and undeveloped land has been lost conversion, through the conversion. And the biodiversity is fundamental to human life on the earth, and the evidence is equivocal. It is being destroyed by us at an unprecedented rate in the history. Since the Industrial Revolution, human activities have increasingly destroyed and degraded forests, grassland, and wetland, forests, grassland, wetland, and other important ecosystems, threatening human well-being. About 75%, about 75% of Earth ice-free land surface has already been significantly altered, and most of the oceans are polluted, and more than 85% of the wetlands has lost. And the way we produce and consume food and energy, and the blatant disregard for the environment and reach in our current economic model has pushed the natural world to its limit, said Marco Lambertini, the Director General of WWF. So, what we can do to uh, solve these environmental issues, these are some important remedies. Uh, uh, for example, we must because we must control deforestation through certain efforts. For example, tree plantation. And one of the most important remedies I would like to suggest that we must uh, differentiate between desire and the needs. यदि ये हम कर सकते हैं कि हमारी नीड्स जो है और डिजायर्स जो है इसमें फर्क यदि हम कर पाते हैं तो ज्यादा से ज्यादा हम एनवायरनमेंट को प्रोटेक्ट कर सकते हैं. So human beings like other other living creature depends on life depends on in and influence the environment on a global level. Increasing population pressure, unplanned urbanization, industrialization, and ever-growing technologies are creating newer demands on every facet and every sphere of the environment. And there are more people inhabiting the earth than ever before. They are using more resources more rapidly, also consequently producing more waste more rapidly than any previous societies and civilization. Wants and exploitation of natural resources has resulted in a progressive deterioration of the environment. A sharing in of the technological civilization has no doubt blessed the mankind with a number of positive benefits, but the negative effects at the same time uh, are numerous. A chemical effluent released from the industry have found their way into ocean and can trace even an Antarctic creature. Burning of fossil fuels has increased the carbon dioxide concentration of the atmosphere, causing greenhouse gas effects. Acid rain are destroying lakes, killing fishes and trees. And the photochemical smog resulting from the automobile exhaust is playing havoc with animal and plant life. With the change in the use of land alteration occur in the nature of soil, sediments, and water, resulting in the increase of the rate of extinction of species and deteriorating and depleting the environment for the future generation to thrive. In this backdrop, those who deem to protect and improve the natural environment, including river, lakes, forests, and wildlife, should deeply concern in the environmental challenges and issues and possible remedies. Thank you very much. Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Yes, thank you. Anat ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Thank you to highlight the title of environmental degradation, deforestation, biodiversity loss, and our contribution. What do we need to do to be environmentally sustainable? So thank you, sir, for sparing your valuable time for our conference. We are extremely grateful for your valuable presence and expect the same in future. Now, to introduce our chairperson, Dr. R. Patil, sir, I request Professor A.K. Gaikwad, sir.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Once again, good afternoon, one and all. We have one more amazing personality at the chairperson of today's session in the subject of geography. Respected Professor R.A. Patil, sir, with us. Sir's biodata is massive, but considering the time limit, I will introduce him briefly. Dr. R.A. Patil, sir, is from Mahatma Phule College, Panvel. I will introduce him because Dr. R.A. Patil, sir, currently working as a head of Department of Geography and also vice principal of Mahatma Phule ASC College, Panvel. He has teaching experience of 30 years. Sir had been working as a PhD guide. Sir has worked on various authorities, bodies of the university, such as member of BOS University of Mumbai, subject expert on screening evolution committee CAS, also a member of University Tournament Selection Committee and member of Syllabus Framing Committee. Sir had receiving Best Performer Award Mahatma Phule ASC College, Panvel. Sir had published 27 research papers in national and international journal and presented 21 research papers in national and international seminars. Sir had worked 9 times as a resource person. I personally and on behalf of our college warmly welcome such a versatile personality, Dr. R.A. Patil, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, everyone. Now I request to Ms. Anat ma'am, please carry on the next. Anat ma'am, over to you. Please.
Welcome, R.A. Patil, sir. Sir, any guidelines for the participants from your side?
You start the presentations.
Okay, sir. So participants, be ready with your PPT. We are starting with the presentation of the technical session 3. Our first presenter, Ms. Ancy Davis, Assistant Professor, St. Xavier College, Vecom, Kerala. She is presenting her paper on India's maritime security policy and overview. Ms. Ancy Davis, ma'am. Participants, once again, I repeat, minimum 3 minutes, maximum 7 minutes. You need to share PPT from your side.
Please name, repeat name, madam.
Ancy Davis, ma'am. Ma'am, you are there, right? She is there, sir. She has unmuted also.
Yes, Nancy ma'am is there. She has unmuted also. Nancy ma'am, take the next, madam. If she will join, there may be some, I think, internet problem. Nancy ma'am, if you are there, we are announcing your name for the paper presentation.
He's trying to speak, sir. I guess there is a bit network issue.
So take the under name, then we'll give him chance.
Ma'am, please be ready for the second presentation. I call upon Mr. Vinay Vinod Indulkar, student from Narsimonji Institute of Management Studies, Kharghar, Navi Mumbai. He is going to present his paper on changing trend in hospitality industry, Ecotel. Mr. Vinay Indulkar.
Hello.
Yes, Vinay.
Is my screen visible?
Yeah.
Okay, is my screen visible?
Vinay, if possible, just switch on your video. Yeah, your screen is visible. Start with the slideshow.
Okay.
Yeah.
So good afternoon, one and all present here. With respect to the resource person, Dr. UN Gade, Chairman A.R. Patel, Principal, and all participants, I am Mr. Vinay Indulkar from Narsimonji Institute of Management, along with my colleague, Associate Professor Vinod Indulkar, HOD of Commerce, Konkan Yanti College of Commerce and Arts, brings before you the research paper on changing trending hospitality industry, Ecotel. So my research methodology is completely based on secondary data. So the study is achieved by preferring various books, journals, research papers, news articles, and different websites. Objective of the study: to study the concept of ecolodge with various inbound and outbound examples, to study the benefits of Ecotel for travelers, to study the standard required for Ecotel, which will benefit various stakeholders, to study the certifications required for Ecotel. So as we all know, tourism is one of the biggest and quickest developing industry. Just to mention some numbers, global travelers appearances have grown 6.6% over the past years. In the year 2000, 675 million people traveled, and in 2010, 940 million, a huge growth. Hotel industry are continuously applying various changes to sustain in the market. Ecolodge is one of it.
Please switch your slides.
Is it visible?
Yeah.
Now it's visible?
Yes.
So there is exponential change in the business climate, which has kept competitions and challenge before the hospitality industry. Tourists have become more sensitive towards environment. Therefore, it forces industry to focus harder on Earth's green development. To cater this upcoming needs, ecolodge are considered as the best option. And one of the recent trend, it can be pronounced as eco hotels or eco lodge or green hotels. Term ecolodge was set up in 1994 at Mayo Bay campus in Virgin Island, United States. Also, they published a book named Ecolodge Source Book for Planners and Development. Ecolodge guidelines internationally were distributed in 2002. What is ecolodge, or what is the concept of ecolodge? Ecolodge or ecotel consists of 5 to 75 rooms, which is totally nature-based, financially sustainable, along with accommodation facility, helps protect the areas which benefit locals, provides spiritual connectivity with nature and culture, and it is designed, planned, constructed environmentally and socially sensitive manner. So these are the guidelines for ecolodge, the critical standards which are established. So the guidelines say that it should be conserved, the general environment, it should affect less, should adjust in any scenarios, it could be physical or social, should cut down water utilization, should be able to deal with removal of hard waste and sea waste, should be able to cooperate with local community, it interprets and be able to instruct about the environmental factors as well as social conditions. Guidelines for managing environmental issues in hotel. The first comes the local architecture. Local architecture speaks about hotels should be situated at a right spot, use of natural resources, save energy and protects surrounding, work on green climate and tree. Facilities should be provided like should control contamination, noise, green food items, utilization of non-toxic substance, and have green agreement with suppliers. Energy materials, measures to save asset, decrease waste, keep away contamination and safeguard the environment. Water management and sanitizers, guarantee disinfection, take measures to save water, use water meter, take measures to treat released water. Waste management and sanitization speaks about motivation staff to characterize waste using recyclables, manage wet waste by using it as fertilizers. Exhaust management speaks about characterize the source, examine the effect, apply measures to control it, and noise management speaks about apply measures to decrease it. So ecotels around the world, in total 60 countries, 6,580 ecotels are registered. Indonesia has the highest count of ecotel currently. So this is one of the ecotel, which the example of ecotel, Whiteboard Hotel, which is situated in Switzerland. Complete structure is built from reused material. Nagala Lodge and Game Reserve, it's in South Africa. A complete ecotel, sewage is treated, paper is made from elephant manure, which is used in the lodges. Next is the Sauna Hotel from Brazil. The hotel is built from eco-friendly material. No TV, music system is provided. Minimal lighting, bicycles are provided for accommodation, and foodstuffs are prepared from the garden of the hotel. Certification required for your ecotel. LEED certification, Green Globe, Green Tourism, Active and Green Seal are the organization that certifies your ecotel by giving grading and sources and scores. Also, they give guidance to maintain the grading. This makes your ecotel unique and standardized. So my findings and suggestions says that ecology is an intense need, should be practiced at a higher scale. An idea of designated floor should be allocated as green floor. A green practice can be carried out in the middle of the city. Government should implement going 50% eco-friendly after the permission should be given. It is the responsibility of the hotel to inform guests and make them aware about the idea. Proper certification should be done. It can add great value to the property. Positive approach occurs on health and mental state of the guest. It creates the employment chance, and it will be the backbone industry in the future of the hotel industry. Chain hotels should come together and implement new green practices. A challenge before the hotel to sustain in the market, ecotel is low operating cost, so more profitability. Research and development should be introduced to the students, which can lead to innovation. So hereby I conclude that ecology are acknowledged as one of the recent trend in the travel industry in recent year. Ecology both give their client to carry out with an alternative occasion inside and serve the sustainable travel and tourism industry at a very important level with intense care of the nation and with top business values. Great business can be established in the travel and tourism sector. In such environment, the working of Lodging Foundation with expanding execution and consumer satisfaction level relies upon the strategically thinking and to have the option to apply them at a greater level. So a wide set of examples are set before us. A practice called eco-lodge should be imbibed in every hotel, and this can lead to sustainable eco-friendly business. So business will survive if the needs of customers are matched at a greater level. Thank you.
Very well presented, very innovative idea, Mr. Vinay.
Thank you.
Our next participant is Miss Ancy Davis, Assistant Professor, St. Xavier's College, Beckham, Kerala, presenting her paper on India's maritime security policy and overview.
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, thank you. Sorry for the inconvenience.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Ma'am, you may share your screen.
Yes, I am trying to share the screen, but in phone, I have some problems to
Okay,
share the
continue
screen.
with the oral presentation. No issue, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I am Nancy Davis from Kerala. My topic of presentation is India's maritime security policy and overview. Considering the foreign policy is an instrument to protect the interest of each nation. So here, maritime security policy is an important element of foreign policy in India. Analyzing the past, India's engagement in the sea that is recorded in the historical texts and also some archaeological evidences shows India's engagement in the maritime domain, especially in the trade activities. But during the colonial rule, India's maritime activities became under the control of the colonial powers, especially Great Britain. In the post-independence India, in the earlier years, India focused on land border areas in the security policy. But later, the administrators or the decision makers understood the relevance of maritime security policy and started the process by strengthening the naval power, the Navy, and also the Indian Coast Guard. As part of this, Indian Navy published two relevant documents, that is Indian Maritime Doctrine, Freedom to Use the Seas, India's Maritime Military Strategy. Another one is Ensuring Secure Seas, Indian Maritime Security Strategy. Apart from this, Indian Navy conducted multilateral exercises and bilateral exercises that is generally known as naval exercises. Recent development in the maritime security policy, that is the Government of India appointed the National Maritime Security Coordinator. And this decision reflects the increasing role of Indian Navy in the overall security and defense sector. Then, India's maritime security strategy, that is a combination of 5 constituent strategies. First one is, it is for deterrence. Second one is, it is for conflict resolution. And the third one is shaping a favorable and positive maritime environment. Fourth one is coastal and offshore security. And the fifth one is to ensure a strong maritime force and capability development. India's policy towards Indian Ocean region and Indo-Pacific. Indian Ocean region and the construct of Indo-Pacific, India's expansion of foreign relations through multilateral and bilateral forums that is focused on 2 regions in the oceans. One is Indian Ocean region, that is shortly known as IOR, and the another one is recent developed term, that is Indo-Pacific. India's engagement in Indian Ocean region, that is mainly in the field of or in the participation of Indian Ocean Rim Association. And the priority areas of Indian Ocean Rim Association The first comes the maritime safety and security. Second one is trade. Third one is fisheries management. And the fourth one is disaster risk management. Then cooperation in the field of academic science and technology, development of tourism and cultural exchanges, and the strengthening of blue economy. And India's policy or India's vision towards the Indian Ocean region that is known as SAGAR, security and growth for all in the region. In analyzing the Indo-Pacific Ocean Initiative that is formed in 2019, that is one of the recent development in the India's maritime security policy that is known as Indo-Pacific Ocean Initiative, IPOI. That is again focused on 7 pillars: maritime ecology, maritime security, marine resource capacity building, resource sharing. Another focus area that is disaster risk reduction in the Indo-Pacific region, science, technology, and academic cooperation, trade development, and also connectivity and maritime support. So through these activities in the Indo-Pacific and Indian Ocean region, India is trying to strengthen our maritime security policy. But there are some challenges in achieving a strong security policy, that is traditional and non-traditional threats. The conflicts among nations, then the economic and political instability in the countries of this Indian Ocean region and Indo-Pacific region are considered as the traditional threats, including natural disasters. But there are some non-traditional threats, that is terrorism, that means the activities of non-state actors in the sea, and piracy, human and, I will conclude, human and arms trafficking, etc. Apart from this, the major concern for India towards a strong security policy is the growing Chinese economic and military expansion in the Indian Ocean region. Then, what is the significance of a strong maritime security policy? It is to balance power relations in the world, to counter the rise of China, to ensure the security of the nation, to counter the non-state actors in the sea, to combat piracy, human and weapon trafficking, to protect the marine ecosystem, to counter the threat of climate change. So I conclude here. So as a result of these initiatives in strengthening the maritime security policy, India is trying to change India's status in the international level from the middle power status to a global power status. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Very well presented. The next presenter for the technical session 3, Mr. Syed Moin Usman, research scholar from School of Management Science, Swami Ramanand Tirth, Marathwada University, Nanded. He is going to present his paper on an analysis of agricultural warehousing and food security in India. Mr. Syed Moin Usman. I think there is a technical problem. Let's move towards the next. Ms. Charmaine D'Souza, Associate Professor, Rosary College, Goa, presenting her topic on online teaching challenges during COVID-19 and exploratory factor analysis. Ms. Shaman D'Souza.
Good afternoon, one and all.
Good afternoon.
My screen is not yet shared.
Yeah. Ma'am, you may switch on your video also if possible.
It's on. It's
Chavan sir.
One.
Yeah, ma'am, you can share.
Yes, ma'am.
Madam,
Yes.
Is it clear now? The
Yes.
screen, I'm trying to share the.
Please share it once again.
Can you just come share it? Okay, the PowerPoint is on this. I don't know the PowerPoint is. This PowerPoint is on that. Yeah, that. Yes, thank you so much. My photograph, this is is it?
Yes, ma'am, your screen is visible.
Okay, a very good afternoon to everyone. And it's a warm afternoon here in Goa. Greetings from the land of sun, sand, and sea. My topic for the session is on teaching, especially online teaching. So I would say teaching children is an accomplishment. Getting children excited about learning is in fact an achievement. My topic for today is on challenges of online teaching, especially during COVID-19 pandemic. And I did an exploratory factor analysis with regard to that. I'm Associate Professor Charmaine D'Souza from Rotary College of Commerce and Arts, Navili, Goa. And I hope you enjoyed the session. I would say true strength, in fact, of our classes, the true strength in our classroom lies in collaboration of learners and not in the knowledge of just one expert. If you say teacher, I think I prefer the term an educational rock star, because that's what we actually are. The purpose of actually writing the paper was because of the shift from the traditional classrooms towards virtual ones, and which was in fact for a very long period of time. So since we are already in the pandemic and it still continues, I have tried to examine the challenges that educators in fact face. I think the practicality of this research would in fact convince educational institutions to improve the quality of online teaching by providing the instructors with online training, as well as trying to adopt to the most recent research methods, especially with regard to instructional methods. The research gap that I found was the teachers in universities, colleges, and schools, they taught online and they faced a lot of problems. They even underestimated, the teachers' difficulties, especially with regard to e-learning in this pandemic. And the research gap that was noted was the difficulties that we as teachers and instructors faced during this pandemic. The research methodology used was, I selected school teachers from elementary to post-secondary education, and I use primary as well as secondary sources of data. The respondents who were educators, in fact, were selected via the technique of purposive sampling. Now, during COVID, since I used a study on challenges, I used a Likert scale questionnaire with an SPSS 20 version just to study the challenges, which were as follows. giving teachers, giving instructions as well as attending to queries of students, the challenge of using of smartphones as well as laptops for teaching online, challenges of meeting deadlines which are set by all the colleges, institutes, schools, university, then managing stress which was arising out of online teaching, challenges on using emails and other platforms for material sharing, challenge on time management, especially in conducting classes online, where I also included challenge on checking as well as evaluating the students' performance, the challenge on establishing communication with the students, the shift from face-to-face to online classes, then establishing communication with regard to parent support, also with regard to the lack of stable internet facilities. Now, these challenges regarding the skills required delivering online classes. So these challenges which I have here, which would encourage participation also from students. And the last set of just 2 challenges which went into a factor analysis was the challenge on building a very positive environment through online classes and keeping them motivated, especially for teachers' motivation during this era of pandemic. My principal component analysis and reliability analysis, especially of the challenges which teachers faced with a KMO Bartlett test score of 0.89 was very good to check the sample adequacy. And the chi-square value was like 2147.06, and the p-value was highly significant. So I would say that the factors which I used was applied to challenges that teachers face. In fact, there were a total of 15 statements, and the first factor, that was technical obstacles, explained 32.75% of the variance. The second factor, namely communication and networking challenge, explained, which had 6 variables. It delineated at 20.465% of the variance. And the third factor had just 2 variables. And this was basic lack of infrastructure. I would say the findings, we can't ignore the benefits of challenges of online, in fact, learning, but we can address them head on and come up with answers. So I would say technology cannot totally replace face-to-face training, but online teaching, in fact, poses a whole lot of difficulties for educators, including how to e-learn. To conclude, I would say that teachers in virtual classrooms face a lot of challenges, including assessment, which is done online, and also this production of digital material for students, the lack of technological abilities, especially when it came to conveying, knowledge and molding the student's character, which was just not possible with an online mode of training. In fact, teachers agreed that online instruction does not really provide higher level of educational value. So I would conclude that the teachers could benefit from this research and they would in fact really learn. So I would say what a teacher writes on the blackboard of life can never be erased. Only the brave teach. The teacher's task is to initiate the learning process and then get out of the way. And teaching in fact is a walk in the park, if that park is Jurassic Park. Good teachers know that sometimes you have to stop and just be silly for a few minutes. Everyone who remembers his own education remembers teachers, not methods, not techniques. So I would say the teacher is the heart of the education system. And I would say, no, I am not a superhero. I'm something even more powerful. I'm a teacher. I don't need a cape because I'm lifted up by the amazing and inspiring kids I teach. So the capacity to learn is a gift. The ability to learn is a skill. And the willingness to learn is a choice. Breathe, smile, and relax. All you teachers out there, you are doing the best you can. Teachers, are expected to reach such unattainable goals with inadequate tools, the miracle is that at times they accomplish this impossible task. Well done, teachers out there, because it's a real important work, because we have seen our colleagues and pre-service teachers and teachers. Thank you so much for your patient listening. And it was lovely having this session.
Thank you, ma'am. Wonderful presentation. Next, I call upon our next presenter, Mr. Syed Moin Usman, research scholar from School of Management Sciences, presenting his paper on an analysis of agricultural warehousing and food security.
Am I audible, ma'am? Can I share the screen?
Yes, sir. Sir, many disturbances are there in the background.
Yes, ma'am. How much papers?
Two left, sir.
Two left.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody. I am Syed Moin, research scholar, Swami Ramanand Tirth Marathwada University, Sub-Campus Latur. My paper title is An Analysis of Agriculture, Warehousing and Food Security in India. Introduction. Agriculture sectors play a very important role in Indian economy. Agriculture warehousing accounts for 15% of India's warehousing market, and it's worth rupees 8,500 crore. Nearly India's population is second largest population in the world, and its geographical area is 7th in the world. India is world's largest producer of milk, pulses and spices, and has the world's leading cattle herd, buffaloes, as well as the largest area under rice, wheat and cotton. India is the second largest producer of rice, wheat, cotton, sugarcane, farm fish, sheep and goat, meat, fruit, vegetables and tea. Although agriculture share in India's economy has been gradually declining, it is less than 15% due to high growth rates of industrial and service sectors. The objectives of the study are to overview the agriculture food production in India, to analyze the food security position of India, to know the effect of agriculture production and storage on food security and malnutrition. The methodology adopted for the study is
Sir, you are not clearly audible because of the background noises. Do you have your PPT?
Yeah.
Please share
PPT
it,
is
sir,
there.
and look after the noise.
I already shared.
It's not.
The PPT is not visible?
No.
Just a minute.
Surrounding noises are making disturbance. Another creating disturbance.
Yeah. Now it is visible, ma'am?
No, sir. Okay, you can continue with your oral presentation, sir.
Okay. Okay, so this study is mainly based on secondary data. The required data have been collected from various economical reports, surveys, and agriculture census reports, journals, articles, and books. The literature review for this study has been covered from different facets: malnutrition, food production of the country, agriculture warehousing, agriculture and nutritional security of the country. The findings of the study are: production of agriculture commodities in India. If we see from 1950-51 to 2019-20, the food grain production was 50.82 million tons in 1950-51. It grown up to 82.02 million tons in 1960-61. In 1980-81, it was 129.59 tons due to the efforts of Green Revolution. And in 2019-20, the total food grain production was 296.65 million tons. If we see the production of pulses in the country, it was 8.41 million tons in 1950-51, 10.63 million tons in 1980-81, and 23.50 million tons in 2019-20. The production of oil seeds in the country was 5.16 million tons in 1950-51. It was 9.37 million tons in 1980-81 and 33.42 million tons in 2019-20. If we see the production of food grains, it was increased fivefold in the last 50 years since from the independence, but the production of oilseeds and pulses increase in the production of oilseeds and pulses was not as parallel with the food grains production. This is due to the main emphasis of Green Revolution on food grains, that is major food grains, wheat, rice, jawar, etc. The warehousing storage capacity of India. There are different warehousing agencies, that is public sector warehouses, cooperative warehouses, and private warehouses. The main public sector warehouses are Food Corporation of India, Central Warehousing Corporation, State Warehousing Corporation, other state civil supplies, cooperative sector warehouses, and private sector warehouses. In 2011, the Food Corporation of India had 32.05 million tons of storage capacity, which is now in 2021, it is 12.7 million tons. This is due to the reduction in cap storage, that is cover and film storage. The capacity with Central Warehousing Corporation was 10.07 million tons in 2011. Now it is in 2021, it is 14.5 million tons. The capacity with State Warehousing Corporations and other state agencies was 32.59 million tons in 2011. In 2021, it was 43.91 million tons. The storage capacity with cooperative sector was 15.07 million tons in 2011. In 2021, it was 16.55 million tons. The storage capacity with private sector was 18.97 million tons in 2011, and now the capacity with private sector, storage capacity with private sector was 78.56 million tons in 2020-21. If we see the share of storage capacity with these different agencies, in 2011, 30% of the storage capacity was with Food Corporation of India, remaining 14% with cooperative sector, 17% with private sector, and 9% with Central Warehousing Corporation. If we see the storage share of storage capacity in 2021, it was 47%, nearly half of the storage capacity with private sector. The storage share of storage capacity with FCI has been reduced to 8% only. The share of storage capacity with Central Warehousing Corporation was 9%. State Warehousing Corporation share was 26%, and cooperative sector 10%. If we see the malnutrition in India, the rate of malnutrition has been means eradication of malnutrition was very slow in India. The wasting rate was 38.4% in 2015-16. It was reduced to 35.5% in 2019-20. Stunting was 21% in 2015-16. Okay, ma'am, I'm concluding. The food grain production was increased substantially in the country from 1950-51 to 2021, this faster increase in production is need of hour for the country like India for self-sufficiency and food security. The share of public sector warehouses was declined. These public sector warehouses are backbone of public distribution system as well as food security programs. The India's progress in eradicating child malnutrition, below normal BMI and obesity was very much slow. The reason behind this is erroneous situation is slow progress in warehousing capacity expansion and ultimately linkage between public distribution systems, warehousing and agricultural policies. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you,
Hello.
sir. Well presented. Next, we have our next participant, Mrs. Brunda Rajesh Yadwad, Assistant Professor, Manjunatha College of Commerce, Maharashtra, presenting her paper on New Paradigm Shift, a Working Woman Approach Towards Life Insurance Post-Pandemic. Mrs. Brunda.
Thank you, ma'am. Can you just make me co-host so that I can share my screen?
Yes, ma'am. Chavan, sir. Yes, ma'am. Now you can share your screen.
Yes. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Vrinda Yadwad. I am Assistant Professor in Manjunatha College of Commerce, as well as I am PhD Research Scholar in GN Khalsa College, Matunga. And my paper title today is New Paradigm Shift, a Working Woman Approach Toward Life Insurance Post-Pandemic. If the pandemic of COVID-19 has indicated a paradigm shift on how the people view important things in life, especially about health and wealth. This huge implications to the insurance industry, and we can see a dramatic change in the behavior of certain class of people in all walks of life. This paper focuses on how COVID-19 has affected women as related with their approach towards investment and saving in life insurance policies. So my main objective of a paper is to find out the impact of COVID-19 on insurance industries as well as on the saving and investment pattern of working women. So in my introduction, I have mentioned that globalization is motivating more women to enter into a workforce. Change in the economic policy, cultural change, technological enhancement have changed the role of women. Today, they have become not only a significant part of the society, but also influence the course of social change in the nation. Changing role of women from homemakers to the breadwinners and the decision makers in the family setup. Women participation was growing before pandemic in most of the industry, but they have been hit worstly by COVID-19 situation and have lost job at a greater rate than men. According to the International Labor Organization Index shows that 44.2% of women employment was eliminated as a result of pandemic from 19 to 22 as compared to 3% of men. A paradigm shift can be seen in the economy with the post-pandemic COVID-19 way the industry embraces the new normal situation. We have to, here I am just putting some of the impact on women's portfolio, COVID-19 impact. The sector that have been most affected is travel, food and service industry. And they have predominantly female workforce. And this means that more women than a man are losing their livelihood. That means job. As primary caregivers for children and aging parents, women play a very important role in securing their family health and well-being. As women tend to do 3 times more unpaid work than men, when women work from home, household responsibilities are likely to conflict with their work, as we have seen this practical in this COVID pandemic. In many countries, women do not have the same inherent rights as a man. So the death of their husband or a death of the karta of the family can lose their asset and may push them into a poverty or loss of financial security. When emergence cost arises, women tend to rely on their savings or borrowing from families or friends. Therefore, the crisis like COVID-19 exhausted all women's savings and forced him to a debt. Pre-COVID-19 pandemic was indicated that women-owned small-scale business units face 1.5 trillion financial gap, which is 1/3 of the total micro and small-scale industrial financial gap. The recent pandemic situation has emphasizes the need for investment in women in life insurance product to protect their health and wealth of the whole family and to secure their future. It needs a paradigm shift in financial allocation to mitigate this kind of risk. So if we can see a pre-pandemic approach of a working woman, both men and women do their investment in their family life. Men are generally more aggressive in their investment decision. Women are seen investing more towards the safest mode. Most of the men prefer to invest in equity, shares, real estate. And women, we normally prefer to be in a safest and a traditional mode of investment like bank deposit, saving, gold, and saving fixed asset. But nowadays the women are started entering into a primary market also, like some shares and mutual funds and all that. Insurance product normally they buy because of some family pressure or by taken from someone else from them. Now here, if we can see the impact of statistic, COVID impact statistic on an insurance industry, you can see normally women comprises roughly 48% of total population in India. Around 42% of women employment was eliminated as a result of pandemic from 19 to 22 as compared to 3% of men. 81% of the Indian women work in the informal economy, which has been hit the worst. The financial literacy index reveals that 61.4% women in India are financially literate, while in Asia Pacific, the percentage is 65.7% aggregate, suggesting the need for more education for women in financial matter. That is the reason I said nowadays the women are started entering into a primary market, like buying some shares or secured kind of a thing like mutual funds and all. There are 23 private industry and 1 public industry. As you can see, in 1920 number of policies sold is 2.88 crores, and in 2021 the number of policies got decreased into 2.81 crores. Here, if you can see the COVID impact statistics, number 2, policy decline in 2021. Next, new business premium growth has also declined in 2021 as compared to 1920. If we see the 1920 data, it reflects 1819. Next thing, if you can see here, you can clearly identify that LIC has issued 281.96 policies in 1920 and 2021 209.75, which they have lost, impact declining factor minus 4.21, and overall impact of the insurance policy is also went into a minus 2.49. But you can see a biggest impact factor here, that is the private sector. Private sector is gaining or improving their strength in the life insurance industry. So post-pandemic survey done by the PWDC on insurance consumer or COVID-19, they said that 37 women consumer feels fear that pandemic may bring future financial impact on their retirement plan. 15% are likely to purchase the life insurance due to the impact of COVID-19. For 19.41 are likely to be more switch due to the lack of digital capacity. In all, there is a paradigm shift towards more digital, more customized, and woman differentiated product in the insurance industry. And this is my conclusion, that insurance sector is very adversely affected by COVID-19, especially life insurance. Working women are affected more in different ways and need gender differentiated offerings to increase new enrollments and continued renewals. Post-pandemic, people are adjusting to the new normal, and digitalization is bringing change very fast in education and informed decision, and women are becoming more active in the financial era. Paradigm shift has occurred and industry is being opened to be disturbed by private players who are more agile and cater to women with a customized product. Thus, it is a challenge that the big players like LIC. So LIC has to take some differentiated product step towards this new paradigm era. And these are my some of the references. And next slide. Thank you, sir, giving me an opportunity to present my paper over here. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Well presented. Our next participant is Ms. Pradnya Nikam from Kirti College, presenting her paper on forest fire and its impact and measures and responsibility of people and government. Ms. Pradnya Nikam. Ma'am, are you there? Please share your screen.
Madam, you are not audible. Your voice is not hearing properly. I think switch off sound is switch off. Please switch on the sound. Please.
Pradnya ma'am, please unmute yourself. Click on the mic.
Pradnya ma'am, please on your mic. Pradnya ma'am. Pradnya ma'am, please on your mic.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Actually, this is Kamble Umesh. I understand that you have asked for Pradnya Kamble, is it?
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, I used my wife's email account actually.
Achha, okay.
Yeah, just because of that, there must be some problem. Ma'am, there is. I haven't prepared any PPT, but I shall be. The paper is just in front of me, and I'll be directly addressing the audience now.
Okay.
Right. Thank you, ma'am.
Please make me co-host.
Yes, please. Take my glasses. Chashma.
Make sure you
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir, you shall start.
All right, ma'am. Thank you. I'm sorry, first of all. Okay, I thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to share my views. I also thank Dr. Gaikwad and Dr. Lone for accepting my paper, that was sent at the very 11th hour, I would say, rather, isn't it? And also thank, I'll be definitely thanking all those participating members who will be bearing a lot with my paper presentation. Okay, I want to make my paper rather briefer, right? I'm presenting a paper on the topic that is analysis of women crisis and its discourse in Ambedkar's writings and speeches. I'll first of all just help the participating members with actually what I look upon as the importance or the relevance of Dr. Baba Sahib's writings in the present context. I must say that the condition of women in India is getting rather worse, and perhaps women are more responsible for their fall. No doubt that political situation too contributes a lot, But what I strongly feel is this, that Dr. Baba Sahib's writings have the key to their problem, isn't it? And Baba Sahib comes an authentic critic, comes an authentic person who actually gets down to the root problem of women crisis, isn't it? I need not explain the word like discourse and all, that you all know that his contribution is mammoth. His contribution is unfathomable in terms of production, isn't it? And having he been brought up in India, as like we, he himself has seen actually the worst or the tragic situation of women. So this paper primarily attempts and believes that Baba Sahib's writings have definitely some prophetic and prophetic actually view in it. Am I right? The word prophetic, I'm really referring how those readily predict about the situation and actually come up with certain solution, isn't it? Therefore, I have organized, or I have actually arranged this word prophetic. And I must tell you that his writing is encapsulated with the details on women's socio-political and economical segregation. And I think he actually gets down to the root of the problem. And I think that what is special about Baba Sahib's writing, that his writing is applicable to even to the present time. Even his writing have the present context in its vein, in its application. And I think those will definitely help us to uphold the right for women, and what kind of things must be taken. I think this particular analysis begins with the the socio-political and religious situation that primarily oppressed women on a greater scale. Am I right? Hello, is there any problem?
No, sir, no, you are clearly audible.
Okay, fine, because I actually saw some kind of communication on WhatsApp. I hope that I'm going on right way, right? I'll make it really briefer. I have also taken in consideration some Western viewers, actually Western philosophers, in order to understand what is society for them. I think the difference, I cannot actually, Indian society in general cannot be, the definition of society is equal, I mean to say, isn't it? What I strongly proposed here is that women in India and their emancipation is at a greater or alarming level, and the ideologies will definitely help. First of all, let's just concentrate on the definition of Huntington, who believed that actually people generally define themselves in terms of ancestry, religion, language, history, values, customs, and institutions, and identity with cultural groups, that is ethnic groups, religious communities, nations at broader level, isn't it? I think Baba Sahib too has talked on all these issues on a greater scale, and therefore I see that women oppression probably just because of all these aspects or these traits, these traits completely found in here, called ethnic groups, religious communities, nations. I think those ideas have been firmly rooted in Indian conscious, isn't it, or subconscious, let's say, on the both the level, and that primarily prevents the women getting free at the moment, isn't it? And what I strongly feel is that women oppression is just like any wound, that actually is a metaphorical use in one way, and I think that has not actually cured in all these years. No proper medication has been given by the society. Kind of the women have been just cut down from the main stream, and rather their situation, rather their pathetic situation. Actually, literature is very specific about the word of about the use of the word called pathetic, but I'm using it randomly. I'll take you through another definition that talks again about what is an ideal society. So an ideal society is the one that where the people are supposed to be rational, cooperating, and that primarily forms an ideal society. I think whatever I just said in the earlier, in connection of the definition and the one I'm actually discussing here, both the definition talks about kind of kind of rapport, kind of relation that must be enjoyed in the society by the people in that particular society or that civilization, isn't it? So here, these things primarily lack in Indian society. Women from all or whichever strata she belongs to has definitely subject to oppression, and therefore I do not actually separate women from this to the other. Even some women who enjoy some privileges, but definitely, as we all know, they are marginalized and they are the more or the product of the separation, how they have been actually kept off from enjoying kind of freedom or expressing themselves and all. I think that term concept is really bigger. And then, in a shorter span, if I'm trying to actually give kind of a justification, it definitely will be in justification, talking about women and the situation here. What I strongly feel is that Dr. Baba Sahib actually proved that Indian women are unconditionally controlled by the religious ideas. Excuse me. Is there any problem?
Please, sir, you need to conclude now.
Is that so? Okay. With this note, I'll take your leave, and I thank you all for giving me this particular opportunity, and hope that listen to more something in nearby future. Right. Thank you. Have a nice time.
Thank you, sir. Very well presented. Now I request our chairperson, Dr.
Right. Thank you.
I request our chairperson, Dr. R.A. Patil, sir, Vice Principal, Head of Department of Geography, Mahatma Phule SC College, Panvel, to address our participants.
Okay, madam, may I audible?
Yes, sir.
First of all, I am thankful to Honorable Principal of KG Uran College, Professor Dr. Baliram Gaikwad and Professor A.K. Gaikwad, sir, and all the organizing committee of this one-day international e-conference entitled India as an Emerging Global Power, Past, Present and Future, organized by Department of Economics, History and Geography, who has given me opportunity as a chairperson of this technical session. During this technical session, today's resource person, Dr. U.N. Gadesar, has expressed his important views regarding environmental issues very nicely, which is useful in our day-to-day life. In his lecture, he has focused on degradation of forest, causes of tropical deforestation, biodiversity loss, as well as he has focused on what we can do for solve or to decrease the intensity environmental issues, regarding environmental issues. During the research paper presentation session, first presenter is Mr. Vinod Indulkar, has presented paper on changing trends in hospitality industry, Ecotel. He has very nicely presented a new trends in tourism. In his paper, he has focused on concept of Ecotel or ecologists, guidelines for managing environmental issues in hotels, certification required, and concluded his paper very nicely. Then another presenter, Nancy Davis, ma'am, has presented a research paper entitled India's Maritime Security Policy. She has focused on importance of security of maritime as well as the role of Navy in maritime security, strategy of Navy security, etc. She has also presented her paper very nicely, or in this paper is informative one to all of you. Third person, Chairman D'Souza. She has focused on challenges of online teaching during COVID-19. In her paper, she spoke about the research gap as well as various challenges of teachers and students. Then Syed Moin, in his research paper, focused on food production in India, growth of food production, storage system and capacity in India. He has also focused on malnutrition in India. Mrs. Vrunda
Yadwad, sir.
Yadwad ma'am has focused on COVID-19's impact on women's risk profile, COVID impact statistics, new policies growth rate declining, etc. Lastly, Mr. Umesh Kamble has in his research paper focused on condition of women in India. All the participants are presented their informative knowledge very nicely, and I am very happy here to listen all this informative knowledge of presenter. Lastly, I thankful to organizer committee and our principal, Dr. Gaikwad sir. Once again, thankful all of you. And I conclude my chairperson session. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for chairing the session and sparing your valuable time with us.
Thank
I
you.
now request our Dhara Surkar sir to propose vote of thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, all. It's my now pleasure to express gratitude towards all the delegates for this technical session. On behalf of our Kokan Pituran College, first of all, I would like to thank Dr. U.N. Gade sir, Head Department of Geography, KMC College, Khopoli, for addressing us on environmental issues. Thank you, sir. And I would like to thank Dr. R.A. Patil, Vice Principal and Head Department of Geography, KSC College, Panvel, for chairing this session and also give us valuable guidance for this technical session. Thank you, sir. Again, I would like to thank all the participants, those involved in this session, to present their research papers and participate actively. I would like to thank on this occasion our principal, Dr. Baliram Gaikwad sir, for his continuously support and guidance. I would like to thank on behalf of our college, one and all who help us directly or indirectly for this technical session. Thank you all. Thank you. Over to Madam. Madam, please.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Now we are done with the technical session 3. Coming towards the end of the international conference, the most important session, that is the valedictory session. Once again, I welcome all the honorable delegates, dignitaries, professors, research scholars, and all the participants eagerly waiting to hear the Best Papers Award. Today, for the valedictory session, we have 2 precious gems as an resource person, guest of honor, and the chief guest. The guest of honor for the valedictory session is Professor Rajesh Kharat, Dean Faculty of Humanities, University of Mumbai, and chief guest is Professor Dr. Vibhash Chandra Jha, ex-Vice Chancellor, TMB University. I extend a heartfelt welcome to both of our guests. Now, to begin with the valedictory session, to improve the golden moment of the opportunity and catch the good is in our reach is the great art of life. A pessimist complains about the wind, an optimist tries to change it, and a leader adjusts the sail. The sail for this particular notion were adjusted by a person who is not only a great motivation to all of us, but a visionary and a person who gave us the belief to bring together this event. He is none other than our beloved principal, Dr. Baliram and Gaikwad sir. I request Principal Sir to welcome the gathering.
Dear delegates, all the resource persons, the chairpersons of various technical sessions, the delegates who join us from various states, the international delegations that we have. We are extremely happy and thankful for your overwhelming responses that we have received. Dear all delegates, we are extremely happy again to share with you all that this international conference has been the second international conference that we have organized in the last 3 months' time. And considering that the 75th year of Indian independence, as the government of India has come out with different kind of programs, which will encourage the ruminations on Indian achievements and also the prospective future that we all are looking at. So considering this, the Department of History, Department of Economics, and Department of Geography of our college, in collaboration with University of Mumbai's Department of History, came out with this beautiful, innovative idea of having the conference of this nature, in which India is an emerging global power, past, present, and future, is the topic that we selected for our conference. And the idea was backed up by many scholars like all of you. We received support from the people to come out with this kind of idea. So I'm extremely thankful, and I reiterate the fact that several people have registered for this particular conference. We have received as high as 343 registrations, and though this is the time that we all are really busy with examinations all over India, but in spite of that, the teaching fraternity have really taken time and contributed so meaningfully that we received 107 research papers for both presentation and publications. And our team of esteemed, eminent panel of the research committee, they have selected certain presentations, certain research papers for presentations. And out of this, some of the paper presentations have been organized today, and 24 researchers have presented their papers today. And we are also eager to listen to the best paper presentations. So in the morning, we have had the Honorable Vice Chancellor of University of Mumbai having dialogue with all of us this morning. We also had Dr. Sanjay Jagtap sir, who is Joint Director of Konkan Region Higher Education, Konkan Region, Panvel. We also have had Dr. Hejiani Zacarias from University of Brazil, UNESCO University. We also had dignitaries in all our different technical sessions, and now we are moving towards the last session of this conference, that's valedictory. Before I really give the baton to my colleagues for the further process in this valedictory session, I must make a mention, and I must take this opportunity to thank all my colleagues also. My all colleagues, Professor Sharma, Professor Indulkar sir, Professor Thaure, Professor Jagtap, Professor Karulkar, Professor A.K. Anand, Professor A.K. Gaikwad, Professor M.G. Lone, Professor Kamble, Dr. Hingmere, Dr. Chavan sir, Shri Daruskar sir, Mr. T.N. Gyar, Sakhre madam, Mr. Boyer, Mr. Kadam, Mr. More, Mr. N.K. Sharma, and B.D. Pardhi in Bhavan, Mr. Mazgaonkar madam, and Mr. Lendi. Everybody has contributed in this session so meaningfully that we have been highly encouraged to have this kind of repeated interactions, intellectual discussions, in which we can really contribute in the existing.
Theory, sir, theory दाखवा. in existing intelligence here. Mr. Manohar Yarwalkar. So the existing corpus of knowledge, if we are able to contribute something meaningfully, I think all our endeavors in having this kind of a conference will come to fruitful end. So I thank all of you. I thank the esteemed management members of ours. So honorable the management members of our college, and the local supporters, technical team. Everybody has been so supportive in this, and your host, Professor Hannat, has been consistently there since morning. Everybody has contributed. I thanks once again, and I wish that the idea which emanated in our mind to give some kind of a vision towards this particular whole national debate on India's emerging global powerful position. I hope that we have added something new to the corpus of knowledge on this particular topic available. We have today in this particular valedictory session, Professor Dr. Vibhash Chandra Jha, ex-Vice Chancellor TMB University. We also will have Professor Rajesh Kharat sir, Dean Faculty of Humanities, University of Mumbai. I also welcome both the dignitaries for this particular session. And it was really very, very enlightening and encouraging kind of a response. I thank all of you for your responses, support, and very active participation from my entire team member. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now, to overview the conference, I request Professor H.K. Jagtap sir, Head of Economics Department, Konkan Gyanpith. Jagtap sir, please.
Yes. Thank you, Hannat ma'am. We also conveners. Again, I welcome all of you. Myself, Professor H.K. Jagtap, convener of International E-Conference. Good evening, everyone. Today's valedictory session, Chief Guest Professor Dr. Vibhash Chandra Jha, sir, and Guest of Honor, Professor Rajesh Kharat, sir, warm welcome. Professor Dr. Baliram Gaikwad, sir, Principal of Konkan Gyanpith Uran College of Commerce and Arts College, Uran, Navi Mumbai. Thank you for giving this opportunity to ahead international conference and valuable guidance and support. Convener of this conference, Dr. M.G. Lone, sir, and Professor A.K. Gaikwad. Respected delegates, scholars, and participants, I am standing in front of you to take overview. The International E-Conference already started from 10 a.m. morning. Myself, H.K. Jagtap, highlighted objective of this International E-Conference, that is to study the global power of India, to discuss contemporary historical issues. Today, inauguration session, Honorable Chief Guest, Professor Suhas Pendekar, sir, Vice Chancellor, University of Mumbai, and give the remarks, highlighted the importance of global connectivity and peace and conveyed his regards for the conference. Then, International E-Conference Special Invitee, Dr. Regina Zacharia, UNSP, University of Brazil. She also told through light on importance of language, traditional and cultural importance of India. Then, International E-Conference Special Invitee, Dr. Sanjay Jagtap, Joint Director, Konkan Region, Panvel, Navi Mumbai. Sir also said that very well highlighted the need of being alert and the learned as the global crisis and increasing. And today's inauguration session presided by Honorable Shishir Dada P. Daharkar, Vice President of Konkan Gyanpith Trust, could not attend the session but conveyed best wishes for our conference. In this conference, welcome address given by the Professor Dr. Baliram Gaikwad sir, who is the principal on the occasion of inauguration session, spoke the objectives behind the International E-Conference. Inauguration, introductory session, welcome and introduction of distinguished guest by Professor K. Sharma sir. At the end of the inauguration session, out of thanks by Professor V.S. Indrukar sir. In short, the sessions was very fruitful, gained knowledge regarding India as emerging global power, past, present, and the future. This e-conference first technical session started from 11 a.m. First session addressed by resource person Professor Dr. P.S. Kamble sir. And P.S. Kamble sir, there is a remarks, there is a sustainable development is very important. There is a discussion in this session. And this session is chairperson by Professor Sunil Naravade sir. There are 5 research papers presented in this session. That is, there is a Professor Mohini Dev. The subject is terms of trade in balance of payment. Professor Vikas Wagmare and Sachin Jende sir, exploring challenges. Sakif Hakim. Then there is a Shashira Setti, Bhosle DD, and Professor there is a Saili Joshi are the different paper presenters. Research papers is excellent. There is a present here. In this session, concluding remarks by there is a chairman, Dr. Sunil Naravade sir, and Sunil Naravade sir also. There is a importance of sustainable development remarks, low productivity agriculture, how to there is an increase of productivity, cultivation, and poverty line control. Then first technical session, resource person and the chairperson introduced by the H.K. Jagtap and vote of thanks, the Dr. E.R. Chavan sir. Then 1:30 p.m. second session there is a start. The session addressed by Dr. Prakash Mashram.
Sir, please unmute yourself. Jagtap sir, please unmute yourself.
Okay, I am audible?
Yes, sir, yes.
Okay, okay, madam. Okay, in this session, concluding remarks by the Sunil Naravade sir, and okay, second session, technical session, 1:30 p.m. There is a session addressed by the Prakash Mashram, resource person, and this sir remark there is a historical perspective on gender development and status of tribal women in India. There is a special reference to Vidarbha, and the chairman by Dr. Kishore Gaikwad in this session present here as well as a remark. In this session, 5 research papers is presented. There is a different researchers. That is, there is a Nalini Wagmare madam, Professor Archana Pednekar madam, Professor Yogita Chandrakant Patil, Professor Madhu Kelkar, and Professor there is a Srilata Shubhnam, Sustainable Developments. Concluding remarks by the session chairperson, Professor Dr. Kishore Gaikwad sir, and sirs also told research given that give the aims and objectives, and conclusion is very important, and political space are the importance given here. This session introduced chairman and resource person, Professor Dr. M.G. Lone, and thanks is given by Dr. D.P. Hingmire sir. International E-Conference third session start by the sharp 3 p.m. this technical session addressed by the resource person, Dr. U.N. Gadi sir, the Geography Department, KMC College, Khopoli. And sir also remarked that the environmental issues, biodiversity loss, and environmental challenges, these are the very important discussion in this session. And in this session also, there is a total 6 papers. There is a researchers, there is a present here. That is, there is a Anse Davis, then Vinay Vinod Indulkar, Professor, there is a Charmin D'Souza, Professor Vandana Yadwad, and Professor Mr. Umesh Kamble sir. Above the different research paper, there is a remark by the chairperson, Dr. R.A. Patil sir. The session introduced by Professor A.K. Gaikwad and out of thanks, Professor V.S. Dharasukar sir. Thank you all resource person and chairperson of different technical session. Participations of the paper presenter from the Maharashtra, Rajasthan, Bihar, Goa, Himachal Pradesh, West Bengal, Kerala, and Delhi. Interdisciplinary international e-conference anchoring and technical session handling by Professor Hannat Sheikh and Dr. A.R. Chavan sir. All teaching and administrative staff help and support this conference. Now we are gathered here for validity session. Thank you so much and hand over to Hannat ma'am.
Thank you, sir. So now, to hear the feedback of our conference from our dear participants, I invite Ms. Ansi Davis ma'am from St. Xavier College, Kerala. Ma'am, please.
Yes, good evening, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Respected Chief Guest, Professor Dr. Vibhash Chandra Jha, respected Guest of Honor, Professor Rajesh Karat, respected Principal, Dr. Baliram Gaikwad, respected Professor H.K. Jagtep, convener of this conference, and other conveners, Professor Riaz Pathan, and Professor M.G. Lone. Due to time constraints, I will summarize my feedback. First of all, I appreciate the organizing team for selecting this topic, India as an emerging global power, the past, present, and future for this interdisciplinary e-conference. Apart from this, I appreciate the organizers for selecting the topics for keynote addresses, which focus on sustainable development goals, gender roles, specifically about tribal women, environmental issues, and this platform helped us to hear the words of eminent personalities who are expertise on these above said topics. Another positive aspect of this conference is that various papers presented here on the topics relate with economics, history, commerce, disaster management, literature, then women's issues, education, food security, and ecotel, then the COVID pandemic problems or the impact of COVID pandemic on education, specifically on online education. So I congratulate these organizers for selecting these topics as an interdisciplinary conference. And another aspect I have seen in this paper presentation that this platform clubbed the administrative sector and the academic sector in the paper presented relate to disaster management. So I congratulate the organizers for selecting that paper for presentation. Apart from this, this platform helped us to understand the past, especially the local history. There are many papers presented in the area history, especially the public health management system in the Bombay Presidency in the 19th and early 20th century. So this platform helped us to understand the local history and the present problems faced in the economic sector, agricultural sector, and in the environment sector. And also, there are many suggestions made by the research scholars for our development. So in nutshell, this platform is resource rich and it's a fruitful session. And apart from this, I specify my sincere gratitude to Professor N.G. Lone, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your appreciative feedback. The second, we would like to hear Dr. Rajesh Vishnu Yeule, sir, HOD English, CKT College, Panvel.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Am I audible to you?
Yes, sir.
Just a minute. Good evening, everyone. The chief guest of today's valedictory function, Honorable Dr. Rajesh Kharaj, Dean, Humanities, University of Mumbai, as well as Honorable Professor Dr. Vibhas Jha, who is there amongst us. And I'm here to give my feedback for One Day International e-conference organized by Konkan Gyanpith College of Uran. It's my immense pleasure to share this feedback about this One Day International Conference, which is organized under the able and dynamic leadership of my best academic friend, Professor Dr. B.N. Gaikwad. At the outset, as we know that this One Day International Conference has been inaugurated by Honorable Professor Dr. Suhas Pednekar, Vice Chancellor of University of Mumbai, and he has also delivered an inspiring address to all the delegates who have joined virtually for this international conference. And our special invitee, Honorable Dr. Sanjay Jagtap, Joint Director, Higher Education, Konkan Region, has also emphasized on the role of India in order to achieve the dream of becoming a global power in days to come. Then our distinguished international guest for the morning session, Honorable Dr. Jacarias from University of Brazil, also highlighted on the key role played by language during the pandemic. At the same time, she also focused on the beauty of multilingualism, which our country is showing to the entire world. And she also touched upon the value of literature, culture, and language, which our country is showing to the entire world and making India incredible as well as commendable in the entire world. About the topic of this internet, extend my hearty congratulations and gratitude also because the topic selected is so relevant, so appropriate, because it is a dream of every Indian to see India to be a superpower, all right, in days to come. And it has explored various paradigms of making India as a global power with various research scholars coming forward and presenting their papers. At the same time, the success of any academic endeavor entirely depends upon the captain of the ship. And I'm so happy that the boat, the ship, is being very systematically, very meticulously guided and supported with the strong and visionary leadership of my best friend, Professor Dr. B.N. Gaikwad, and under his motivation, with his vision, with his support,
this one-day international conference has been organized very effectively, successfully, which could be cherished by all the participants, all the delegates who have joined to this particular event. And I'm so happy to share my feedback that as Professor Gaikwad had also rightly said, that in this international conference, there have been 107 research papers coming. It's a huge achievement. Biggest credit, heartiest congratulations goes to the entire team of Konkan Ganpet College, including the principal, as well as Parag sir and many others who have contributed day and night in the process of successful organization of this one-day international e-conference with an interdisciplinary approach. So it's a big achievement. 107 public research papers have been received, overwhelming response of more than 300 registration, and 24 research scholars have presented their papers, which I have also listened. So all the resource persons have been invited with specific vision who can touch upon various paradigms and aspects of making India as an emerging global power. I also congratulate entire team and give special thanks to everybody who have contributed directly as well as indirectly in the process of successful organization of this one-day international interdisciplinary e-conference. Last but not the least, it's a kind of a forum which provides a golden opportunity to all the upcoming researchers, because we want, even Navi Mumbai, Uran, Panvel, Mumbai, and all these locations should come together and let the researcher get an opportunity. Because today, my PhD student called Ms. Yogita Patil presented a paper today. These young researchers should get an opportunity. And I'm so thankful and so happy to share that today, Professor V.N. Gaikwad has made this occasion a golden occasion, a historical event, by providing an unique opportunity to all the researchers across India. We just now we have listened one feedback from Kerala. So we have participation, research paper, scholars being presented across India. So hearty congratulations to the entire organizing team of Professor V.N. Gaikwad for this successful organization of this one-day international conference. Thank you all for giving me the opportunity to share my views. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Your words are very valuable to us. Now, coming towards the guest of honors and the chief guests. Nothing great will be achieved without great men, and men are only great if they are determined to do so. Ladies and gentlemen, we are happy to have with us Professor Rajesh Kharat sir as the guest of honor. May I kindly request Mrs. Shweta Gupta ma'am to share a few words of introduction about our guest of honor. Ma'am, please.
Thank you, ma'am. A very good evening to one and all. I am Shweta Gupta. I am profoundly delighted to take this opportunity to introduce our guest of honor for today's International E-Conference, Professor Dr. Rajesh Kharat sir. Sir is Dean, Faculty of Humanities and In-Charge Director, School of International Relations and Strategic Studies, University of Mumbai. Sir is Professor and former Chairperson of Center for South Asian Studies, School of International Studies, JNU, and former Chief Advisor to EOO, JNU. Sir is graduated from University of Pune and completed his MPhil and PhD from Center for South Asian Studies, JNU. Dr. Rajesh Kharat sir has been actively engaged in teaching and research for more than 30 years in the universities and guided more than 30 PhD students, initially at Department of Civics and Politics, University of Mumbai, and then at South Asian Studies, JNU. Sir has authored and edited more than 10 books and 30 plus research articles in various international and national peer-reviewed journals, published from Anthem, Blackwell, Palgrave Macmillan, Oxford, Routledge, Sage, Springer Nature, and few Indian publishers too.
on contemporary issues of South Asia, especially Himalayan region. Professor Rajesh Kharat sir is also chief editor of 3 interdisciplinary online research journals, namely Sambhashan in English, Shodhavari in Hindi, and Sambhashit in Marathi, published by University of Mumbai. Sir has also served Maharashtra State Board of Secondary and Higher Secondary Education, Maharashtra Public Service Commission, and many other institutes and organizations of central government in different capacities. Sir has been recently appointed as visitors representative at the Executive Council of Mahatma Gandhi Central University, Bihar. We are very grateful to Professor Dr. Rajesh Kharat sir for accepting our invitation and marking his presence here. It's a great pleasure to welcome such a noble personality. Thank you. Over to you, sir. Please share your views and insights. Anat ma'am.
Thank you, Shweta, and good evening to all. Thank you, Principal Baliram Gaikwad sir, and all the colleagues of the Konkan Gyan Vidyapit, all the students, participants, the former Vice Chancellor Jha sir also is there, I could see now. All the colleagues, basically those are the who are youngsters and presented the paper, managing the show. Then since last 1 hour, I have been attending the so many paper presenters, and I found there is some different view, a different kind of perception, which is totally being not the conservative, but the going to like crack the conservative perspective. So this is going to really bring certain things or something new, which we really need for the policy making as far as India's foreign policy is concerned. So the title of the present conference, which is India is a global emerging power, past, present, and the future. Maybe I can flag some of the issues about the future, or highlight just only the past 2-3 issues, then the present and the future, maybe within 6 to 7 minutes or 10 minutes maximum, if you allow me to speak. Since I think 1947, we can see the 2-3 major stones. India has really set the tone. India is going to become a global power, and that has been like contested by the Americans as well as the Russians, and of course China was against us. So 1950s, when there was a Korean crisis, during the Korean War, Korean crisis, India has contributed a lot through the United Nations repatriation force, and India also received the gold medal from the United Nations. And this United Nations peacekeeping mission was led by Major General SSV Thorat, who's from Kolhapur, from Maharashtra. So that was a great achievement by the Indian Army as well as Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru's initiative. So that was a milestone laid by the government of India as far as foreign policy, defense policy is concerned. Secondly, during the Hungarian Romania crisis, India also contributed a lot. It was a period 1956-57. Then 1961 Portuguese crisis. During the Portuguese crisis, international law was not in our favor. But Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru take a call individually and then asked the Indian Army, Indian military forces not to breach the international law and make Portugal or the Goa freedom from the clutches of the Portuguese government. And that we did in 1961. Unfortunately, we have lost the war in 1962 because of number of reasons. I don't want to go beyond that, but if you get a time, you can read the book by Brigadier Dalvi, who was Peter Dalvi, who was from Pune, who has written a book on Himalayan blunder. That book was banned during the Congress government recently, 2014-15. That book is now available in the market. Whoever wanted to study why India has lost the war and what was India's perception towards the global emerging power, you must read that book. Why India's lost war, Himalayan blunder. Then continue 1963, 64, 69. The 65, we have won the war against Pakistan, which was roughly exercised in the run-up Kutch. And then Lal Bahadur Shastri was a prime minister. And you can see the two naras were there, slogans were given. Jai Jawan and Jai Kisan. That was a mix of the the farmers and the army men, so that both of them, they can have the economically as well as security, borders, territorial integrity will be maintained. So continuously 1965 onwards till date, we have been really not looking bad, but we are really emerging as a global power. And I can cite 2-3 examples. After 1965, then you can think about 1971 war, where Bangladesh has become sovereign and territorial integrity and independence was maintained because of the Indian Army's role. Okay. Then later on, 1972-73, you can see the peaceful nuclear explosion which took place in Pokhran. Okay. That was the first PNE who took place in Asian continent except China. China did in 1964. We did it exactly after 10 years. That was in 1974. So this was continued. This was continued in 1974. Then 1975, we have annexed the Sikkim. Sikkim was a British protectorate and it was a sandwich between the two mighty powers, China and India. So there what we did it, somehow we tried to get Sikkim into the ambit of Indian Union, and Sikkim has become 25th state of the Indian Union in 1975. So this is how Sikkim still is a part of Indian Union, and without any problem, Sikkim is like totally politically amalgamated, culturally amalgamated with the Indian society. This is a big achievement. Then you can come back to the period of 1977-78. I'm not going to further, but then there was a confidence building major initiative which we started with the China, because China was then, it was a really mighty China and always trying to encroach all the territories. You can see the Siachen Glacier and the Ladakh, Arunachal Pradesh, the formerly known as Nepal, still considered as a part of Chinese territory. But then 1981 onwards, we had some CBM, confidence building measures, which was continued till 1996, despite little political upheavals and the strategic maneuvering led by the Chinese government. You can see the present example of the Doklam. What has happened in Doklam? Doklam is in the Bhutanese territory. But India had a signed military treaty with Bhutan. It was in 8th August 1949. And then it was a moral responsibility of the government of India to protect the Bhutanese territory against the mighty China. And we did that. And Doklam is still maintained the status quo. So like that, there are so many issues are there. You can also highlight the recent example about the Galwan Valley. Another example, I can cite it here. Here, Operation Brass Tacks. Operation Brass Tacks were led by the General K. Sundarji under his leadership by the Indian Army, because they wanted to see where Pakistan is going, because Pakistan was under Zia-ul Haq. Zia-ul Haq was a radical Islam he was following. He has changed the Pakistani constitution, and that too much migration have taken place from Pakistan to India. You can see the Khushwant Singh's article, Balraj Madhav's article, who has written about that, how the Hindu plight of the population has migrated from Pakistan to India during this period, 1988, 87, 88, 89. So in response to Brass Tack operation, which was exercised, it was a territorial army exercise. Then Zia-ul Haq, he has started the another military exercise known as Zarb-e-Mumin. Zarb-e-Mumin, it is a will of Allah. So because of will of Allah, so they had the Air Force exercise above the Indian territory. So this was a proxy war which had fought with Pakistan, and then later on it was resulted into the second PNE, second Pokhran peaceful nuclear explosion, when Atal Bihari Vajpayee government was there. So this is all the links are there. So you can see why the surgical strikes we are bombarding the neighboring countries. It's not only Pakistan, but also in Myanmar to some extent, because many insurgents were hiding out there. Not only in Myanmar, but Bhutan also. You can see the Operation Desert Storm and Operation Ethnic Cleansing. Operation Ethnic Cleansing was there. So different kinds of operations were led by the Indian government in the neighboring countries. Operation Pawan is another important one, which we had that Indian peacekeeping forces to rescue the Indian origin Tamilians from the terrorist attacks. So you can see, one can study what kind of military operations led by the government of India from 1950 till 2020, including surgical strikes. Or a paper banao, acha sa present karo, get it published somewhere. So this is a very good, actually, not many people have done that, even in Delhi, but this is a very good idea. One can study that. Ek operation ke baare mein you can write one paragraph or two paragraph or two pages, 3 pages 10 पेज का एक अच्छा बनाओ पेपर, रिसर्च पेपर, and get it published. This is the one. Secondly, as far as now this has structure about the defense. Now, when we are thinking about the political, where India really took the mileage of India being a strategically located within South Asia, or it is a subcontinent within the Asian continent, because we have the maximum neighbors who are the Asian countries. India, we have the SAARC countries, but Myanmar is not a SAARC country, but it is, we are having at least 3 neighboring states with Myanmar, like Nagaland is there, Arunachal is there, and Mizoram. So these are the three states with Myanmar. Despite that, Myanmar is not a member of the SAARC, but we have very good relations. Why it is so? This is the one question I just would like to flag it. We know the answer, but the young scholars, young students who have presented the paper also see that why Myanmar is not a member of the SAARC, whereas China has been given observership status, and China is there. So why China is their observer? Why China is not a become member when we have a direct border with China? Pakistan se hai this the whole northeast region we have, including the Kashmir, and to a certain extent the Ladakh. So we have a direct immediate border with the China. Thoda sa Uttarakhand ka hai border close to Nainital. So despite all these things, why China could not become member of the SAARC is a big question. China also knows that, India also knows that, but why scholars should study that? You take a topic और किसी टीचर को बोलो पढ़ाओ उनके बारे में कि क्यों ऐसा है. So like that, this is just I'm flagging the issue. Lastly, I'll come back toward overall the impression what is happening about the India's foreign policy. See, India's foreign policy is booming like this since last 10 years. I'm not taking a particular regime, but since last 10 years, maybe from this 20th century, 21st century, India is really doing well because human resources. Wherever you go, you can see the Indian diaspora, human resources are there. India provides the raw material. India provides so many other economic benchmark to the very European countries. If you go to the Southern American countries, you can see maximum Indians are there. They are working in the different areas as a brain. So they can't do, the world cannot do away with Indian brain or Indian diaspora. That is why you can see many countries are dependent upon India, and everywhere they want Indian people. This is the one. Role of India in the United Nations is marvelous. Most of the diplomats, they are very well trained and they vouch for the Indian nationalism. Kuch bhi hoga, but their first priority is to India. And you can see that was reflected in the 2 days back when the former Prime Minister of Pakistan, Imran Khan, has appreciated India's foreign policies without any disturbances, without any destruction. Nobody could dare to interfere in the Indian foreign policy matter. So these are the few compliments which we have received from the enemy country, the hostile country. Generally, we see kuch bhi hoga to Pakistan mein, but it's not like that. So these are the few opportunities where India can think about that. कि पाकिस्तान हो, बांग्लादेश हो, नेपाल हो, भूटान हो, सिक्किम हो, तिब्बत हो, चाइना हो, क्या कर सकते हैं? And then one more thing, within the South Asian countries, we have the maximum, the beneficial bilateralism or very good or cordial relation with North Hindu state, that is Nepal, but the Islamic state, that is Bangladesh. Pakistan, China to छोड़ दो. So these kind of things are there. लेकिन ये ऐसा क्यों? That I'll leave it to you and I'll stop here. Thank you once again for sharing some thoughts with you. Thank you once again. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir.
Very well.
Hannat, madam, just a minute.
Yes.
Thank you very much, sir. I personally take this opportunity to thank you. I have been very, very fortunate to have closely associated with Professor Rajesh Kharat, sir, in the capacity as the officials of University of Mumbai. We have worked together. And it's my really privilege to invite sir and say thank you also today on behalf of Konkan Gyanpith Uran College as well as our management and entire my professors team as well as Principal Dr. Sudhakar Lahupachang sir is also here with us. So sir, thank you very much. I would like to say, sir, I would like to say something little extra for all the professors and teaching fraternity here. Dear friends, you know, in the capacity or as being the teacher of fraternity, you know, all of us are engaged in this academic activities, and we time and again, we express our fraternity towards education field, and we are doing our best. But I would like to taking a little extra time, though this is the last session of the conference, because we all should learn wherever we interact and get an opportunity to learn from the people. So Dr. Rajesh Kharath has been such kind of one personality, because I personally felt, I being the English literature learner, student of English literature, and largely being the part of English department fraternity and humanities, I certainly felt time and again that Dr. Rajesh Kharath has been really such kind of contribution in the University of Mumbai, because in any academic setting, the kind of expectations from teaching fraternities or in academia, what kind of academic positive inputs that continuously we should give. Dr. Rajesh Kharath has set an example. I have seen he has been working on Sambhashan, Shodavari, continuously academic inputs he's been giving. Usually we see those people who are busy with academic administration. Their academic inputs are less and administrative or more. But he has been one such kind of personality who has balanced, rather given more academic inputs, though he is being in academic administration. And sir, really, I personally have learned a lot, and I owe you a lot in that particular point. And today also, you have certainly given us a dimension of how India's territory and our relations with international, the international communities that we have, and also given a kind of a different dimensions with the Indian international position. You have rightly referred to some of the recent trends, what is happening, particularly with reference to the Pakistani ex-Prime Minister, how he has quoted, all today's newspapers have covered that how much appreciation he has towards India. So you have also worked in different capacities, particularly with international relations. Your session today has really enlightened all of us. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Professor Rajesh Kharath, sir, and Principal Baliram Gaikwad, sir. A quote that perfectly suits our chief guest: the fragrance of flowers spread only in the direction of the wind, but the goodness of a person spreads in all directions. Ladies and gentlemen, we are delighted to have with us Professor Dr. Vibhash Chandra Jha, sir, as the honorable chief guest of the valedictory ceremony. I like to call upon Mrs. Shweta Gupta ma'am to introduce our honorable chief guest, Professor Dr. Vibhash Chandra Jha, sir. So we are very happy to see you.
Once again, a very good morning, good evening to one and all. It gives me an honor to introduce a renowned and highly dignified personality, that's Honorable Professor Dr. Vibhash Chandra Jha, sir. Sir is Professor of Geography and has studied BSc in Geography, MSc in Geography, PhD in Geography from BHU, Varanasi. Professor Jha is a renowned geographer, and his area of specialization is geomorphology, cultural geography, geography of Buddhism, geoinformatics, and geospatial technology. Professor Jha has been Dean Principal Vidya Bhavana, Shanti Niketan, West Bengal. Sir is member of the Executive Council of Visva-Bharati University. Professor Jha has completed his tenure of deputation for 3 years and 3 months as Director of National Atlas and Thematic Mapping Organization, Department of Science and Technology, Ministry of Science and Technology, Government of India, ACC approved post, Kolkata. Professor Jha has also served as Registrar of Visva-Bharati University and is a permanent faculty member of Department of Geography, Shantiniketan, since 36 years. He has worked as a scientist engineer for the National Remote Sensing Agency, Hyderabad, posted at IIRS, Dehradun, and has received the Bhabha Atomic Research Center Research Fellowship in Geology for his doctorate degree in Geomorphology. Dr. Jha has been awarded second place in International Photogeomorphological Contest at McMaster University, Hamilton, Canada in 1993. Professor Jha has enormous experience in institution building and has served in various positions like coordinator for the project team from India side on India-Asian Archaeological Atlas from satellite date, connectivity of regional culture, a joint venture between India and Thailand aiming at strengthening bilateral relations between Asian nations in the field of science and technology. Professor Jha is chairman 11 Plan Task Force, professor in charge Planning and Development Board, Visva-Bharati University, Shanti Niketan. Currently, he is researching in cultural geography, geography of Buddhism, and tropical geomorphology from the land degradation and desertification point of view. Professor Jha has been president of Indian National Cartographic Association 2016 and vice president of INCA. And he was also member of executive body of National Spatial Data Infrastructure, DIS, and National Disaster Management Authority, Government of India. Dr. Jha visited the International Center for Theoretical Physics, Trieste, Italy, as a special participant at the workshop. Dr. Jha has participated in 4th and 5th International Conference on Geomorphology at Bologna, Italy, and Tokyo, Japan, as national delegate. 18 research scholars have been awarded their PhD degree under his supervision. He has more than 130 research papers to his credit and is author of research monograph on Himalayan geomorphology and edited book on geomorphology and remote sensing, land degradation and desertification and cartography and climate change. Sir is also member of advisory board of UGC, DST, DRS, SAP, Bharat program in Kolkata, Burdwan University, expert member in various academic bodies of different universities. Professor Jha has traveled widely to Hungary, Italy, Vatican City, Austria, Germany, Kenya, Canada, USA, Thailand, and Japan for various seminars and conferences. His research interests are spatiotemporal analysis and assessment of geomorphological hazards using RS and GIS application of RS and GIS in terrain evaluation, morphometric analysis of drainage basins in relation to erosion survey, environmental impact assessment, land degradation and desertification in tropical lands, engineering, geomorphology, and landscape ecology. Words are insufficient to describe his educational journey. Sir is also a man of great values. We thank you, sir, for accepting our request and sparing your special precious time for our institution. Thank you. Please, sir, share your valuable words of wisdom. Over to you, sir. Sir,
please unmute yourself.
Thank you, Shweta. Thank you, Dr. Hanat Sheikh. I recall my visit to your college, and I'm very happy to see you all on this very important platform. Since this one-day international e-conference on India as an emerging global power, past, present, and future. Dear friends, members of the organizing committee, particularly Professor Dr. Baliram Gaikwad, Principal, KG Uran College of Commerce and Arts, Professor Suhas Pednekar ji, Vice Chancellor, University of Mumbai, who was chief guest in your inaugural session today, Professor A.K. Sharma, Professor A.K. Gaikwad ji, Professor Rajesh Kharat ji, Professor Jagtap ji, and Professor Parag Karlukar ji. My dear friends, young academics, research fellows, and dear students and participants. It is a great honor for me today to address you all at such an august gathering of Konkan Gyanpith Uren College of Commerce and Arts. It's an international occasion, and you had the speakers from various countries, including the Brazil, and particularly to deal with the global power, how India is having its place at the global level. In fact, if we see the historical aspects of India, the conflict aspects of India, and conflict between the human activities and environmental constants, then we find that the world is finite. It will have to provide food and energy to meet the needs of a doubled world population, sometimes in 21st century. Dear friends, actually, if we see human activities and environmental constants are very important here at this particular stage. Food and energy to world population in 21st century is also a very important matter. And particularly when we see India, the India's diversity, the India's vastness, the India richness permeate through its culture, economy, territorial limits, as Professor Rajesh Kharat ji was also explaining, the geography of India, the history, and so on so. And when we see the world population, the second topmost population of the world, and we are neck to neck China in human resources. But when we see the projection of world population, then by 2100, the population will be doubled what we have today, around 8 billion. But there is a trend of population that needs a complete power system. And in this power system, we see our India as an emerging global power. In fact, it has grown because of a strong foundation of our spiritual development, which fuels the intellect and moral sense of richness. And it is the spirit that increases all who pass out, and they develop the resources to meet the world demand. Recently, we had the COVID-19, dear friends, and this e-conference, which you are organizing in a very successful mode. And really, this is also the experience of the COVID-19. COVID-19 was far different from our usual routine. I must congratulate all members of the organizing team for such excellent and well-coordinated events, virtually, be it academic or cultural. All have worked hard and under very difficult conditions this past academic year for this international e-conference. Really, I congratulate all the organizing committee members for organizing such a interesting and very significant and appropriate e-conference. Dear friends, living in such unprecedented time, which has made us cherish and small yet important aspect of life, and all of this knowledge will not double be valuable as we go forward in life. But I think that most important thing that we have learned is that nothing stops or comes to stand still. It is the human spirit to try to find a way out, to circumnavigate and find new routes if the pun is to be taken. The present pandemic, which stands for a pandemonium like epidemic, emphasize the role of our subject. So thus, this way, it is the credit which goes to digitalization, the geospatial technology which has made, and a slogan which we are giving, local to global, that really here signifies. As the theme of the conference, India as an emerging global power, past, present, and future, was always very important for any country, but for India, it's very special. Dear friends, actually, if we see, it is the soft power for India. If the India's strength is the soft power, which makes India so powerful and so important globally. India has a long history of culture, dialogue with many regions of the world, especially with Asia, where its cultural influence have spread through the philosophy of religions, Jainism, Hinduism, Buddhism, Sikhism, particularly in East and Southeast Asia. The Indian culture has spread to foreign lands through wandering traders, philosophers, migration, and not through the quest. So here, the past, when we discuss about the power, India had a very powerful status during the past. The origin of the numbering system, the concept of zero, logic geometry, basic algebra, calculus, probability, astronomy, etc., lies in ancient India, which were later introduced in the West by Arabic and mathematicians. So in the recent times, the development of India is mainly based on its technological development, and through technologically development, we are moving through globalization. So the India is really rising, the soft power and the world's largest democracy. India has found soft power to be necessary but insufficient ingredient in engagement with the world as a democracy with the rich culture, and that is giving the Republic of India, the Indian century is the India that is the 21st century, as we say, that the 21st century is the Indian domain, and 20th century is called for the American century, or 19th century called for the British. So this way, India is also, as one of the speaker in this valedictory session rightly said, the India is moving for superpower of the 21st century. So in 21st century, we are really moving as a superpower. But I would like to share some themes which are very relevant when we move for the soft power or we command for the global power. The theme challenges humanity today. They are relating to cultural and identity. India's philosophy is commendable for soft power. It is because of the larger democracy on globe, rich tradition of democracy. Spiritual democracy is over the bedrock of soft power. And one very important point is that unity in diversity, not unity in diversity. Otherwise, if you see also diversity in unity, how diversification we are having from geography to history to culture to different, but that we are also having the unity, and that has given a message to the global level that how India is rising, how India is emerging as global power in the present time and in future also. So the diverse manifestations of India, the global sustainability of India, the United Nations sustainable goals, 17 goals which were laid down, and how we are addressing all the goals. It is a part of our ethos. We want to follow our earth, varieties of dimension of India, dimension of super soft power, the knowledge dimension of soft power. So all these are very important aspects which are mainly moving India to emerging as a global power. This is also one very important, that a person's approach to international relations, typically involving the use of economic and cultural influences, individual aspiration, collectivitism, individualism, and management science. Nowadays, as you are doing every day, you are going through the yoga. India has set a yoga day in the world, and entire world is following the yoga, and we are the people of India, we are the citizenry of India, we have this credit. The Ayurveda, the naturopathy, the modern medicine, arts, traditions, music, crafts, dances, all these are here, which are very important segments, components for the emerging India global power. Not only this, from the education point of view, you see, then the Gurukuls, our Gurukul system, the Nalanda Vishwavidyalaya, and the Lord Buddha, the message. What was the message of Lord Buddha? The peace and self-reliance. The peace and self-reliance. Nowadays, we talk about that the interdisciplinary approach, but in fact, dear friends, we are moving to transdisciplinary approach, because we have to have a world global power, a peace and self-reliant world. We talk about the Atmanirbhar Bharat. Atmanirbhar Bharat means the peace and the self-reliance. In this context, I would like to just share that when I was in NATMO as the government of India, one of the government of leading organization of India, and we had an international project on India ASEAN archaeological atlas preparation from geospatial technology, in which the main focus was connectivity of regional culture. Connectivity of regional culture, the finite roots and infinite values. How the entire world can be brought into one segment, and we can have a peace and self-reliance. So such type of task, such type of attempts is already being done in the past and present. And this will set a new dimension in the field of the global power to the India. So all these aspects are here very important, dear friends. And since morning, you are having the technical sessions starting from the inaugural sessions. I am very happy to know that in one day seminar, you had 107 papers, and really it's a great, although I know very well, it is very difficult to organize under such circumstances the international seminar, but in such a smooth, successfully you have organized and you have come to the valedictory part, and really this will help all the academicians, all the planners, all the policy makers, and for that purpose, once again, I congratulate the organizers. You had 3 technical sessions: the sustainable development of India, challenges and policy ahead. You had tribal geography, you have the environmental issues. So all these aspects are only possible when you are having such a very important and relevant theme to study. So here in this context, I would like to just share one quote given by Gurudev Rabindranath Tagore. Everything comes to us that belongs to us, if we create the capacity to receive it. Let us please to be more resourceful to society, for God has bestowed us with all resources that we can put to work. When you leave, since morning you are attending the technical sessions, when you leave here today, Remember all the gems of knowledge that you have gathered today. Be proud, celebrate what you have accomplished, and look forward, encouraged in spirit with a conscience towards how you too can be of service to society and inspiration for the others. India was a global power in the past. In 15th century, Todermal, who actually introduced the mapping technology, and now we are having also a survey of India like organization, the NATMO like organization, who are leading in the field of mapping and giving this particular globalization phenomena, and the slogan local to global also, which we are having as our superpower things. So in this context, now I conclude, and once again I thank all the organizers, and particularly the Konkan Gyanpit College Principal Sahib and the organization for giving me this opportunity to meet you all. And at the last, just I would like to say that land is the mother, the progeny of the earth as I am. In अर्थवेद में कहा गया है माता भूमि पुत्रो अहम पृथ्व्या, अर्थात भूमि मेरी माता है और मैं उसका पुत्र हूं, अर्थात माता पृथ्वी, मातृभूमि को नमस्कार, मातृभूमि को नमस्कार। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for sharing your deep knowledge. You have well concluded with our theme, India as an emerging global power, past, present, and future. With the deep knowledge and the words of wisdom, so your enthusiasm and valuable knowledge is overwhelmed to listen you. Thank you so much for your gracious presence. To acknowledge and encourage our researchers' academic excellence, I request Dr. Parag Karulkar sir to announce the name of the best paper presenters for all the 3 technical sessions. Sir, please.
Without taking much time, I know you are eagerly waiting for declaring the names of best paper presentation. In technical session 1, Mrs. Mohini Milind Dev, Assistant Professor, Konkan Gyanpit Karjat College, Arts, Science and Commerce. Her paper was Study of the Economic Growth and International Trade of India in Perspective of the Macroeconomic Variables of the Indian Economy. In technical session 1, second paper was Saqib Abdul Hakim Osmani. He is from School of Management Science, Swami Ramananda Tirtha Marathwada University, Nanded, Subcenter Latur, Maharashtra. His paper was Impact of Drought and Economic Conditions of Farmers in Latur district. In technical session 2nd, best paper was Dr. Madhu Kelkar, Associate Professor from HR College of Commerce and Economics, Churchgate, Mumbai. Her paper was Sanitum Omnias Sanitas, Sanitary Education and the Development of Public Health Conscience in Bombay Presidency, 1857 to 1947. Second paper in the technical session 2nd, Srilata Solomon, her research scholar, paper was Sustainable Development Goals, Awareness among the Youth Volunteers. She is from Shillong, I think. In technical session 2nd, best paper was selected Mr. Vinay Vinod Indulkar. The paper was jointly with Professor V.S. Indulkar and Vinay Indulkar from Narsi Monji Institute of Management Studies, Kharghar, Navi Mumbai. His paper was Changing Trend in Hospitality Industry, Eco-Tel. And one other paper was selected in technical session 2nd, sorry, third, Charmani D'Souza, Miss Charmani D'Souza, Associate Professor from Rosny College, Goa. Her paper was Online Teaching Challenges During COVID-19, an Exploratory Factor Analysis. So congratulations to all paper presenter, those who have shown the keen interest to submit the paper and also presenting the paper for the conference, and also the best paper presenter. Congratulations to one and all. Thank you to chairperson of all the sessions that they have given their valuable time and selected best paper presentation. Over to you, Hannat ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Congratulations to all the wonderful presenters.
1 minute, madam. All the paper presenter, best paper presenter will get the certificate, okay, with including the best paper presentation. Okay, thank you very much. Over to you.
Thank you, sir. Gratitude is the fairest blossom which springs from the soul. We are reminded that events like this are milestones on the journey of life and reminders of the God's fidelity all through. As we come to the close of our valedictory ceremony, I invite Professor Riaz Pathan sir to propose vote of thanks. Sir, please.
Good evening, all. As all good things come to an end with the good learnings, on behalf of Konkan Gyanpith College, Commerce and Arts, I take this opportunity to propose vote of thanks to those who have directly and indirectly contributed in this e-conference. First of all, I would like to thank Chief Guest for the today's valedictory session, Honorable Professor Dr. Vibhash Chandra Jha sir, for spending his valuable time and giving energizing motivation and guidance to all. I'd like to thank our guest, Honorable Professor Rajesh Kharat sir, Dean of the Department of Humanity, University of Mumbai, for his presence. Thank you, sir. I'd like to thank member of management and college committee of Konkan Gyanpith Trust for their continuous support. I'd like to thank our principal, Professor Dr. Baliram Gaikwad sir, for his effective guidance and continuous support. I'd like to thank all conveners for organizing this wonderful international e-conference. I thank all the teachers and non-teaching staff for their hard work and coordination towards this international e-conference. I also want to thank the people who work behind the curtain to execute this event, our IT team, Dr. A.R. Chavan sir, Dr. Parag sir, Hannat ma'am, myself, and so on. And most importantly, I thank all the teachers, participants, professors, research scholars for participating and attending e-conference and making it successful. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. The end of the story is the new beginning for many others. On this note, let us conclude our remarkable and memorable valedictory session and the end of the journey of one-day international conference. We will be having national anthem first and then we shall conclude. Technical team.
Yes, ma'am. Please stand up for question.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्छल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 जय
shower my heartfelt gratitude to all the professors, participants, delegates for sharing their valuable support for this conference. I thank you all on behalf of Konkan Gyan Pituran College family for your wholehearted support rendered in success of this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you to
sir.
each and
Thank you,
everybody.
Jaz sir.
Thank you sir, thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you
जी
so
कैसे
much, sir.
हैं?
सर जी बहुत
How are
अच्छा हूँ, बहुत अच्छा लगा सर आपको सुन के. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for giving me
Good. Thank you,
opportunity.
sir.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you all of you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. धन्यवाद.
अरे हुआ तेरा 1 2 3 लिख के कितना टाइम लग रहा है? हो गया? हाँ 1 to 10 तक स्पेलिंग लिख के तो जरा.
Dr. Chavan, sir, please close the link.
Yeah, all staff members, we'll meet for 5 minutes in office.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Please come.